The Louie Tee Network is powered by the Print Champs, a print-on-demand marketplace for influencers and creators. Y'all know what it is. What is going on, beautiful people out there? Who else could it be but me, your man, Louie Tee, here with these three gentlemen that when we all combine, we form the NFC EAST Super Friends. I got the self-proclaimed Philly bully down below, Lord Brunson. Of course, next to me, I got the superstar of the group, Law from Law Nation Sports. And down below him, I got Bad Dog from Bad Dog Sports. Y'all know what it is? Gentlemen, how are you doing?
I don't see any gentlemen on this panel.
I'm good.
That's
good.
The first of many digs of the night, just so y'all know, okay? They're going to be fast and furious tonight, but the last time we spoke, and so what I want to kind of do is kind of lay the foundation for tonight's show. We're not going to give any predictions for the season in terms of record yet, even though we've seen the schedule. I know a lot of times we like to jump the gun. You want to see what our team looks like, right?
Okay.
Kind of get a feel, because I know last year Law in particular was like, look, I want to look at my fellas. I want to lay eyes on them.
Yeah.
And we did it so early that we didn't have a chance. The reason I was so ready to do it last year is because I didn't respect the schedule. Right? I thought we played soft teams. I thought we were going to dominate as a division, and we did. Unfortunately, we didn't hold up our end of the bargain, but we still dominated the other divisions that we played. And so I'm not as confident this time around that the division is going to be as dominant. Schedule is a lot tougher than it was last year. So I want to give everybody an opportunity to kind of lay eyes on their team, make sure that everything's coming together in a cohesive manner before you make a prediction on what you think your team's going to do this year. But we are going to talk about those schedules. We are going to talk about everybody's draft and everybody's offseason overall and what they feel like their team has done. Have they gotten better, stagnant, worse, whatever the case may be, as we head into training camp. So we were going to touch on all those things tonight. But before we get to any of that, I just want to let everybody know that this video is brought to you by the Print Champs. Look, my guy, Lord Brunson, as you can see, shaking his head. He's done amazing work for him with the Hurts season promotion and all the different things that LB has going on. Obviously, I've done several things with him as well and their company. I'm trying to tell y'all, if you're looking to create a space for yourself with merch or anything creative, they've got different teams of guys that can help. You can produce your own images. They've got a whole catalog of things that you can go through to create the look that you're going for. The Print Champs is all you need if you're looking to create a brand for yourself. So
sweet. Do they do the designs? Because I definitely have.
They do anything.
Yes,
anything.
They have in-house.
I got something. It's not sports related, but there's definitely a T-shirt that I had a saying in somebody's Discord, and like, you got to make that into a shirt.
Yeah, he can do that for you. They can do that for you.
It has nothing to do. It has nothing to do with sports.
It doesn't have to.
It don't even matter.
It has something to do anything for it. Yep. It doesn't have anything to do with
in-house guy by the name of Jesse Wine. Shout out my guy Jesse. Does phenomenal work.
Somebody give me his information or link or something, because I gotta hook it up. I gotta talk to him.
Yeah,
I got you. I'll pass it over to you, and that's all you really got to do. You talk to him, and he somehow he got a way of.
You're good.
Yeah, I'm telling you right now, you won't be sorry. And again, for those of you out there, I'm glad Bad Dog brought that up, because it doesn't have to have anything to do with sports. It could be about anything.
That's dope.
Bring your vision to life. And if you don't have a vision, they can help you create one.
Right.
Okay. So
like my 420 stuff, that's got nothing to do with sports.
Yeah, absolutely. That's
LB, he knows.
No, nothing at all.
All right. So, gentlemen, last time we spoke, we were on the precipice of the 2023 NFL draft. Free agency had pretty much come and gone by that point. So we already kind of got a sense of how we felt about what our teams did in free agency, but we were kind of looking forward to the draft. The draft kind of completes your offseason, kind of gives you a sense of what your roster is going to look like. And so we didn't know what our teams were going to ultimately do via the draft. All of us had an idea of what we thought our teams needed to attack going into the draft. So what I want to do is start by going around the panel and getting everybody's take on what they felt like they needed to do, what their teams needed to do. Did you execute, and how did you feel about your team's overall draft? We always start with the winners. Victors go to spoils. So LB, you start us off. What did you feel like the biggest need for your team was going into the draft, and did you feel like you guys executed the way you wanted to?
I felt like the biggest need going into the draft was a replacement for Javon Hargrave. I'm sorry. Mm-hmm. A lot of people were saying, safety. Mm-hmm. I just felt like, what we do and build within the trenches, I felt like getting that defensive tackle or somebody comparable to what Hargrave brought to the roster was a serious need of the Philadelphia Eagles. Now, not only did we execute, I think we were dominant. You know what I mean? You go out there and you get that defensive tackle from Georgia, Jalen Carter. Then you follow up with, his mate in Nolan Smith. Then you find one of the best, probably pure safeties in the draft in the third round, and Sidney Brown. You also add some depth in that on the offensive line. So yeah, I think we executed beautifully during the draft, and we got better.
Yeah, and you didn't even touch on what a lot of people felt like was one of the bigger, topics of discussion day 2, which was the trading for the running back.
Right. DeAndre
Swift. Right. Mm-hmm. So when he's healthy, he's dangerous. I feel like so I'm going to ask you, do you feel like that's an upgrade over what you had at running back last year?
I do, because Miles Sanders, we don't throw the ball to Miles Sanders. Miles Sanders just purely isn't a guy good at catching the ball. I feel like that's what separates DeAndre Swift from a Rashard Penny, who we also acquired. Rashard Penny can be that battering ram style running back, but DeAndre Swift can catch. And DeAndre Swift you saw what he did to you guys. He caught the ball, got back up and still scored the touchdown. Right. Yeah. So you know what I mean? He has those kind of plays when he gets the ball in his hands in space. And I feel like the Philadelphia Eagles, that's one area where we can be better, where we're throwing to check downs and throwing to our playmakers in space out of the backfield. We didn't throw a lot of wide receiver screens or anything like that. So I really feel like DeAndre Swift is an upgrade over Miles Sanders. I personally would extend him now rather than wait, because I think he's going to do big things.
I think the hesitancy there might just be health. That's been his
right. Yeah, I was waiting for him to preface it with health. If healthy, then Swift could be that guy that we've seen in Georgia. But it's just been one of those things where he's been snake bitten. And on top of that, the other running back that you guys picked up, Penny, I believe he's been having his issues and warts of being healthy as well. So if you're leaning on running attack of being the same.
And I will say this, though, in terms of our running back room, I feel like from week 1, the guy that deserves the carries first is Kenneth Gainwell. I feel like Kenneth Gainwell was borderline special in the postseason, and he's earned those reps first. And those guys are going to have to, beat him out with their play on the football field. When Penny is healthy, you're talking about a 6 yards a carry kind of guy. Nobody's really done that in a very long time in the league, but, snake bitten by injury. So it is a lot has to do with health. For sure, when you're talking about those 2 running backs.
Absolutely. You still got Scott over there?
Yep.
We do still got Scott. He's actually the highest paid. He's the highest paid guy, on the roster. But this is the thing about Boston Scott. We need to get better in kick return and punt return as well. I think that's a beautiful spot for Boston Scott to be a Philadelphia Eagle for like 4 or 5 more years if he's willing to accept that role. So I think Scott got high value on the team.
Has he done that before?
Especially when we play in New York. Not much last year. I feel like he did it towards the end of last season, if I'm not mistaken. But you know what I mean? I think he could do it.
I hate that little guy.
Oh, well, he's a giant killer.
Yeah, for sure.
If nothing else, he knows how to find the end zone against y'all.
Not to jump here before we get into the thing, but Law Nation got my guy. See, I love Deuce.
Deuce Vaughn.
And I wanted Deuce Vaughn so that we could have a guy smaller than Boston Scott get back to Philadelphia, because all the diminutive running backs for the Eagles always hurt the Giants. LaShawn McCoy, Westbrook,
Sproles, yeah.
And now
even Sanders sometimes.
But Sanders is a bigger guy. I mean, these guys are like 5'6", and they're McCoy's like 5'10", but Yeah, they always. There's just something
But,
about those.
but you know, your Giants fool around got one of your guys now. You know, Eric, he's no one.
Oh yeah, we'll talk about it.
I love that guy, but we'll get there.
We'll get to.
I've been hating on Deuce Vaughn too. I ain't gonna lie. I've been hating on him. I've been hating.
That's you want to be honest. That's what.
Oh yeah, I got that right there, man. Come on with it.
The Cowboys fans have been more excited about him than their first round pick.
Yeah, that's listen. Before we go any further, I definitely want to congratulate my man Law for getting 100K.
Hey man, I appreciate it.
Louie, we got two people with a plaque, Louie, on the panel. We got to listen. We got to hurry up, Louie. Give me about 6 more years. It's like 6 more years.
Yeah. Come on with it, man.
Me, it's probably like
get it in order.
Like 50 more years for me.
Yeah.
Hey, those two dudes, man, I got to give them the treatment, man.
No,
y'all are definitely
grinding,
royalty up here, man.
It's ridiculous. I love it.
It's crazy. Law, do you do any other sports?
Yes, well, if I get a chance to, man, we talk a little bit about basketball. We talk a little bit about boxing, but man, Cowboys is year round, man.
Yeah,
Shoot, we year round around this thing, man. I just flew around and painted myself
into
a corner.
I move in sports.
Yeah.
Well, you're a Laker fan. I see you pop in once in a while.
Pop
in once in a while.
Yeah.
That's the thing that's impressive with Law, because Bad Dog has a lot that comes from his NBA coverage, especially with the Lakers. Then he does the Yankees as well. He'll dibble and dabble with a little bit of hockey if the Rangers are any good, but for the most part, he's got such a different, variety of stuff he can throw at you. Whereas with Law, a lot of his content is just Cowboys driven. So to see that number go where it went just based off of that for the most part is crazy.
It is.
So congratulations,
Appreciate it, man.
Yep.
I thank y'all, man, so much, man. Thank y'all.
Well deserved, my friend. Well deserved.
So
appreciate it.
You're up next, Law. Talk to me about what you were, and I think you were pretty spot on about what the first round pick was going to look like, defensive tackle. I think you were all over that. You were already setting the table for about 2 or 3 different dudes that you were really interested in. They took the guy that I think you thought they were going to take in Mozzie Smith. So just elaborate on your draft. Did they execute the way that you wanted them to? Because I got a little something to say about y'all draft.
Man, come on with it, man. Precisely.
Shoemaker.
Those who draft the most needed the most, right? So when we look at the draft, we're just trying to fill in some of the voided areas. And when I look at a guy by the name of Mozzie, it should help alleviate some of the pressure that my guy Micah Parsons may have. And on top of that, it will allow Micah Parsons to eat more and allow Sam Williams to eat more, and it will allow other things to do. Now, the Schoonmaker pick, I wasn't really a big fan of that one, but then I started to look at how this team is really built. We're going to get back to run sets, 13 personnel, 12 personnel. I know my guy Bad Dog know about that 13 personnel when we presented it on the Giants that week. So we're trying to get back to power football. You win down in the trenches on the offense and the defensive side, although we passed up on an offensive lineman guy, but we're going to need more athletic guys to pin, to pull, to get to the outside. So it's all cool with us. Overshawn was a nice pick. You talking about a guy that can play safety, linebacker, and give you some edge rushing capability. So those 3 levels right there. And then we already talked about Deuce Vaughn, who bench pressed 225 17 times. That's more than some people defensive edge guys. So he's strong. Yes, he's 5'5", but everybody gonna know his name by the end of the season. So we're pretty good, y'all. Look, those who draft the most needed the most. We didn't need that much.
So, okay. I mean, when I look at your draft, I feel like y'all do this every year. I feel like the Cowboys are out to prove that ain't nobody drafting like them. Ain't nobody doing the homework like them. It's like y'all trying to prove y'all the smartest team in the room with some of y'all draft picks.
Keep doing what you're doing, Law.
I tell you what, though.
Hold, before you say something, Louie Tee, in the last 3 years, right? Who's drafted the better wide receiver? Okay, CeeDee Lamb. I can keep moving. In the last 3 years, who drafted the better DB? Oh, Trayvon Diggs. Oh, I don't have to go no further. Okay, you see what I'm saying? We draft really good over here.
I didn't say you didn't. I just said you try to prove that you guys are the smartest in the room. Some of these draft picks. Who was the corner y'all took last year that was like 6'6", 175 pounds, in like the third round? Who's that dude?
Oh, you talking about Nashawn Wright? He didn't really plan out good for us, especially against the Washington team. But I can tell you that inside of the last year or so, we drafted a guy who had just as amount of interceptions as Darius Slay. His name is
DeRon Bland.
Yeah. D Bland. We hit. See, we hit. That was a late round pick, man. We hit.
You're gonna hit when you got 11 picks every year. So you're gonna hit
those who draft the most need the most, man. Leave me alone.
So, I love it. Yeah, like I said, keep doing a good job. It's gonna be all those conference championship you guys play. Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry.
Wait a minute.
With that,
but this is the thing, y'all ain't been drafting
as far as you did last year.
Don't do it.
What you trying to say? Go ahead. Say it.
I'm gonna wait. Wait.
No, you gonna wait?
Y'all should have drafted a quarterback.
I knew you were gonna go there.
All three of y'all gotta make sure that y'all don't forget about Rain Dakota Prescott for Father's Day, because he is 27-7 in this division. So he is the father of the Washington, the father of the Eagles, and the father of the Giants. Let me know if I'm wrong.
I really can't. How many
playoff wins do he have?
Man, sometimes late.
I really can't stand that stat.
He's 2-4.
Since he's been in the league, the Eagles have been to the Super Bowl twice, won a division like 3 times. So them regular season numbers don't. It's like congrats.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Let's talk about what really matter.
Oh, okay. But he's still. Hey, send him a card now. Send Daddy Dak the card. Look, don't leave him out on Father's Day.
What did he say? He
kicked
Joe Lewis's ass. Sam Howell kicked Dak Prescott's ass.
Oh my goodness! See,
he undefeated against Dak. I don't know what everybody else record is. He 1-0.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, Sam Howell by himself. Yeah, he is the Dak Prescott maybe best son.
Killer.
He's gonna be the Dak Prescott killer.
Well, we'll see. If healthy, we see him 2 times this year.
Yeah,
I believe that.
You gotta wait though, because we won't see y'all to the end of the season, man. They made us wait for y'all. Bad Dog.
Yeah.
Yes,
Talk to me about your draft. I thought we'll get to that. I'll save that for when we get there. But
our draft was about as good as you could get if you were a Giants fan. All 3 major positional needs: cornerback, center, and wide receiver. Nailed them. He nailed them. Best available. John Michael Schmidt's falling to 57 was unbelievable.
That was criminal.
The Giants are going to take Jalen Hyatt there had Schmitz not been on the board. Not only do they get Schmitz at 57, they move up and get Jalen Hyatt, who a lot of people are saying is just as fast, if not faster, than guys like Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle. The reason he didn't run, he only ran a 4.40 is because he had a tight hamstring. We all know the kid could fly. Now, granted, he needs work on his route running. Tennessee ran a very unique offense. It was pretty much just run to the line of scrimmage. It was almost like, going out,
he didn't run a route,
run that way and whatever. So he's got to work on that. But as far as everything we needed to happen, I love Deonte Banks. I think he was a great pick. I mean, again, as a Giants fan, I don't think you could have expected anything better. I think we've had 2 great drafts in a row. And again, you get in the 5th round, you get my guy, Eric Gray, who again, it was an absolute steal. I didn't think Eric Gray was going to be there in the 5th round. That's what I was talking about Deuce Vaughn. I was like, I'd love Deuce Vaughn, but Eric Gray's a downhill runner, man. He runs between the tackles really hard. He can spell Saquon Barkley those tough yards, depending on what happens with Barkley. I don't know what's going on. I still in my heart think the Giants are going to sign Saquon, but they might not. I mean, who knows? But I do. Eric Gray is, like I said, he's a guy that's going to get you tough yards. He doesn't dance behind the line of scrimmage. He's a no nonsense, square up their shoulder pads and use that power. Watching him run at Oklahoma was always a pleasure because he's kind of a throwback. So, hopefully Azudu is healthy. We're working on that offensive line. It is getting better every year. And I was pumped. I loved what we did in the draft. And I said this probably last time, and I know I said it last year, and I know Giants fans understand this. It's been years, but we finally have a really good front office that knows what the hell they're doing. They have a direction. They have a plan, and they're following the plan. They're not just kind of all over the place. And the fact we took such a major step forward last year with the guys we had under a first-year, offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, head coach, and now you're adding guys like Darren Waller and Paris Campbell, and you're drafting Jalen Hyatt, and you're adding John Michael Schmitz, and you're shoring up your secondary. You're adding guys like Sean Robinson in the middle of that lineup because the Eagles bullied us last time. So say we're going to beat up the middle of the order. We extend Dexter Lawrence. We got him locked up. So, they got the Daniel Jones thing done. I love our front office. I think they're brilliant. And I think it's going to go a long way. And I don't think the Giants are Super Bowl contenders. I don't think we're where the Eagles are. I hate saying it, but it's a fact. And I try to be as unbiased as I possibly can, although I hate them sons of bitches. Absolute passion. They're good. And they had a great draft. They had a great draft. They had another great offseason. And, I don't know how much we closed the gap. I think we closed the gap on Dallas a little bit, but we're going to find out on the field.
Well, let me say this, though. I love all of your first 4 picks, man.
Me too.
Eric Gray, Jalen Hyatt, Smith, Deontay Banks. I had Banks up there as top 3 DBs. Yeah. The guy that I had above Banks is Emmanuel Forbes, and he went to Washington. You know what I'm saying? And shout out to all of my Mississippi boys. I just hate it when you guys got Banks. This dude over there got doggone Forbes. And I've seen even my guy LB, he got Nolan Smith. So all of those guys were my top favorite picks coming out of this draft, and everybody did a pretty good job in this particular NFC.
The Philadelphia Bulldogs.
Yeah,
pretty much.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question.
They added DeAndre Swift in a trade. Straight
Bulldogs.
Yeah, because didn't they add the corner too? That nobody else.
Yeah, we did. We get
Keely Ringo.
Yeah.
Ringo gonna have to work on some things. I think that I see him more of a boundary guy. He's a little stiff at the hips, but he's been working out all off season with DK Metcalf to go against that, to be a physical cornerback, as well as Richard Sherman. Richard Sherman compared him to Patrick Peterson. Now, I don't see Patrick Peterson in his game yet, but the quickness is there. He's just gonna have to work on a few things. I ain't gonna say it out loud what he's gonna have to work on,
Giving them no help.
But he got high talent though, high potentials.
Law. So when y'all drafted Mozzie, would you have took Nolan Smith right there?
Me personally, I said that I want down in the trenches. Nolan would have been more of a luxury situation because we got so many edge rushers already. We got DA, we got D-Law. We also still have Parsons that going to play on the edge and Sam Williams. So we needed to go out there and get someone that can really help this team out from the interior aspect. So although Mozzie said he's the strongest guy, and it was presentable that he was the strongest guy out of this draft, he wasn't asked to play any pass rush in Michigan. They did some weird stuff on the defensive side. So he's going to probably give us 3 tech and 1 tech, and I can't ask for more out of that because this pick will help other guys eat. You saw how your boy played last year, and you willing to say he's better than Parsons. Hassan Reddick, you willing to say he's better than Parsons?
He had a better season than Michael last year.
But here's how I contextualize it from here. You had a guy from the inside by the name of Fletcher Cox to give you 7 sacks, Hargraves to give you 12 sacks. That helps on the edge. That makes people focus and put their attention on the inside. So I'm looking at it, if we can generate pressure from the interior, this is going to benefit Parsons even more, and you will see the difference between Parsons and your boy Hassan Reddick.
A lot of those guys on our defensive line ate because of Hassan Reddick as well, though. So I think it kind of goes hand in hand. Now, I will say this about you guys. If you start getting some interior pressure, that's definitely going to unlock another level for Hassan Reddick, who's supposedly moving to the edge, right?
You mean Parsons, though, right?
I'm sorry, Micah. Yeah, he's supposed to be moving to the edge, right?
I mean, I don't want them to announce that Parsons is going to be a full-time edge guy. I still want the mindset of him moving everywhere along that LOS. But if he's more on the edge and if we get more pressure from the interior, let him do it. Then you will see him put up those crazy good numbers. Let me ask the panel, though. Louie Tee, Bad Dog. Who do y'all got better, Parsons or Hassan?
Oh, it's not even close for me.
Parsons.
It's Michael Parsons. That ain't even a debate. Ain't nothing even talking about. I mean,
I think Hassan had the better season.
Is really. We're not.
I'm not even talking about statistical. This is the main difference for me when you talk. And I'm not just saying this because he's an Eagle. This is the main difference for me. Hassan Reddick has a deeper toolbox. I've seen Hassan Reddick do moves that Micah Parsons hasn't even developed yet. A deeper toolbox. I've seen Hassan Reddick do moves on that LOS that Micah Parsons hasn't even developed yet. Micah Parsons got a quick first step for sure. He got that quick that jab step lethal. But then past that, I mean, it's like, who locked up Hassan Reddick this year? I know Lane Johnson locked up Micah Parsons. It's still some guys that Micah Parsons don't have much success against. I can't point nobody out who's just going to give, Hassan Reddick problems all game. I just can't do it. You know what I mean? And when you're talking about moves, Hassan Reddick got the moves. Von Miller type moves. And I think that's the major separation for me.
See, I'm not going to put my guy in there with those two yet. He has to prove himself, but I'm telling you, man.
I love Kayvon. I love Thibodeau. I love Thibodeau, man.
The games that he had, obviously got off to a slow start because of the injury there, and he missed the first 2 games. But that game on Thanksgiving, I know, we got our ass kicked. We weren't allowed anybody healthy. He was all over the field. Like, I haven't seen, again, I don't throw around the Lawrence Taylor comparison often. But I said, I'm not comparing him to Lawrence Taylor at all. He ain't Lawrence Taylor. Parsons ain't Lawrence. There ain't no other Lawrence Taylor ever, never will be. But that performance, man, Thibodeau, he was this side, running across the field, tagging running backs, covering wide receivers. I'm like, that's the type of stuff LT used to do. Thibodeau, you add a Bobby Okereke, and you get in a healthy Azeez Ojulari to go with Dexter Lawrence and Leonard Williams, and you talk about getting pressure up the middle, how it can open up the edges. The Giants defense, if healthy, can be really dangerous, especially when you get a press cover corner like Deonte Banks, which is exactly why we needed him. He fits wing system. You need those press cover physical corners. That's going to allow guys, him to send the dogs. And he blitzed more than any defensive coordinator in the NFL last year. So, is a guy that's older and a throwback to the 80s Giants and just a throwback to defensive football and powerhouse football. I love that. That's exciting to me. I always look forward to, defensive football. I think the Giants defense can be really good this year. Again, I'm not
sneakily. My Cowboys, I look at the schedule, our first 5 games or such is with good defense. Minus maybe the Cardinals is still an unknown with that, but we're playing you. Then we're playing the New York Jets, who's been known for their defense for the last year. And then, of course, we got within that array of games, we got the 49ers in that mix. So, yeah, we got some defensive teams that we got to play up against. So it will be a good measuring stick to see how good your defense will be week 1. Because everybody should be fresh and healthy. So I'm looking at probably a low-scoring game in week 1.
Yeah, well, I can say this too. I saw somebody mention it in the in the chat. As a Giant fan, again, I know a lot of us like Darian Beavers out of Cincinnati, and he, again, throwback type of kid, nonstop energy, just a full energy guy. You can't teach that. Darian Beavers is a lunch pail type of guy. He's big. He's like 6'4", 255, explosive, and like I said, he's a hustle player. You don't teach that. He's a full motor guy. And unfortunately, he had the injury that, ended his season last year. So it'll be interesting to see exactly what he brings as well. If he's healthy, he could add a whole other element to the Giants defense. Our front 7 got a lot better this offseason, adding the A'Shawn Robinson, adding Okereke. I'm excited, man. I think the Giants defense can be really good. And they're going to be tested because this division, Cowboys and Eagles especially, we don't know what Howell's going to be yet because he really hasn't done much. But we know that as Giants fans, we watched Dallas's offensive line push our defense around. We certainly watched Philadelphia do it. I'm not going to count the last game of the season because that is what it was. But in that playoff game, it was just Jalen Hurts going here. And it didn't matter who was back there. And he turned around.
It was over.
Then when Hurts turned around, the offensive lineman had Dexter Lawrence 10 yards down the field. And, adding depth in the interior line is not going to gas our guys. Going to have some plays off, so be fresher in the fourth quarter.
Mad Dog, I'm asking you a question.
The offenses in this division are pretty damn good. There's good wide receivers. There's good running backs. I love Washington's duo.
But let me ask you a question though, and then all 3 of y'all can take it. Who got the best front 7 in this division?
Oh, that's tough. Philadelphia's front 7 was pretty damn good. LB, how many guys you have double-digit sacks last year? 4?
Yeah, we had 4.
I mean,
it's clearly it's clear. I mean, okay, we lost Hargrave.
They didn't
I lost Hargrave.
I'm not in that conversation because you count linebackers, and our linebacker position stinks.
I love Corey Holcomb, bro. I don't know why, bro. He's always around the ball. I love that guy.
Well, he ain't on the team anymore.
So you guys gonna say
he not on the team?
1A, Eagles 1B, Cowboys 1A, Eagles 1B.
I think the Eagles front 7 is real. I think the Giants front 7 has a ton of potential, but they have to prove it. You both your teams proved it. There's no.
You already know it's the Eagles' law. I mean, I don't know why you.
Come on, man. Come on, Cowboys 1A, Eagles 1B.
The first game we played you guys last year, you guys set a record for like hurries. Daniel Jones was hurried like 28 times or something ridiculous. Yeah. I don't even know how the hell Daniel Jones survived.
You talking about that Monday night game, right?
Monday night, yeah.
That was crazy. That was the Cooper Rush. Cooper Rush.
Yeah, that was crazy. How many times he got rushed in that game? I can say this: out of all the teams in the division, we were the only one that could stop the run last year.
Hell yeah!
Yeah, we couldn't stop.
We were the only one that could stop the run consistently, and we did that without great linebacker play. So it speaks volumes about our defensive front. But when you start adding linebackers into the mix, I gotta take a step back.
But is that the reason why y'all went DB?
Well, so we minimize the linebackers in our system. So we play a 4-2-5, right? So when you do that, you kind of minimize the impact of linebackers in your system. And a lot of times we even take it a step further, and you might remove another linebacker off the field, and now you got 6 DBs on the field, 4 defensive linemen and 1 linebacker. So we really have done a really good job of minimizing the impact of linebackers in the system. But at its core, you want your linebacker group to still be really good. And you would think, playing behind the line that we put on the field, that if you put a talented linebacker back there, you should be able to get tremendous production, but we just haven't been able to do that.
Where they gonna put my guy at, man? Forbes. So they gonna put him
he's a boundary corner all day, every day. So the emphasis for us was turnovers, right? It says we could stop anybody from putting up a ton of points or a ton of yards. Our problem was we just make it so hard on our offense because we don't get any turnovers. Like one of y'all calling cards last year was turnovers. That's the thing that y'all did. You know what I'm saying, Law? Is y'all produced turnovers, right?
Yeah, we didn't get
Philadelphia.
Y'all
produced turnovers,
didn't
right?
intercept anybody. We had very few interceptions.
It's so beneficial when your possession starts at the opposing team's 26-yard line. All you gotta do is go 26 yards for a touchdown. As opposed to 75 yards, where all it takes is one holding penalty or a batted ball on 3rd down, and now you got to punt. You know what I'm saying? So the emphasis for us was turnovers. So our first 2 picks were dudes that dominated college football in the takeaway category. Forbes had 6 picks last year. He finished his career with 6 pick sixes for touchdowns. And Quan Martin had 4 picks last year for the Fighting Illini. So we went and got dudes that we feel like could take it away in the secondary.
Does Forbes' size bother you at all? The fact he's like my size, he's 166 pounds.
So he's 173 pounds now. But I mean, it's never been
that's still a small corner.
No, he's super small, but he doesn't play small. He doesn't play small. Right. So when
he needs some milk. He can't play against no grown men yet.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, can he cover an AJ Brown? A big physical guy. Can he go?
We didn't go get him.
He too small for Smitty. He too small for Smitty.
We went and got him.
I know about that.
We went and got him for Smitty, specifically for Smitty.
He already said he was scared of Smitty.
Well,
no. The first thing he said was he wanted.
What did he say?
Smitty. He said.
What did he say?
Smith cooked him in college. He was on a podcast, scared to death.
He was
scared to death for Smitty.
He was a freshman. Smitty was in his 3rd year. He was supposed to cook him, man. You bring me a young, tender freshman out here, I'm about to cook
barbecue
his ass.
Chicken.
Hey, Louie Tee, you just better tell him he better throw that ball right. Jalen Hurts better throw that ball right because Forbes gonna pick it off, man.
Oh yeah,
I'm just telling you, Lord Brunson.
Jalen Hurts last year. When he should have got picked off 3 times. I'm gonna tell you right now.
Hold on. You better tell Dak Prescott to throw the ball right. You ain't got to be worried about Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts don't throw no picks now. Dak Prescott needs to be worried about Emmanuel Forbes. I ain't worried about no goddamn Emmanuel Forbes.
I read right into that one. But I'm gonna tell you, man, Dak is not finna lead the league in INTs or tie the league in INTs this season.
I highly doubt it.
He shouldn't, man. We gonna have some rookies starting this year. You know how those rookies do. He shouldn't be at the top, but let me find him somewhere in that 5-6
He's gonna be
range.
top 10.
Let me find him in that 5-6 range. If he's in there, you got problems, Law. Yeah,
oh
big
man,
problems.
you know, touchdown or check down. That's West Coast.
We're gonna see how that goes. I did want to just piggyback off of Bad Dog real quick because he had brought up a couple of things that I wanted to mention. Thibodeau first, he kicked our ass in that second game as well. That first quarter and a half,
that was the change of our season. That got us in the playoffs.
I literally think he might have single-handedly beat us in the first quarter and a half of that game.
Yeah.
I mean, his sack force fumble changed the whole game.
The whole changed our whole season.
Whole
season, because we needed that game and we were doing nothing.
Y'all were dead in the water.
That play
changed everything.
Whole thing. So
I love Eric Gray. And I think I feel confident in saying this, and you can back me up or you can disagree with me. He's the best backup running back Saquon Barkley's had in his career.
Without a doubt.
Yeah. And I think a lot of people underrate his agility. He's not fast.
You can also catch the ball out of the backfield, too. It's
yeah.
another thing that he does well.
Yeah.
But boy, can he make people miss in space.
He
can stick his
He's
foot
a
in the
power
ground.
runner, too. He's tough to bring down in the open field.
And then
he's not small either.
No, he's big. He's a strong kid.
When you talked about Hyatt's route running, I thought about Law because Law had posted a video. I think it was the Cowboys who were working him out, and they asked him about route running, and he said something to the effect of, he said,
"You're gonna see. You're gonna see.
You're gonna see,
confident.
right?" Because the dude, he was telling the dude he was fast. The guy was like, "So yeah, you fast. That's the one thing you can do, right?" He's like, "I can run routes." He said, "Oh, you can?" He said, "You gonna see." He said, "All right, well, we gonna see then." So that's the knock on him right now is can he come in the league and show people that he's more than just a 9-ball guy? You know what I mean?
Well, you know what? I think that can be taught. I think route running can be taught. I think that can be coached. You can't coach speed. You either have that or you don't.
Correct.
And so, I mean, you watch it. It sounded like Alabama was a bad team. I mean, that man.
5-2. Yeah,
Alabama for 5 touchdowns. I mean, that's always the best. Georgia's the best defensive team in the country right now.
They ain't got
no joke.
That was the worst Nick Saban coach defense that I've ever seen, though.
Yeah,
but
they were terrible.
But you got to understand though that Hendon Hooker though. I'm surprised that nobody in this division picked him up, man, because that dude.
I like Hendon Hooker a lot, but it was the injury that.
What do you guys think about Stetson Bennett going in the 4th round?
I like Stetson Bennett.
I thought that was insane. I was joking around like hot take. Giants gonna take Stetson Bennett in the 7th.
Yeah,
as a backup.
I actually did. He go to the Rams, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a perfect place for him. Like, Sean
is.
McVay nurture him, give him confidence. Like,
I mean,
Stetson
he is
Bennett,
older than Daniel Jones, so
he wasn't trash though. I mean, he really wasn't trash in college.
He got better. He got better and he grew.
He's got no talent though, man. He's got no arm strength. He's got no.
If he can throw with timing and precision,
this sound like this all sound like we're talking about Jalen, and look what happened. Give it to
Jalen. Always had athleticism. Jalen always had athleticism. Jalen was always a leader. I don't get that from Stetson Bennett.
And Jalen's a different dude. Like
LB.
Yeah, he's a
pay attention to Tanner McKee though. He can sling it now. He can sling it. Don't be smiling on that, man. Look good, man.
I'll peek at it.
Then y'all draft him.
That's a camp art. Yeah, Law
he trash, man. Don't let Law try to hype you up. He trash.
He ain't gonna get me. He will never see the field in a meaningful snap in his life in the Eagles jersey.
Hey, everybody say
don't sleep on him. Though. Watch, he gonna be camp hero over there, man, and preseason guy. Watch.
All right, so I'll just recap Washington's draft real quick. I kind of gave y'all the basis for what needed to be done. They were looking for guys to produce turnovers. They took a corner. They took a safety. The biggest thing that I thought needed to be done after finding a new offensive coordinator, which they obviously did already and we talked about, was fortifying the offensive line. Our offensive line was terrible after week 1. They got hurt in week 2 against Detroit. And from there, it was a constant uphill battle trying to protect whomever was under center. So they were aggressive in free agency, and they were aggressive in the draft. They got a center, which gives them some more positional flexibility because they got Nick Gates. They could play him at center or guard. I think they're going to start Gates at center. And they also drafted a tackle / guard. So they're going to, see what that guy can do. But I think all of the offensive line positions are now spoken for. We do have a position battle that will go into camp at left guard. But outside of that, we know who our left and right tackles are. We know who the center and right guard are probably going to be. Now it's just who's going to lock up that left guard position. So it was a really solid draft. It wasn't, eye-opening or, and I hit 3 out of our first 3 picks. I hit all 3 of them. I did a mock draft for our team, and I hit all 3 of the picks. Now, I hit the first rounder in the first round. The second round pick we took, I had him as our 3rd round pick. And our 3rd round pick, I had him as our 5th round pick. But I hit all 3 of them. I knew we were going to take those dudes. So I said all of that to tell you this. There were no surprises, really. And I told our fan base, you're going to be disappointed because we're not taking a linebacker again this year. And what did we do? We didn't take a linebacker. So, I was all over that stuff. I thought they would take a quarterback, though, a developmental quarterback in the draft. They got a guy as an undrafted player, as a guy that they want to develop. But I thought that was the only thing that surprised me, that they didn't take a quarterback that they could develop that would be ready to back up Sam Howell next year, because Jacoby Brissett is a 1-year rental. He'll come in, be that steady, guy in that quarterback room this year. He hopefully won't have to see the field at all under any circumstance unless we beat the brakes off somebody. And he'll be gone next year to help some other young quarterback develop. But
you don't think there's no way possible he can beat Sam Howell out for this job?
Zero. I told you that last time. This isn't even a real competition. If we were really trying to have a true competition, if we were really trying to entice a battle, we would have got a better option as a backup, like a Mike White, for instance, like a Mike White that was out there. You know what I'm saying?
Bennett.
I don't think Mike White is a better option than Jacoby Brissett. Jacoby Brissett got some starts under his belt.
He got some starts under his belt, and he's a solid backup quarterback. But Mike White he's like a low-end starter, if you ask me. Like the Jets make the playoffs if he doesn't get hurt last year. It's not even a question. He didn't get hurt, and they're not playing their 3rd string quarterback. They probably.
So you think Mike? So you think Mike White is on the level of Heineke?
Yeah. He and he's better than Heineke. He's better than Heineke. But yes, he's on that level. Okay.
But a lot of stock in that Cowboys game, man, versus Washington.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
You talking about Sam?
Sam, I'm talking about just off of that last game, because I get it.
It ain't just that though. Like I told y'all the last time, I watched this man play in college. Right. I watched him play in the preseason, and then we watched him get an opportunity against y'all in Week 18. Now, when you put all of that together, that body of work, and you see all the things, keep in mind, and this is what I've been trying to tell everybody. Now my coach says it, and now everybody, oh yeah. I'm like, I've been telling y'all that shit for 6 months. That this is a dude that would have been a 1st round pick had he come out, or a second, no worse than a second, probably more like a second. In that same draft, Jalen Hurts went in. He'd have been a 2nd round pick. In the draft the next year with Trevor Lawrence and all those dudes, he'd have either been a late 1st or early 2nd round pick in that draft.
What conference he played in again?
The ACC.
Oh.
So you take all of that into consideration, and he lost so many weapons, and he still had, this is the crazy thing, he still had a great year, right? And he showed so much in that last year at North Carolina because he lost both of his starting receivers. Daz Newsome and De'Ami Brown. He lost both of his 1,000-yard running backs, and he lost half of his offensive line. And what it forced him to do was it made him more of a runner. He had 370 yards rushing total in his first 2 years at Chapel Hill. He rushed for over 1,100 yards his junior season out of necessity. So he even had to change his game up a little bit and to survive. And so it showed me a lot that he can adapt to his surroundings. And he's the moment isn't too big for him. I liken him in this sense to Jalen Hurts. He's not Hurts from the mental aspect. Like Jalen Hurts is just different mentally. Like he gets it, right? Like I said, if he played for any other team than the Philadelphia Eagles or anybody in this division for that matter, I'd be rooting like hell for Jalen Hurts because the dude just gets it. He's mentally sharp, right? I see a lot of those same qualities in Sam Howell. Not to the extent.
So Sam Hurts, huh?
Not to the extent of
Sam
Jalen
Howell
Hurts.
will be in the XFL in 2 years.
But
Jalen Howell.
I'm gonna tell you
They
right
got a
now.
quarterback. Sam Howell will be in the XFL in 2 years.
I'm just gonna say this again. He was 11 for 19. He was 11 for 19.
I'm gonna tell you right now.
169
No.
yards.
We've been having a peaceful stream. How dare you compare that mid to Jalen Hurts? We're having a real peaceful stream.
We're gonna see. I'm just telling you right now that it's gonna be extra special when you get blessed because Law already knows. Right?
Come on,
Law already knows.
Put a lot of weight on that game, man.
I'm gonna tell you right now. After you,
I can't stand the Cowboys, and I mean, that's a lot of weight. Put a lot of weight on Sam's shoulders.
You putting Lizzo size weight on that game, man.
Listen to what I'm saying.
No offense to Lizzo. Shout out to Lizzo. But come on, man.
You can't say what you just said and then say no offense. Shout out to Lizzo.
Right.
Damage is done already.
I'm trying to recruit, man. I'm trying to gain ground, man. Come on, man. But man, he was 11 for 19. Right. He was 11 for 19, 169 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. He was sacked 3 times with a quarterback QBR 46. I'm not finna say that he's going to be the end all be all.
You watched the game.
Okay, break it down.
You know what was up, man. You watched the game. All right, come on, bro.
Boy, it was so vanilla that game. Come on, man. We were thinking about Tampa Bay.
That was the problem. Was we was super vanilla too. Well, our vanilla ice cream was better than yours. So what I'm telling you,
y'all about to win 6 games, Louie. Look, it's about to be bad this year, Louie. I'm telling you, Louie. I'm telling you, this about to be bad.
You telling me we gonna win 6 games with a better roster this year and a better quarterback and better coaching?
I don't think he's better than Taylor Heineke.
Well, you should say that because Heineke blessed you last year, so you would say that.
No, what you're doing is you're speaking off of hope because you know, just like everybody in this panel, that sample size, you should be saying we gotta wait and see.
No,
you shouldn't be telling. You should be saying we gotta wait and see.
For those of you who aren't confident, I'm confident. I don't have to say wait and see because I know what he's capable of doing. The question is, just like I said with Wentz last year, and I've said this a million times, we failed Wentz before he failed us. If the line doesn't break down, I really think Carson Wentz would have had a shot last year because the first 2 games he threw 7 touchdown passes, and that's part of my rationale for Sam Howell is we got so much talent. He ain't got to do but so much. Right? We're not asking him to come in here and uplift the Giants roster from last year. That's not what we asking him to come in here and do. We asking him to come in here and get the ball to Terry McLaurin, Jahan Dotson, Curtis Samuel, Antonio Gibson, Brian Robinson, and the tight ends and let them work. That's all we telling him to do is get the ball to these playmakers.
And that's so much talent. I heard you name McLaurin. That's another big misconception with these Commanders fans. Y'all don't have so much talent on the offensive side of the ball. And y'all got an unproven quarterback. You got McLaurin. I give you that. You got McLaurin. I like the young kid. It's a lot of mid players over there, bro. And Sam Howell. Let's keep it a bean.
So I was looking at a list today. I was going to bring it on the show, but I ran out of time. And it was a list of the best trios in the NFL. All right, receivers we talking about because this is where I plant my flag. Y'all can talk all that other shit y'all want, but I always plant my flag at the receiver position because that's where it starts for us in terms of talent. All right, and I keep trying to tell y'all that don't nobody in this division got a better receiver group. You might have a better duo, you do not have a better group. You weren't on the list, LB. You weren't on the list, Law. We know you weren't on the list, Bad Dog. Okay, now so they went out they way to find teams with 3 receivers, and I'm like. I would have took the Eagles 2 receivers over there, 3 receivers, but it just goes to show you don't have nothing else after your first 2 dudes. Nothing.
But look what you just said. They went out their way to find teams with 3 receivers that they can compare to your 3 receivers. A lot of people don't have that luxury of having 3 good wide receivers.
Right. Well, you just told me they were mid.
They are mid. They mid. They ain't mid
on the list. We wouldn't have been on that list if they were mid. Is what I'm trying to tell you. You the same dude that told me that Quez Watkins was better than Jahan Dotson. I can't even.
I thought he was.
No
I retract that. I retract that statement.
You did retract that statement.
But I'm here
for you to come out your mouth saying that in the first place, though.
How was it? Quez Watkins just came off of a 700 yards.
Yeah, he come off a good
the
year
year before
though.
He came off a solid year as a number 2 wide receiver.
Skill set is. You know what it is.
It don't matter. His skill set was
so
translating.
Good, he wouldn't have traded for AJ Brown.
His skill set was translated. Who don't want to trade for AJ?
No, but
what?
Not
he ain't on AJ Brown level.
Right.
Quez Watkins ain't no number 1.
My point, he's a number 2. If it lets you tell it, he's a number 2. If you had,
I think he's better. I think
Smitty is a 1. Why do you need to trade for another one?
I think he's better as a number 2. I think Quez Watkins is the guy that needs to be in a game plan more. That's why I think Quez slipped last year. I'm telling you this: our 2 wide receivers, 1A and 1B, 1A and 1A, whatever you want to call them, are just so good that they're better than. They're just your wide receiver core not better than ours. No matter what list you look at,
it is.
That's just blasphemy.
I don't give a damn about your wide receiver core. You can't beat Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones owns y'all.
So this
talk about blessing somebody. Daniel Jones always blessing.
This is the beauty of it, Bad Dog. This why
I
wore my shades today. I wore my shades because I got target practice on y'all. So I wore the shades, the target practice shades on y'all today. I'm sniping y'all because I knew you was gonna go there, Bad Dog. I was sitting.
Well, it's a truth.
No, because you've been getting away for a very long time because we haven't had a quarterback, and that's the only reason you've gotten away for this long. Okay, so anytime Daniel Jones has been injured and you've had to come to quarterback hell with us, we've beaten your ass. Okay. The only difference has been.
So are you grading the fact that
Jake Fromm?
So Sam Howell would be a better quarterback than Daniel Jones next season?
I didn't stutter the last time we were here. I told you. I said, and I left it to y'all imagination, and I'm gonna let y'all do what y'all do.
Listen, the reason why we asked you the same questions,
by the end of this season,
trying to give you a chance.
By the end of this season, Sam Howell will not be last in this division when we start ranking quarterbacks. I told y'all that the last time. Now y'all can put him where y'all want to. He's dead last right now. That's where he belongs. After this season, he won't be there. And
he might be on the bench.
Is up to y'all.
He might be last in the conference, not just in the division.
Okay, we'll see about that.
Bryce Young better than him already. Bryce Young better than Sam Howell.
We'll see about that. He should be because of where he was drafted. If that's what everybody thinks, because he's a 5th round pick, he can't be any good. We'll see. You know, I'm not gonna keep talking to y'all about the same thing. Actions speak louder than words. So we'll let them bless y'all. We get y'all nice and early, LB. Early.
You started with us. You see what the Cowboys did.
I guarantee we sweep y'all this year.
Oh, don't do that. Don't, because
we always got to start with Dallas.
Look,
every year.
I don't want.
Do it again. Do it again, Lou. Do it again.
Do what?
Bet again. I ain't gonna spare you this time. I guarantee you we sweep y'all this year. Do it again. You bet not do it again.
All right. If my squad looks like they legit, I definitely bet you.
Because this the difference. Y'all might gotta wait to do record predictions. I could do mine right now. I can already do mine right now. Y'all gotta wait
right now. I can do mine as well.
Y'all gotta wait. No, you gotta see your squad. I already know what's about to happen.
I need to see my offensive line. I don't need to see my squad. I need to see my offensive line. That's what I specifically need to see in action. Once I see that they're straight up front, Sam is about to have a field day. No doubt in my mind. So if I can just pin down 5 dudes that can do the job
against the defenses in this division, you think he's gonna have a field day?
Yeah, because y'all can't nobody in this division cover our receivers. We 7-11 over here, man. We always open. We always open, man.
But he was 11 for 19 with a touchdown and a pick. That's nothing.
With a vanilla.
Toot your horn about.
It was 2 scoops.
If Daniel Jones had a game like that, John's gonna be like, get that. This guy freaking sucks, man. He's terrible.
You know why?
Hey, that 11 for 19 holds a lot of weight, and I ain't gonna say Lizzo because I'm my bad about that, man. I'm gonna keep saying my bad. I apologize, nation. Don't come after me. That holds a lot of weight.
Sam Howell was going to lead the league in picks this year. That going to pass that torch to Sam Howell.
You wrong so often that we don't even keep receipts with you no more. I don't even take stuff back no more with you.
You don't have to. I predicted a tie, Lou.
Look, you can't.
That don't happen.
That
don't happen.
He didn't do.
You know
that
what
don't happen.
You know what
I'm right a lot.
You know what I did last year?
Missed the playoffs.
You know what I did? I told you I was coming for your undefeated season. when we were 1-5. When we were 1-4, matter of fact. I told you what I was doing, right?
You said it.
Okay, so we even. So like I said,
you said it.
But like I said, when the season's done, Sam ain't gonna be in last. That's all. I'm gonna just leave it at that. And
who is he gonna be ahead of?
Huh?
Who's he gonna be ahead of?
I'm leaving it to your imagination, man. You can tell me.
If you're talking about backups, if you're talking about all the quarterbacks in the division, maybe you're right. But starting quarterbacks, no, he's gonna be last amongst the starting quarterbacks. Definitely.
Hey,
y'all, he damn sure ain't gonna be ahead of Jalen Hurts.
He didn't mention that. He said he ain't gonna be last.
Look,
no, he ain't gonna be behind Jacoby Brissett.
Hey, look,
that
very well.
Hey,
that very well can fold.
I'm gonna say it like this so you can understand what I'm saying, because you're trying to now you expanding the pool. He gonna be top 4 and he not 4.
Here,
all right. So we gonna leave that. I'm gonna leave it at that. All right. So we got some super chats. I want to get to some of these super chats. Then we gonna go to the next conversation, which is schedule. Everybody's had a chance to look at their schedule. How do you feel about it? Because I've already said, and I'm on record, and I said this last year, we're going to crush this division as a whole, going to crush this schedule, and the division did exactly what I thought they were going to do. I do not see our division doing what it did last year with this year's schedule, but we're going to come back to that. Let's get to some of these super chats real quick. Rev Rebel 95, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for that. Toba O, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes?
Happy birthday, bro.
This is the best birthday present. Thanks.
One of my guys. Happy birthday.
Happy born day, bro. Hey, man. Glad we could be a part of it. And cheers. Here's to many, many more, man. Cheers.
Absolutely. Salute.
All right. Chris Devers, my guy CD. What's going on? Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. One of my favorite Cowboys fans, right? Sup, LT. Enough with how. What my boys love what my boys did. Yeah. I like the 2 trades that y'all made. To me, this is the first time I feel like the Cowboys are actually going for it. Like I think Jerry Jones last year kind of felt mortality for the first time. Like, yo, I could die next year or 2 years from now, 3. Like, we got to win another Super Bowl for our pass. Like, I think it's starting to set in, bro. You're not living forever. We better win now. And so
I think it's more of enough is enough. You know, they've been trash for damn near 30 years, Lou.
Yeah,
it's enough. It's enough. You got to start doing things different.
Trash is a very subjective word, because winning 12 and 11 games ain't trash to me. They trash when it matters most in the playoffs.
How dare y'all talk about my team while I'm in this room right here, man? How dare y'all, man? Come on, man. So we've been trash for 30 years. Well, how come you haven't collected the trash and kept up with the trash, or passed or surpassed the trash? What's going on with that, LB? Talk to me, man. Come on, talk to me.
Listen, the Philadelphia Eagles have done a phenomenal job of putting themselves in position to compete for Super Bowls. When you don't get to a conference game in 28 years, you are not competing for it anymore. You are just looking for regular season success. You know what I mean? You got to win when it matters most. We have been in 8 championship games.
17. So you selectively putting your history on the line.
In case you forgot, Law, even playing in the NFC Championship game is exciting as a fan.
Yeah, but it's also there, knowing that you to watch y'all lose too. You know, so
of course it is. Of course it is. Yeah, of course it is. You know, of course it's exciting when you see us lose, but knowing that your front office is doing enough to give you a shot, that's exciting. You know what I mean? Knowing that you got players competent enough to give you a shot, that means something. That gives you hope for next season. What hope do you have? What hope do you have that something's going to change this year? Because I know it ain't.
Well, it's different between leaning on hope and then we are leaning from experience. We have been there before, even though it was in the 90s. But I'm trying to figure out, even though ours are old and you got to blow to get the dust and all of that stuff off of it, how come in the last 30 years y'all haven't caught up? That's all I want to know.
But why are we talking about you got current it's Super Bowl champions on my roster still from 2017. Why are you talking about y'all been there before? Like them guys playing golf.
Them guys got great grandkids now, Law. Y'all ain't been there no more. Y'all don't know what it feel like to be there no more, Law.
Your coach,
this is a new Eagles team.
17 ain't there no more. You know what I'm saying?
But
he's in Jacksonville.
Let me tell you,
let me get his team come back.
You can't win this, Law.
You're not gonna win this one, Law.
You can't win this one.
Why I can't win? Because his argument, Louie Tee, is that we never seen a chance of our team winning the Super Bowl in HD. Right. Yes, that is a good argument, but we never saw our team lose in HD as well. We never saw them lose in HD.
The last time the Cowboys won a championship, I was 19. I'm almost 50. All right, that is all you need to know.
Hey, look,
listen,
that is
no expiration date on those championships.
God,
it ain't though. And this, you know what? This would kill me about Cowboys Nation. Y'all refuse to keep it 100 and say that this ain't make or break for Dak. Let's cut it out. If he performed how he performed last year again, y'all got to do something at quarterback. Y'all over here talk about extension like he earned one. This is make or break for Dak Prescott, Law. Let's leave it to the panel. Louie, is it make or break for Dak?
Make or break is strong. I think if he has another year like last year, then I think the Cowboys are going to be actively looking. Will they do something? I don't know, but they gave him a pretty hefty contract, right? And that was very recent.
And you can't get out of it.
Drop that thing
can't get out of that
and
contract.
move on from him. I think they would be in a position where they're maybe actively looking, even via the draft. But to just say that this is make or break, like they can get out of the contract next year, I don't see that happening. But look, I will say this:
gave y'all the blueprint how to get from under a bum. It could be
still, here it is. Even a hobbled Dak Prescott with a broken thumb coming back off of that in the NFC East, he was still 2-1. By the way, there was only one team that beat him in the NFC East. Can you raise your hand? Yeah, there was only one team that beat him last year. So even if it's a make or break, even if it is a regress Prescott, he was still able to put up 40 points. Right. He put up at a regress state. He put up 40 points on Law Brunson wasn't y'all number 1 or number 2 defense in the National Football League. He put up more points on your team than the Super Bowl champ Chiefs did. Did he put up more points than the Chiefs?
But how many did he put up against San Fran in the playoffs? 19.
Look, you can't.
That's when it mattered, though.
You can't allow me to squeeze respect off of somebody from the 49ers doing something that you guys can't do against us. You know what I'm saying? So you try to take credit from what the Niners doing. You see, if there was the Niners guy on the panel, I would go back and forth with him and he will be winning. But as far as the Cowboys versus the Eagles, we pretty much dominated versus y'all. Right or wrong?
That's why Dak Prescott had to beat the 49ers and meet us in the NFC Championship.
And we would have dominated. So you need to be
we would never know.
Eagles fans need to be reaching out to the Niners and saying thank you, because that's one team we can't beat, and you guys found a way every year to beat them. Come on, man.
As I always like to say, with Eagles fans, you'll never win. Because all they're going to do is go back to, hey, we was in the Super Bowl. Where was y'all at? They can't win no arguments other than that.
But we not.
Yeah, that's a good argument.
That's false. That's false.
Look,
that's false, though.
Somewhere else.
That's false.
It starts somewhere, and then it ends up, hey, y'all trash. Y'all ain't do this. You ain't do it.
That ain't, but that's not that's not what just happened. The topic is winning when it matters. No. Talking about putting up 40 against us. That ain't got nothing to do with what we talking about. Is it a make or break year for Dak Prescott? Dak Prescott respect got to be earned at the quarterback position. Cowboys fans, for some reason, they can't understand why Dak Prescott gets scrutinized the way he does. We all know this, right? It's because he doesn't win when it matters. If he wins, nobody will have anything to say about Dak Prescott.
If he wins, 27-7, you can't respect him for 27-7 in his division.
What is that? Oh, his record in the division?
In his division.
Law. Y'all can respect it all y'all want, but the national media, nationwide, nobody else respects it, Law. It's a good record.
I think any quarterback could have beat the Giants the last 5 years since 2017.
Come on.
I mean, 2016 we swept Dak Prescott.
Y'all would have.
2017 everything fell the hell apart. Everybody beat the Giants. Y'all were
the most stable team in the division at the quarterback position since 2016. That shouldn't be surprising. Your record against us.
Just give us the respect. That's all we saying.
I
it gotta be earned, bro. It gotta be earned.
I think he earned his
I'm gonna say this right now. First of all, Tiki Barber was better than Emmitt Smith.
Oh, we need a view button.
The Giants may win their 5th Super Bowl before Dallas wins the 6th.
I think so. That's a fact. That's fair.
We're going this way. Dallas kind of treading water, but you can only do that so long before you have to take a dip.
Based off of 1 year, of 1 year of
Giants
evidence,
legitimately could win a 5th Super Bowl for Dallas wins.
Based off of 1 year of evidence,
I'm going off for 2 though.
Based off 1 year. Based off 1 year.
I'm going off the last 2 years
with training. Practice squad players and a first-year head coach, first year Mike Koff could be the offensive coordinator, first year Joe Shane, tons of injuries. Yes, I do believe based on what they're building there in New York, based on what they've done with these contracts, based on the fact that we have a guy that understands how to utilize the cap, unlike Dave Gettleman. Dave Gettleman was a good scout, terrible capologist. That's why the Eagles are always competitive. Harry Roseman knows what the hell he's doing with the cap, knows how to work it. Well, we got guys. Brandon Brown, our assistant GM, came from Philadelphia. Joe Shane came from Buffalo. Those 2 organizations know how to use that cap. They know all the loopholes.
Well,
that's what I base it on.
That cap, I hope they can win some games versus the Cowboys, because when I look at it versus the Giants, I'm still looking at Daniel Jones. He's 1-7 or 1-6 versus the Cowboys, and as well as
we gonna find out.
We'll find out more. And even Saquon Barkley, he's 0-7. He was supposed to be that guy, to be that change of pace guy that can change over the organization.
It's just
he's 0-7 versus the Cowboys.
It's just Jones. It has nothing to do with the other 51 guys on the organization.
Well,
it's got nothing to do with Joe Judge.
Has
nothing to do with Jason Garrett being our offense. Come on, boy.
Even with my guy LB, I appreciate your boy going all the way to the Super Bowl, Jalen Hurts. Hey, we all liked him in the Super Bowl, right? We all enjoyed him. Ain't that right, Louie Tee? Ain't that right, Bad Dog? We all enjoy that.
Yeah, it's the best $100 I ever spent.
See how he can rebound from that.
On that. Best $100 I ever spent in my life. I lost $100 on that.
As long as he was getting that silver medal at the end, I was all good.
Yeah. They said it was 2 trophies. It was 2 trophies lifted in that Super Bowl. One by Pat Mahomes and one by Dak Prescott.
That's the only trophy Dak could have raised, though.
Yeah,
right. Dak was at the Super Bowl with a fitted 3-piece suit on. He wasn't playing.
Y'all shouldn't have booed the man. See that bad karma, man. Y'all should have congratulated the man from representing the NFC. But no, y'all booed the man.
I have nothing to say about the actions for my Philadelphia natives.
Hey. You be egging them on, man. What you mean you ain't got nothing to say? You be egging them on.
And that's why tough, man. That's why they know. That's why they know I'll never give them up.
That's why New York and Philadelphia bang heads the way to do. We're the same type of fan base.
Pretty much.
But Jalen Hurts got some big shoes to fill, because there's a lot of quarterbacks that went to the Super Bowl to lose and never went back again.
I'm looking at them boys like the 2015 Panthers. I'm staring at them, looking at them like,
You're gonna be disappointed.
What's your rebuttal to that? We're talking double back and get back.
Real familiar.
We're going to the playoffs. We win in the division. I'm not.
You going back to it?
You won it back to
the Super Bowl. I never predict Super Bowl. I never predict Super Bowl.
I'm asking you. Y'all won the division last year, right?
We did. I don't care about the myth. It's about the y'all not making the playoffs.
Your ass ain't. I ain't.
Every time we do these panels, I got to tell you that. Now we're gonna win the division. The Eagles gonna win the division.
Okay. Win the division. Okay.
We're gonna win the division.
All right.
The Giants gonna get the second playoff spot, and y'all two gonna be rebuilding.
I like it. Okay. I get on board with that.
Hey, he told me why he take it so easy on Bad Dog. So I don't respect that shit no more.
Why? What did I say? What did I say about that?
You already said you take it easy on because he's not a threat to you. You already said, we
listen,
the time. So no, don't try to change the shit now. You already told me why you take it easy. So I'm gonna let that shit slide. I'm not even.
You know what?
I know he's threatened. I know he's threatened.
Listen, man. When LB started on YouTube, he didn't take it easy on me. LB and I used to throw blows at one another.
He ain't never shitted on you on this
particular
show. Okay?
We
asked
beat
him
them easy.
Exactly. And he disrespected you. You took it, bad dog. Instead of you standing
What you mean?
What the hell can I do?
Bad dog. Listen, if we lose
it, we got to beat them. We have to beat them.
Do you
They
remember-
kicked our ass.
I would have still
It
been
wasn't
hanging on to
close,
that
Louie.
3-interception Jalen Hurts game from 2 years ago.
That's the best thing that ever happened to me. I bet Philly 500 that if the Giants lost, I was going to have to wear a damn Eagles jersey. Day one, thanks to him. Jalen Hurts saved my ass. He did. He said, you know what, man, look, I know you gave me a hard time about being drafted. I was going to suck ass, and I did suck ass that year. But you're a Sooner fan. I get you. Let me throw 3 picks. Should have thrown like 6. In that game, we dropped a bunch of them. Even his own players are dropping passes. That's how bad he was throwing the ball that day.
Was necessary. Those were less necessary lumps
but
that Jalen Hurts took.
I'm glad that we won that game because Lord knows I didn't want to wear that damn Eagles jersey. And I'll tell you, blue looks good on Philly 500. It looked good. Good on that hat, that bar jersey. That looked good. Philly looks good in blue. He wanted to buy that bar jersey. I gave him a reason. Hurts gave him a reason.
Terrified to even accept the bet of that magnitude. Money, we cool with the bread.
Daniel Jones.
I tried to put him in some Washington garb last year. He wasn't having it.
Daniel Jones Kurt Angled your asses in that game. He beat you with a broken freaking neck.
He definitely did.
You know what happened to me? You know what happened to
me? If I ever lost a bet and had to wear a Cowboys jersey on Cam, I would have to delete Twitter. I would have to remove myself from the app, bro.
Yeah,
I would have to remove myself from the app.
I would really have to do a wellness check on you then.
Yeah, man. That silver and blue, would look nice over there, though, man.
It won't. Bro.
I will say this though, LB. We will be competitive with Philadelphia this year. You're not going to blow us out. They still got to prove to me that they can beat you guys because we can't. I mean,
if y'all can't give a resistance to that offensive line, we ain't gonna even throw. We're just gonna run it and get the game over with.
We're gonna see. That's why we beefed up that line, and that's why we added Okereke, and we'll see. Darian Beaver's gonna be coming back, so we'll see how it goes. But I do think that we shored up some spots that we needed. I think what we did this offseason, without a doubt, signing those interior offensive linemen and re-signing Dexter Lawrence or extending Dexter Lawrence, I think that had a lot to do with what Philadelphia and Dallas did to us. Dallas ran the ball over us too. Actually, everybody ran the ball over us. But what you guys did in that playoff game, that was hard. And it's funny because I tell you, man, losing the Eagles always sucks. I hate it. It's awful. It's gut-wrenching. But when you look at a game like that, as bad as it is, and you get embarrassed, you can't get mad because you're just like, they were just better. There's no excuses. God, what if this happened? What if this happened? What if this bounced that way? What if we got this goal? That is just a good old-fashioned ass whooping.
As a wise man once said, a good old-fashioned, passionate ass whooping.
You just say, my God, they were better than us. We're not there yet. We're not that level. We had a great year. We're not there yet, but we're building towards it, and we will be there in a couple of years. Mark my words.
I
Joe
think
Shane going to get this team ready to go.
I think y'all had the most improvement with your roster this offseason.
They did. Yeah. They did.
I think you did. Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, bless you, LB, because it's Hurts season. First to worst. So he thinks your Eagles are going to worst out to last place. I can't see that, but I know they won't finish in first this year because that's not what happens in the NFC East. At some point, that streak has to end. I don't think it's this year, though. LT, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes, D-Hop can admit Hurts is top 5. Why can't the NFC East? I mean, he's entitled to his opinion. I don't know if he was necessarily calling him top 5 in the league as much as who he would like to play with. I think the question phrased,
it was more his top 5 quarterbacks he would like to play with.
So,
but Jalen Hurts is top 5. The rest of the world is saying he's top 5.
The world is okay. Yeah. All right.
I missed that memo.
Shout out to him. Shout out to him.
But yeah, right now, if you're making a list, he's got to be the top quarterback in the NFC.
Exactly.
I think all the quarterbacks are in the AFC. So I don't think that makes him top 5 because I think you can find 5 on that side before you get to him. Probably 6. I think he's somewhere in that 7 range right now.
Where?
What, in the AFC?
Yeah.
Mahomes,
so you got Mahomes,
Burrow,
Herbert.
No, Herbert ain't better than Jalen Hurts. Herbert ain't better than Jalen Hurts.
You a damn lie.
Herbert ain't better than Jalen Hurts.
You ask any Eagles fan who they would rather have.
What?
If they're real.
They're real.
What you mean to be real? What you talking about? I'm from the soil. If I go to Philly, they only gonna tell you Patrick Mahomes.
So you
only gonna tell you Patrick Mahomes if I go to Philly. I'm being realistic.
Of just this year, of just last season, right? And
last season was a pretty big year.
So that is the elixir. That is the elixir to put them up in top 3 categories quarterback in the National Football League.
Jalen Hurts was top 10 in passing yards. Jalen Hurts was, I think, 4th in interceptions, and Jalen Hurts was 4th in QBR. Dak Prescott ain't never do that in his career. That ain't easy to do.
See if he can do it and run it back again. Once again, Jalen Hurts had the exact same season. He had the exact same season for the numbers of what Dak Prescott did his rookie year.
Because Herbert's done it multiple times already. Herbert's already done it multiple times.
I'll say this too. I'd also take Trevor Lawrence over Jalen Hurts.
I'll take Trevor Lawrence.
We being blasted, and y'all saying it all for 1 year, right? Y'all saying it off for 1 year because none of y'all wouldn't talk about no Trevor Lawrence being top 5 last year.
I didn't say it's top 5. I said I would take him over Jalen Hurts.
Okay. Yeah, we talking about his talent.
I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why he's gonna do it again. I'm gonna explain to you why he's gonna do it.
We listening?
Last year we was finishing games by halftime. This year, that's not going to happen because the schedule is tough.
Listen to me. Listen to me when I'm talking.
The stats are going to be more.
I know you understand this concept.
The stats are going to be more inflated this year.
Yeah,
I feel like he's going to play 4 quarters more this year.
Well,
listen, and the numbers y'all love to see, you're going to see them with the wins.
Listen,
just run it back to back.
Nobody in the league quits at halftime. I don't give a shit what the score is. You up 24-0. You don't hit the brakes, bro, at 24-0 in the NFL.
As Bad Dog.
Huh?
As Bad Dog. Jalen Hurts threw 3 touchdown passes in the first half of the divisional round, and then we proceeded to run the clock out.
Right. Yeah. But you're not playing the Giants every week.
Oh, wait a minute. Jalen Hurts didn't throw no 3 touchdowns in no divisional round.
But yeah, he did. I think it might have been 2. Like 152.
He didn't throw a single touchdown until he got to the Super Bowl.
That's cap though, Law. That's what y'all make up to try to devalue him. That's cap.
He threw his touchdown.
That's not true, Law.
He wasn't.
Don't listen to Cowboys Twitter.
He wasn't good.
Don't listen. Why he wasn't good?
Let me go look
at Bad Dog. As Bad Dog happened in the first half. As Bad Dog happened in the first half.
Okay. What?
As Bad Dog happened in the first half. Everybody wants to say
the game, and
you must have turned it on at the second half when it was over.
Nah, I watched
because he had over 100. He had over 130 passing yards.
Oh, yeah, he threw 2 touchdowns, not 3 touchdowns. It was
how many passing yards? How many passing yards he had? 2 touchdowns in the first half,
yards, man.
154 16 in the first half, right?
I mean, come on, Kenneth Gainwell ran for 112 yards, and Miles Sanders ran for 90.
When it's over at halftime,
the Giants were an embarrassment.
Run up stats like that.
What I'm talking about running all day, man. Come on, man.
What I'm telling you is we're gonna see, because you're not playing Jacksonville, Tennessee, Houston, Indy. You're not playing Chicago and Detroit, and Minnesota, and Green Bay. You're not gonna have these teams like we did last year, where you can run up the score on these boys. And
you tell me where it gets scary at when we put the schedules up.
Well, your schedule is brutal.
After week 10, after week 10, though, we very well could be 8-1 before that even happened.
Your schedule is brutal.
After week 10,
and it's not after week 10. It's kind of spread out. I think
it's spread out. It's sprinkled.
Spread out over.
You got Aaron Rodgers before week 10. And then you got a bunch of guys who just gonna get ran over. I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you.
Hey,
after week 10, that's when you see the Bills, the Chiefs.
We gonna go to the next. So when you play the Dolphins, I guess they just trash. They mince meat.
We're gonna beat them, but they ain't better than us. I know.
I didn't ask you if they're better than you. I just asked you. So
we can affect our defense can affect Tua better than we can affect Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen. So I'm not afraid of Tua, if that's what you're asking me. My defense against Tua, I like my defense.
Afraid of Tua. He's in a very similar spot to Sam Howell. Just get the damn ball out of your hands to Tyreek Hill and let him do the rest. Get the ball to Jalen Waddle and let him do the rest.
You gotta stop overvaluing your offense. Y'all don't have no Tyreek Hill with no Jalen Waddle over there.
We got a collection of dudes. All right, they none of those dudes are faster than either one of those dudes, but we got a collection of guys that can give it to you. So again, you'll find out because you really overrating your whole defense. I told you, last year your defense was ass. Told you that last year, and you got to the Super Bowl.
We held 8 teams to under 20 points last year.
How many points you held the Cowboys under?
How many you hold Washington to?
And you love to
just go ahead and spit it out, man. Come on.
I'll wait.
Tell me about you, Louie. You love to forget about week 3. Like we ain't just go in y'all house and dismantle y'all.
You went in our house and stomped a mud hole in us, and we came back and returned the favor to you. In your crib on a Monday night when you was all rowdy, huffing and puffing with your chest out, all that tough talk, huffing and puffing. Took all that air out your lungs, though. Mr. Wright, Antoine Myers.
It's just nothing to say to somebody who ain't make the playoffs.
See, I told you we was gonna go back there.
There's nothing to say.
We on the topic is we went in your house and didn't take our shoes off and ran around your house and left muddy tracks all on your carpet. That's what we talking about. We ain't talking about the playoffs.
And then you was making draft videos by week 17. The season was over. You were scouting players. You were scouting players by week 17. The scout team had their hotel booked
because we were busy dusting the Cowboys in week 18. We won't make draft videos in week 17. Anyway,
bro, come on now, dog.
Here, for my homeboy Law. Good show, Louie Tee. Hey, I appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. And Law
3 teams in this division made the Final 4 in the NFC.
Isn't that crazy?
That's crazy.
Isn't that crazy?
That is crazy.
John Livingston, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, JL Smooth writes, Lou, way too long for YouTube. Please check Twitter. Uh-oh. You got a lot to say.
John, appreciate John.
All right.
Is that a Bills? He a
Bills fan. We play the Bills this year. You know he like to talk shit.
Diggs versus Diggs.
We're gonna see what happens this year. Samuel Mays, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, Rice. I believe this year the NFC East division crown will be between the Eagles and the Giants. They both got significantly better, in my opinion. I don't think the Eagles got significantly better. I don't think they got any worse. A lot of people assume because they lost so much stuff that they got worse. I can't say that they got better, but I don't think they got any worse. The only thing that I want to see, and LB's kind of trying to diffuse this, and he might actually be right about this, I can't say, is that I want to see what they do with a new offensive play caller because they lost their offense. I wanted their defensive coordinator to stay. I was like, shit, Arizona, why you take him for? You know? To
y'all three, where did the Cowboys got worse at from last season?
I don't think y'all got worse either.
You think we got better?
Running back.
Okay.
I don't. Well, I told y'all.
Yeah, worse because Dak's gonna play the whole season this year, so you got worse.
I told y'all.
Come on now,
I told y'all Zeke was washed 2 years ago, and y'all laughed at me. And Elvis, I'll take him. I said, "Well, you take us."
I will say this. That second game, Dallas and Philadelphia, Gardner Minshew won me my fantasy league
in that second game.
I had to take him because all my quarterbacks are banged up. I had Gardner Minshew for like 3 weeks. Killed it for me.
Yeah.
He killed it in that Saints game.
No, the Cowboys game.
He did.
Killed it in that game. He had a couple turnovers, and man, he killed it in that game.
All right. So my guy JL Smooth writes, "Hey Lou, finally able to catch another live. So happy it's the Super Friends. Respect to all of y'all, not just your teams. Just not your teams." He laughs. He says, "Anyway, update on his dad. So his dad is battling cancer." Stage 4 cancer in his prostate. Didn't spread anywhere else. God is good there, man. Really appreciate you telling us that. Glad to hear that, which is very rare. He says, God is good, man. Thank you to you and the mob for the prayers. He won't need chemotherapy. He said, now on the football. D-Hop, I haven't left that train. He's been begging for D-Hop to come to Buffalo. It's still out there, even though I heard Cleveland is looking really, really.
Yeah, Deshaun Watson wants to reunite with. I heard, the last thing I saw about D-Hop is it's unlikely he goes to Buffalo.
D-Hop and Amari Cooper, that would be crazy.
There's talk now that D-Hop might be done.
No, ain't no way that's going to happen.
You got one more contract.
I don't want him over here. I know Giants.
I don't want him nowhere in the division.
I don't want him.
That's all. I just don't want him in the division.
Don't rule out the Eagles.
That's why I was saying that's the place. Like, don't let them land in Philadelphia because they don't give a shit.
I seen. Did you see D Hop going back and forth with that Kyler Murray, bad dog?
No.
He was frustrated with Kyler Murray of throwing the ball the wrong way. I wonder what he would say about Jalen Hurts, man, if that situation happened over there. It could be.
I get mad at Kyler Murray playing Call of Duty all the time.
But Kyler Murray he's not a student of the game.
He's not.
True. He don't love
all the talent in the world, but talent only takes so far, man.
True.
You gotta work. Yeah. You gotta work.
True. Jalen Hurts is somewhere right now getting better.
Jalen Hurts
right now.
Exactly.
Jalen Hurts.
Nobody questions his work.
He probably sleep right now, but he's getting better in his sleep. That's how hard this guy worked, bro.
He ain't sleeping. He's watching this stream.
Exactly. Jalen Hurts watching this stream right now.
Jalen?
Right. Getting better.
But what I'm saying is, LB, D-Hop don't play defense, man. So if y'all get D-Hop, it's still going to be the same.
It probably is. That's how good we are. I mean, the offense is fine in my opinion. Nothing really changed
add
there.
A third weapon to that receiving group with Dallas Goedert at tight end. Hell no.
You won't be able to stop anybody over there. You will not be able to stop anybody.
Be crazy if they did that. No way. I don't.
But my thing is, it takes away from one of our traits, our superpowers. You know what I mean? Physicality and running the ball too. We still got to remain true to that identity as well. But yeah, if you add D-Hop to this offense, it's a wrap.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't like to see that happen. He says, I haven't left that train. Incentive-laden contracts are the thing that don't count against the cap. He wants to play with Josh. I hope we can make it happen. The thing that's on your side is that the Cardinals are still paying his salary for this year. So he could, I've heard that he's like, I don't care, they paying me. I still want top dollar. You know what I'm saying? I still want good money. Whereas he could really take a low cap.
He could take the vet minimum
because he's already making good money already.
Exactly. He could take the veteran minimum.
I don't think he's looking to do that though.
Yeah, I think whoever takes D-Hop, I think he's going to want an extension.
It's going to cost like $10 million for a 1-year rental.
Yeah, that's the going rate for a player like himself. 1 year, $10 million. That sounds about right. Sandman fly, Eagles fly. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes Law. Dak threw 3 picks since this video started.
Long here. You got a goofy soundbite now.
Hey, go ahead, man. Drew, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes Louie. Puff pass, please. You know what? I actually took my first edible over the weekend.
Why would you do that,
boy?
Why would you? Don't ever do that again, Lou.
Hey,
trust me.
I did it. It was actually a really nice experience.
No.
I don't know about puff pass, man. I think I'm good over here.
That body high, man, it really had you thinking Sam Howell and Pat Mahomes over there.
Right.
It made me feel like
Sam Howell was going to be a good quarterback.
Sam Howell was going to be good.
Sam Howell.
If I would have taken it while I watched Sam play his college ball in that week 18 game in the preseason, I might have came up here and said he was going to be better than everybody in the division. But
it might be.
I'm not doing that. I'm level-headed enough to know that he'll just pass one quarterback in the division.
How long did it take you to get off of it, though?
He's assuming Sam Howell was going to pass Daniel Jones.
But hey, Louie Tee, man.
That's what he's assuming.
How long did it take you to get off of that, man?
Daniel Jones is about to pass Dak Prescott. Is he
really? Well, that's why I'm leaving it to y'all imagination.
3 years ago when I said this, you can go back and look at the video. I have a video. Daniel Jones is better than Dak Prescott. My face is like this. I'm 435 pounds. You can tell me right now. A heavier version. But I said, Philly 500 makes fun of me for that. But it may come to fruition.
Hey, Louie, I heard Magic Johnson he's part owner, right?
Correct.
He a Cowboy fan. You know that, don't you?
I saw the little video that's circulating right now.
You know
he's
he's
back from like 2000 and whatever when y'all were on Hard Knocks and he gave the little speech or whatever. I don't give a damn about him. He's a Commanders fan now because he owns the team. So
he just cares about the bottom dollar.
Look,
he ain't making no decisions.
No. He's not in that position to be making any real decisions. But you know, he's a face. You know, and as I told y'all,
he the ops man. Come on.
He was the ops. He's no longer the ops.
He gonna be still sending me the information.
He's no different than a dude that grew up a fan of a team, gets drafted by, like, for instance, our 5th round pick, KJ Henry, grew up an Eagles fan, right? He won't even say their name now because, I mean, he's a Washington fan now. He plays for the Commanders. So it's no different than that, you know. Everybody's got rooting interests before they get wherever they're going. So
people say it to me all the time. Oh, what if you were an NFL player and the Eagles drafted you? I was like, I'd be the biggest Eagle fan you ever met. Whoever signed you. They draft you? Hell no. You're in this show. You don't give a damn who. Just because I grew up a Giants fan, I mean, Philadelphia. No, thank you.
There's only one player. That's why I like Eli Manning. He was the only one that said, "I'm not playing for them. I'm a Giants fan." That was hard, bro. At draft, that was hard. That was Al Capone.
He didn't have to play for Philadelphia. You guys said Donovan McNabb. You were in your glory years of going to the NFC Championship game. He knew he wasn't going to have to play for Philadelphia. Yeah, he certainly wasn't going to San Diego.
That's what it was more about than anything else. He
sabotage it, Magic. Yeah, everybody said, he gonna sabotage it. Yeah, that's still good.
Eli's great though, man. He always sings Philadelphia. Eli hates.
We hate Eli. You know, Eli is one of my favorite quarterbacks.
Eli's beautiful. I don't know why I gave you the double bird. That was one of the best things I've ever seen, man.
I think that's what we appreciate with players when they share that same hatred that we have for the teams in the division. Because that's not genuine with players anymore.
Oh, Justin Tuck hated the Cowboys.
I can say
Brandon Jacobs hated the Cowboys. Right. Those guys hated the Cowboys.
But that was a different era, though. Like they won't swapping jerseys after every game. And
this division still operates like that when you think about it. Only this division still has those key players.
Grew up in Philly and was a massive Philly fan. And he was glad to come home. Hassan Reddick was glad to come home. He can't stand none of the teams in the division. He can't stand the Cowboys. Like,
Brandon Graham can't stand Dallas. You know, and we still got those guys that, you know, that's the NFC East for you. We ain't them other guys, man.
Yeah. Michael Parsons grew up in Philly, but he can't stand the Philadelphia Eagles.
He confused, man. This man be all over the damn place getting jerseys and don't know what he want to do. I saw him.
Michael Parsons just want free gear.
He ain't know if he wanted to keep the jersey on. They were killing him because he had on a Philly jersey. He was gonna take it off, and his boy was like, "Bro, just keep the jersey on, man. If you take it off, they're gonna kill you even more for taking it off." Your boy's
young
confused,
kid, man. Young kid.
Look, he don't know no better, man.
Young kid.
Calculated. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes, Howell's sophomore year and Trevor Lawrence final year in college, their statistics were practically the same. Howell stayed another year in college. I mean, if he could have come out,
wasn't one the ACC though?
Both of them playing the ACC. If he would have came out that year after his sophomore year, he would have been a first-round pick.
Okay,
he would have been a first-round pick.
Man, we're talking about
Law. Can you help me out?
Tell the whole story, especially in college football. They don't.
I need Law to kill this.
All you gotta do is look at those two quarterbacks. There is no way anybody with eyes is going to tell you Sam Howell's in the same class as Trevor Lawrence.
I didn't say he would have went before him. I'm not saying he would have been a first-round pick.
I'm saying their stats are the stats don't mean anything.
Yeah.
No, statistics do mean something. That they take that into consideration.
They're half the story. They tell half the story.
It's right, half the story, but that's still a big part, right? Half is still a big part, right? I'm not saying it tells the whole story.
Like, listen, I'm the first guy to wreck Jalen Hurts. I'm the first guy to talk shit about Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts' stats against the Giants are skewed because he didn't have to. Here, hey, Bad Dog. You want to think, hey, no, Bad Dog carries for 6 yards again. I could have ran for 100 behind that line in that game.
Everybody was running against y'all, man.
That's what I'm saying. So Jalen Hurts didn't have to throw for 350 yards. He's like, you know what, here. Like LB, they're running out the clock from the first possession of the third quarter. Here.
I was there, bro. I was
You're handing the ball to people in the stands who are getting 8 yards to carry.
Everybody was high-fiving in the stands. We had a damn beach ball. We thought we was in Europe. Man. Everybody throwing a beach ball around.
It body ran for 27 against us, LB.
It ain't nothing worse than the starting quarterback wearing a ball cap with 9 minutes left in the fourth quarter. That's when you know you got your ass dusted. That was as close as you could get to one of those type of ball games in the playoffs. That is, that wasn't a fun game to watch. And you could see Daniel Jones slowly morphing back into Daniel Jones. I thought we had this awakening. What he did to the Vikings the week before. That was the best game I've ever seen Daniel Jones play in his life.
It was the best game he's ever played.
In his life, right? Going all the way back to Duke. It wasn't even close.
No, he was amazing.
He was in a different headspace. He was in a zone, right? I expected that same Daniel Jones to show up. And
it don't matter who we played in NFC.
We were down 21-0 in that.
Matter, bro. It don't matter who we would have played, bro. Nobody in the playoffs was going to be able to block that front. That pass rush was just putting way too much pressure on Daniel Jones.
When there was no threat of us running because we were so far behind.
I don't agree with that, but to your point, y'all were definitely doing damage. I mean, that's how you hurt the 49ers quarterback, Brock Purdy.
Yeah, that's what you. I mean, listen. Listen. We need to touch on that too.
Well, we talked about it last time. Like,
they created a whole rule for it. They kept the Purdy rule now.
Right? They put quarterbacks out there.
So and that's what if you knew history, it used to be that way. You used to have an emergency quarterback that you could have that didn't count against your 46-man roster for the game day, and they took that away. Because most teams were keeping two quarterbacks, and they just got rid of that.
Well, the Eagles now bring it back. The Eagles brought
the rule they need to the rule they need to change because of the Eagles thinking is that funky ass full quarterback sneak shit. That ain't really no goddamn quarterback.
That's football.
That's rugby.
Nah, that's rugby. Goddamn it, that ain't no damn football.
That's rugby, man. Somebody gonna break their neck, man.
Get some. Listen. And we changing rules. We making people draft Mozzie Smith. That's why Mozzie Smith out here now.
We understand it because that's the reason why the Giants drafted Dexter Lawrence. That's the reason why the Washington team got the Bama boys, because we had Ezekiel Elliott. So I get with what people do with the draft situation. So it's okay.
And before you start tackling the rest of the league, you got to tackle your division first.
Yeah. So you supposed to draft it.
John Perez, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy JP writes, "Sup, fellas? Good to see the Super Friends collab as always. Anxious to get into these schedules tonight too. Like I said, we're not predicting wins and losses, but we are going to talk about the schedule a little bit later on in the show because everybody's had a chance to process their schedule, kind of digest what it looks like. And so we're going to get into a little bit of that tonight. Trevor Patch, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, per the NFC East rulebook, Philly can't win a division. I've stated this already. Me and you are here, right? They can't win a division this year.
The rulebook is that.
The rule book that says no team since 2003, 2004 has won the division 2 years in a row.
But who was the last team that did it? That's why it's so likely for us.
It was y'all.
It was y'all.
Yeah.
Will it be Dallas or New York?
We don't think it's a crazy superstition.
Harris will hashtag fire Ron Rivera day one and put on a fire sale. Who y'all buying? Hashtag rebuild, rebrand, tank for C-Dub. Hashtag. That's not happening. We're not doing a hypothetical fire sale, what players you taking off of the team, because it ain't happening. Ain't none of that shit happening. Reedy Davis, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Reedy writes, Lou, any panel members see them starting 5-0? Probably LB, if I had to guess. And maybe Law. Law be on that.
We are going to start.
We're going to do that show when? First week before preseason? What time you want to do it?
It'll be somewhere once we get into training camp a little while. None of us playing the Hall of Fame game, right? None because y'all played in it last year.
Yeah.
None of these teams playing the Hall of Fame game, right? Correct? We good there?
No.
Yeah.
All right, so it'll be somewhere in that window.
Right around that window.
We'll get back and we'll definitely take a look at the schedule. But I'm a guess. My guess would be LB and Law both got their team starting 5-0. That's my guess. I can't say that with 100% certainty, but I feel confident. Donnell Shipley, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes, y'all have to wait to do y'all record predictions. We could do ours right now. Talk spicy than LB.
That's facts, my guy Donnell.
What up?
I can
week 9. I can tell you got an L in week 9. It just hit me. Week 9, you're gonna have an L.
We got y'all right before the bye. That's
week 9.
We speaking y'all.
I can book it right now. Cowboys putting up 40 points on the Eagles week 9. Yep, it just been confirmed.
I can't deny it.
Who's your starting quarterback going to be in that game?
That's the question.
Put it like this, and this is what I'm hoping.
That gonna get benched.
This is what I'm hoping right now. Jalen Hurts healthy, Prescott healthy. What I wanted, the NFL did the Eagles a real good favor because I don't think that you don't play a team until week 9.
I know that.
Looking at your schedule, you don't play a real team until week 9.
Y'all seem to not know that. I know that. I ain't worried about nobody.
I gotta look at the schedule again because
I ain't worried about nobody.
I know we up there twice, so the disrespect that you just showed right there, Law. I can't even believe you would fix your face to even say that out your mouth. How dare you?
They don't play a real team.
How dare you?
Were you a playoff team last year?
It don't matter.
Let's get this out the way.
You a playoff team last year, so they don't play a team until week 9. Come on, man.
Y'all not good, man.
I can't believe
y'all not
you.
good.
Layup in on the board.
I can't believe you would do that. After 11 or 19 for 161 yards, got you a 27-6 beatdown. A beatdown. I mean, a sound thrashing.
But hold on.
Washington might not win a divisional game this year, bro.
Washington
might not win a divisional game this year, bro.
I welcome all of that.
I'm telling y'all, bro.
I always tell
it's
you,
a dark cloud over y'all.
Hey, Louie Tee, man, I'm rooting for y'all, though. I'm rooting for y'all to do something to the Eagles. This reverse psychology, man. Come on.
3 is y'all. We playing y'all in Philly. I can't say this because I don't know, because after Washington FedEx Field, the most sterile environment in the division is Philly. I have no problems going into Philly and doing those boys.
Okay.
You been there?
Huh?
You been there?
Yeah, I've been there. Most sterile environment is Philadelphia.
When the last Eagles game you been to?
It's been a while, and it can't get any worse than when I was going. I went when it was
probably,
the vet.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay,
that's
so
true.
this shit y'all got now, the link ain't the vet. So
listen. You ain't been to the link.
Ah, shit.
You ain't been to the link.
I'll take my.
Y'all caught us slipping. Y'all caught us slipping Monday Night Football.
Okay.
You ain't been to the link at 1:00, bro. Okay. You ain't been to the link, Lou. Y'all ain't coming out that joint. Listen, a 1:00 game is different. That Monday night stuff, people done ate already. They tired already. No, go out there at 1:00. Tailgates.
You won't say that when y'all did Minnesota in.
What you mean Monday night?
Hey, they said the vet. My guy Alex over here said the vet had prison systems.
They had it at the bottom of the stadium.
The vet had a jail. The link got a jail in it too.
The link got a jail?
Oh wow. Cell, yeah.
Man, y'all rowdy over there.
Yeah, that's crazy. And they wear that shit as a badge.
That's why I don't step foot in Philadelphia.
Hey, look, I had my shit zipped all the way up.
Yeah,
to the tippy top.
Yeah, Arlington is nice over here. You know what I'm saying?
I'm going to
park over here in Arlington. When y'all coming down here, man? Have y'all ever been to a Cowboys game?
I haven't. I haven't. I'm going though. I heard y'all can't even stand up in y'all stadium. Y'all can't cheer too loud.
Man,
it's a lot of rules. That's what I heard, bro. That's what I heard, bro.
Come on, man. It's not a bad seat in the building, man. Yeah.
I'm upset with you right now, Law. I can't even.
Wait a minute, it's reverse psychology, man. Hey, you gonna really like me when I do my season prediction. You really gonna like me. You really gonna like me because I got something special for the Washington team or where they're gonna end up in the division. It's nice. It's nice.
We gonna see about that. We gonna see about that. King G, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate.
I don't trust Law. I don't know what he gonna say.
My grandma better than Sam Howell. DC for. Hey man, can your grandma go out there and bless them and put up 27?
Oh, come on, man.
You doing that? I mean, I don't know. Grams might have an arm.
Dak gave you 7 of them.
He did.
Come on, both of y'all. Come on,
man. What was that? What was that on the speed out? Dak arm weak as hell throwing them speed outs.
Yeah.
Hey man,
that's pick 6 money right there.
Hey, Louie Tee.
That Joe couldn't broke a pane of glass, LB.
Louie Tee and Bad Dog. Right. Can y'all explain me the Hail Mary that Jalen Hurts threw? Can y'all? I don't want to know about it.
That was on somebody's foot.
But can you explain to me the Hail Mary?
The ball either slipped out his hand or he stepped on somebody's foot.
Nah, come on, Louie Tee. Can you break that play down for me, man? I just need to know. I don't want to hear from an Eagles fan. I want to hear from a Washington and a Giants fan.
Let me ask you this.
Can you break it down for me? Can somebody break it down?
Let me ask you this. All during that game, it was dimes falling from the heavens, bruh. That was an anomaly, bro. All throughout that game, it was lasers. It was a bad thought. It was a bad ball.
You know why? Because he was loading up trying to throw that bitch as hard as he could.
I got $20 that grandma could throw a better ball than that.
Oh my God. He was loaded up with all he had.
That failed Hail Mary attempt was better than the last two plays that ended for Dallas offense.
No.
Y'all had a running back at center. Y'all had a running back at center last year. Y'all had Zeke at center last year. And then y'all had my man couldn't even spike a ball. Like, what we talk about?
Hey man, but that Hail Mary.
That was crazy.
Hey, you know y'all only lost by 3 points, man. He could at least got a PI, anything. It wasn't even possible for a PI.
I was looking in the air waiting for the ball to hit the air. And where the ball at?
I think the ball slipped out of his hand. You see the type of balls that dude was stolen all year. The ball slipped out of his hand, man. Stop it.
All right, man.
Stop it.
Well, it is in HD, so I'm gonna need for somebody to zoom in to point that out. You know what I'm saying? The ball slipped out of his head.
He was running them Tom Brady balls. Maybe they deflated that one before they put it in play.
Maybe that's what it was, bad dog. Maybe that's what it was.
Bad
Put a
ball.
little lead in there. Put a little lead. It's like he threw that like it was a shot put.
Yeah.
And my man had a bad shoulder.
So that one.
Now the shoulder. Now he want to bring up the shoulder.
The cortisone shot wore off. Right? The cortisone shot wore off. What we talking about?
Hey, so Jalen Hurts, he had the bad shoulder, and Pat Mahomes had the bad leg. You know, so one of those bad working.
I had enough. I had enough. While you worry about that pass, you need to be dissecting them 15 passes that Dak threw to the other team.
Hey, that's okay. That's okay. Y'all had the best defense in the league, and y'all couldn't even touch a man with one leg. You know, how many sacks did Hassan Reddick had? He had the same amount of sacks.
That's sabotage field.
Oh, come on.
I don't even want to get into it.
But it was bad for y'all. The field was good for them, but it was bad for y'all.
The field was good for all the offenses. I'll tell you that. Both offenses had a good field.
Chewy Eastwood, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Chewy writes, let's get the predictions going. It ain't happening tonight.
Everybody want those predictions.
They scared. They scared to do predictions.
We're going to see before the season starts. Predictions then.
I'm gonna wait.
We got another one coming.
Can we enjoy the summer? I want to enjoy the summer. I'll be honest, man. I love chatting it up with you guys, chopping it up. It's great, man. My mind ain't on football. My mind is on the lake. My mind is on vacation.
Yeah.
My mind is on sun tanning.
Yeah. Look,
my mind is on grilling.
Hey, sun's out, guns out. You know what it is with bad dogs. Sun's out, guns out. So it's on now. He ready to take his shirt off.
Yeah, that boy swole.
Yeah, he ready to take his shirt off.
Hey, can I drop my link? Can you guys, a lot of you on my channel knows this, but a lot of Louie Tee, you know, Lord Brunson, LB, might not notice.
You better give us an old question, Louie. I'm
trying to be featured in Muscle Fitness Magazine, right?
Okay.
So they started with 8 groups of 50. We're now down to 8 groups of the top 10. I'm still in first place because my chat is amazing. Okay. But I have to hold this lead for the next 10 days because in 2 days, we're going to cut it down to the top 5. And then in a week after that, we're going to name a winner of the group. Then I got to go against winners of other group. But if I win this thing, I get a 2-page spread in Muscle and Fitness Magazine. So this is the link. Now I'm going to warn you. You click this link, you're going to see my shirt off. So if you can't stomach it, don't do it. Okay.
I'm about to say,
oh my God, Bad Dog.
Eagles Nation. You click on that. You can vote. You can vote one of 2 ways. There's something called the Warrior Vote. I'm not asking anybody to do that. What that is, if you donate to Wounded Warriors, however much you donate, that's how many votes they get. But
I'm gonna pin it to the top of my YouTube page.
Do that.
Y'all support my guy Bad Dog.
I'm a Wounded Warrior.
I'm telling you.
Vote. Do both. Do the Warrior vote.
I did a 24-hour stream for Wounded Warriors. Right? It was the best charity stream I ever did. It's a great cause, but I'm not telling people, hey, go, you know, you should donate money to my cause. I'm not saying that, but it is a great cause, obviously. I'm just asking for free votes. Every vote counts.
Hey, you guys do me a huge favor.
If you scroll down, there's a little, you get to see Bad Dog cleaned up, which you don't usually see me cleaned up. Nice shirt, nice tie. You know, my wife says to me, she goes, you look a little model-esque there. I'm like, oh, this Bad Dog thinks I look all right. So, but I appreciate it, man. Like I said, my chat's been amazing. And I'll tell you, they do use the Warrior vote. There's a lot of people that have donated more to Warriors. So it's a great
750 people watching from my channel. I need all y'all to go vote for Bad Dog.
There's
no reason why you shouldn't win this. This is a win.
That's a lot of guys in my chat said, Bad Dog, you're winning. We ain't letting you lose.
We ain't about to let Bad Dog lose.
I appreciate it, man.
Same here, man. Y'all know what to do. Show some love.
Appreciate it. Let's go. 47 years young. Eric, my guy, always gives me the little super sticker, and I do one of these, and then we do one of those for Eric. Let's go, baby. Go. Sleeper physique. That's what we call me.
My guy Thumbo with the $5 super chat said, Louie, y'all need Cam Newton because 32 quarterbacks ain't better than him, including Samuel, I guess.
Hey, look.
I thought Cam was a good fit.
Cam is washed.
Yeah.
Cam is washed. And
somebody said I'm sending everybody to my OnlyFans. I should have an OnlyFans. Yeah. I don't, but maybe
I don't.
That's where the money at, man. Go ahead and get to that bag, Bad Dog. Get to that bag.
Man, you ain't lying. Laws only. I got a Laws Only fan page too, man. You know, I'm everywhere.
Hey, I don't even want to know what y'all be doing on that thing, man. Hey, Casting Cowboys 817. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes?
I'll do this one. I'll read this one. Clown Brunson, the only thing that's trash is the Eagles want to do. Hit the goofy thing, Law.
I got you.
Thank you, sir. You bum still ain't caught up. Pipe down with the disrespect. Y'all gotta win for me to respect y'all, man.
Yo, I've never seen somebody go back and forth with another fan base more than LB. It's like LB wake up and say, all right, which Cowboy fan I'm gonna piss off today?
Oh, that was me. That was me a few years ago. It was like I'd wake up and I'd say, which Eagle fan am I gonna piss off today?
Look, man.
And
he
then
went to your manual, found that and studied it.
I'm telling you, 2017 was the most bittersweet thing that ever happened to me. I mean, if you guys watched me before 2017, I don't know how many of you did. I was a major trash talker. Like I brought the heat.
Oh, I did.
I know. I brought trash to everybody. And LB would say, man, Banter used to piss me off. And that was what I wanted to do.
This dude used to get on my nerves.
I love it. That was my job, you know, getting just favorite, I want to strangle this guy.
My favorite comeback was like, Bad Dog will stream anything. Chicken fighting, he'll stream it. Me and Bad Dog used to go out like every week. But the Cowboys fan base, just the thing. Just win. I won't have nothing to say. Being as though I know it ain't gonna happen, I'm gonna always have something to say. All you gotta do is win, bro.
Man, you hoping that we don't win, but boy, the day we win.
My son was born in 2017, so I kind of changed what I did because I was like, I can't really do that anymore. And my son, it's kind of like Rocky, you know, when he has the kid, he's like, I can't do this. Why don't you come back and work for the docs for me? He's like, I can't do that stuff no more. So that's kind of like me. Yeah. Not to mention, you won the Super Bowl in 2017, and I'm like, well, now what do I do? Because I can't be like, you guys ain't never won a Super Bowl. That was my whole thing. And I'm like, son of a bitch, it's gone. So I retooled, and it made my channel what it is today. So in a strange way, God works in mysterious ways. The Philadelphia Eagles winning that Super Bowl is the best thing that ever happened to my channel.
That's what I'm saying. And that's listen, if the Dallas Cowboys win something in this modern era, I'll have something new to talk about. I might start. I like cars. I like rifles, fishing. I might start talking about something else. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Wrong. You should be talking about the Washington every day, then the Giants, then us. We the final boss.
You wanna know why? I'm gonna tell you why.
We bison. We up top.
I'm gonna tell you why. The Commanders know they role. Louis is the only one that don't know his role. He the only Commander fan that don't know his role.
I gotta
He's the only one.
I gotta speak up for the masses because they scared.
They scared.
And so I gotta make sure that our voice doesn't just drown and fall into the background. Because look, this is the thing. This is the thing. No,
if the Giants ain't scared of you, nobody should be scared.
Listen, this is what I always say. As long as we're having a conversation or even an argument or whatever, a disagreement, and we stay on topic, I hold my own with Eagles because what I'm not gonna do is get into a fight that I know I ain't got a shot at winning. If you talking playoffs, I stay the hell out of this shit. I see that shit on my timeline all the time with LB. and I stay out of that shit. It's only when disrespect is lobbed in my direction and I know we have something to say about it, that's when I jump in, and here come all his little goons. And then
he got a lot of them, man.
And it's a lot of them.
And
I serve them one by one.
Follow him everywhere. Instagram, Facebook, they on TikTok, man.
I got a nice cup of goulash for each of them. Bring your ass on here. Take
Get
this
them,
shit
Louie.
going on, right? Then they want to pull the LB card. Y'all ain't make the playoffs, though. Y'all ain't. So it always make its way back to that. And that's why Washington fans just be like, you know what? I ain't
We done used the cards. We used the cards so much. This is what the card done turned into. We've been slamming that y'all ain't make the playoffs card on the table, and y'all's all crinkled up.
See, that's what I had with the Eagles. They'd be like, we beat your ass, man. I don't give a shit. You didn't win no Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Win a damn Super Bowl.
I'm not gonna back down.
I'm
not.
And it's nothing, and it's nothing we can say about that.
I can tell you this. Sam Howell going to get blessed by Kayvon Thibodeau this year. Kayvon going to be doing
what?
No angels.
Kayvon better be lucky. He better understand Sam got wheels. He can use
Dallas.
Dallas. He cut back twice on the Cowboys' whole defense and scored.
Sam Howell ran for 1,100 yards in college in one season.
In his junior year.
That's impressive.
He ran for 900 and some change, but in college they take away rushing yards with sacks. So if you go back and you subtract the sacks, he rushed for over 1,100 yards in his junior year. He's not a statue back there. All right, just so you know, we got a quarterback.
How was he throwing on the run? How's he throwing on the run?
Great. He can do everything.
That's what the hell he gonna be throwing against Philly.
The biggest
that offensive line.
The biggest issue for him with everybody evaluating him is his size. He's not a big dude.
Yeah. Well, real quick, what I need a soundboard. I can't find my stream deck. What kind of soundboard do you use?
We use a Rode over here.
Roadcaster?
Yeah, Rodecaster.
That's okay. I gotta write that down because
right in RODE. I got the first edition though. They got another.
Look at Bad Dog coming up with the sounds he would play in his head. I know so over there just brainstorming.
So I do Yankee games with my guy Pete from NYY News, and he has a soundboard. Mm-hmm. And I asked him what he used, and it was the same thing. I just hope I figure out how the hell to.
Yeah, it's a lot. You just got to program everything.
Yeah, that's what he said. He goes, it was kind of confusing at first. I'm like, oh shit. Well, it is what.
If you're willing to devote the time, you can do it.
Yeah, it's pretty nice too, though. It's very beneficial, man.
Oh, we see.
You're
a master of it now. I was still cracking up when you played the Jerry Jones when Bad Dog said that Tiki Bomber was better than Emmitt Smith.
Damn right. Better than Emmitt Smith.
What was the soundbite? My favorite one is the Boosie one.
Yeah. Get your damn act together.
Get your damn act together.
I actually made that into a short on my page when you muted me. That's a
classic.
I'm going on about it.
So everybody got a hill they would die on. That's your hill you dying on, Bad Dog.
The Tiki Barber is better than Emmitt.
Dying on that hill, LB.
Okay, I ain't mad at you.
I'm dying on that hill. I will go to my grave telling you Tiki Barber was better than Emmitt Smith.
Because this is my thing. I think Hassan, Reddick, and Michael Parsons last year was closer, and I get torn down every time I bring it up.
Last year,
I get torn down.
Like, can we give Michael Parsons a couple? Can we give Michael Parsons a couple more years?
Yeah, nah.
Michael Parsons be invisibility cloak in the playoffs. He got the invisibility cloak out there.
I just got a little frustrated when Cowboy fans telling me in his rookie season that
he was Lawrence Tillman.
He had a phenomenal rookie year, but LT is LT. But when you start talking about total body of work, man, and what LT brings to the table is crazy good.
Yeah, it's not comparable.
Benjamin Wynn, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you.
My God, Ben. Legend didn't win.
Hey, look, I love Ben.
Win.
He says, Louie Tee, you know what we did last year? LB missed the playoffs, laughing my ass off. Last time Cowboys Super Bowl win, my pops was 32 and I wasn't even a molecule. Look, man, this is why I don't engage in those types of debates, because I know I don't have a leg to stand on. But that's where the Eagles fans always take the conversation back to, right?
That's why 17.
That
2017 holds a lot.
I'm not looking for that smoke.
We're not
that smoke.
We ain't talking about 2017 though. We talking about championship games. We talking about playoffs. We talking about.
I'm not looking.
We talking about anything.
None of it.
Take Super Bowls off the table.
Just like when Bad Dog.
So you still know that you still way behind us in that number, right? You know,
I'm just saying,
collectively playoff win, championship.
We talking about 1996.
So you selectively take a piece of
1996.
Law, stop.
What piece of history? The current history. This is a current streak for you.
Cowboys since 1960. Like,
why would I do that? I wasn't born. Neither were you.
Way above y'all.
Why would I talk about? Why would I talk about when the Beatles was on the radio?
I'm talking about. So you only using selective history.
You're not gonna win.
I'm sure. I already
selective
know.
History.
You're not gonna win, man.
Selective history. Not collective.
I understand. How many years was the 60s, Law?
1960 until now, since the Cowboys were birthed in the National Football League, we have 5 Super Bowl rings. We have more. We still have more playoff wins than you all. We still have more conference championships than you all. Collectively,
and
we are a better franchise organization than the Eagles.
And Martin Luther King was alive. DC was a segregated city. You know what I mean? A carton of eggs was 45 cents. Gas was
true, but all of that counts. Wasn't Dr. Martin Luther King great?
We did not have a black president yet. You know what I'm saying?
You can't win. Lord, let it go, bro.
We're in the present time, bro.
You cannot win,
present time.
Man.
It's a female vice president, Law. You need to update what's happening. It's different now.
You're not gonna win. Man.
The Dallas Cowboys all-time record versus the Eagles is 73-55. That's not. We shouldn't even be a rivalry of y'all. You know what I'm saying? We are up here. We chilling, eating noodles. You know what I'm saying? And we are watching y'all throwing rocks at us, and y'all rival with the other teams. Come on,
you are a rival with the other teams who also haven't been to a conference game in 20 years. The Commanders. Who else? Ain't it like the Dolphins? You rival with them bums, them D-level franchises.
But you haven't caught up. So in 30 years, how come you guys haven't caught up with that board?
What if the Dallas Cowboys? What has the Dallas Cowboys given you good to cheer for in the Romo era and Dak Prescott? The last 28 years, what have you had great to cheer for being a Dallas Cowboys fan?
The same thing that you had great to cheer for before 2017. That didn't make you so you became a fan in 17.
No.
Were you still rooting for the team before that time?
Before
you
the Super Bowl
in 99 and 20
before the Super Bowl though, Law, we was in NFC Championship game. The McNabb era wasn't an unsuccessful era.
So you was ultimately happy with McNabb there in Eagles.
I was happy with seeing playoff runs. You ain't seen a playoff run in 28 years. Yes, I was happy seeing playoff runs.
So your happy level
make you happy?
So that made you feel good, right?
Seeing playoff runs, yes, it did. But it made me feel good.
It made you feel good, but it made me feel good too to see y'all get there to fall ultimately for your quarterback to be throwing up inside the Super Bowl. It was throwing up everywhere. The only quarterback that got a statue that won the Super Bowl for y'all got rid of
your last feel good moment is from the Eagles. That's what I'm saying, Law.
Yeah, him throwing up
your last feel good moment is from what we did.
Hurts fumbling the football. That was a real good feel good. Hey, Louie Tee and Bad Dogs, didn't y'all feel good on that Hail Mary? We didn't. Let me know. Did you feel good watching that Hail Mary? Let's be real. Did you feel good watching that?
I felt good when the game was tied at half, whatever that was, 24-14 at halftime, and I had 4-4 on my Super Bowl squares. I was glad because I got that $100. I got that $100 back, and then some. That
dog talking about money.
He cost me because he couldn't throw that Hail Mary.
Money.
It cost you, so you feel bad about that.
I bet $100, and I never ever bet like that. I don't bet that kind of money on anything. I said, if the Eagles are going to win this Super Bowl, I'm damn sure winning $100. And if they lose, it's the best $100 I ever spent. I wasn't losing that Super Bowl. When I hit that Super Bowl score, I said, God is looking out for me today. I said, it's going to be a good day today. And it was.
Yeah.
I like when they lose because we can't do it to them. So I got to root for somebody else.
Yeah. But shout out to y'all for what y'all did in 2017, though, LB. I'm not taking that away from you all.
No, you can't. It's a Super Bowl.
And y'all finally got one, right?
So
when somebody, when they first get their first starter home, we happy. We go over, we bring baskets of food, clothing, and say, hey, you finally got your house. Man, that's very good, man. You know what I'm saying? But we over here, the Washington team, the Giants, we walking around in mansions, man. Y'all got your nice starter home. It's good. It's cool. Shout out to y'all, man. We really appreciate you. Now that house getting 7, that's how old that house is now, about 7 years. You see how hard it is to get back there to win one, huh?
Lord, we've been telling you ain't gonna win this for long.
It's
been too long, Lord.
It's been too long, Lord.
It's been too long.
I would just let him go over and do it.
I want everybody in the chat to understand something. Because Law got some people that's in here right now. Yeah. A playoff run is not getting to the divisional round. That's not a playoff run.
It can be if you have to to get there. Right? You got to win a wild card game. Like winning a playoff game is huge. Like,
we were already in the divisional round.
Exactly. Do that. That's what I'm saying. If you got to win a game to get there,
but you still got, but you got to be the best team in your conference to have that privilege. So it kind of balances out. You know what I'm saying? Getting to the divisional round is not a playoff run, bro. That's not a playoff run. Championship football is what determines the success of a season. You ain't did it in 28 years. Y'all talk like y'all frequent visitors of this game. You're not.
It's hard, man. We saw the LA Rams win the Super Bowl a couple years back. It took them 20 years to get back to that from 99. It's not easy, man, winning that Super Bowl, man. LB, it could be another 20 to 30 years, man.
I'm not but again, I ain't talking about that. Getting to the NFC Championship game, a lot of teams have done that in the last 25 years, except y'all and Washington.
I'm not finna be happy.
I don't need to catch strays over here, man. I don't want the smoke. I already made it abundantly clear.
Dak Prescott, so you don't think it's unacceptable that Dak Prescott has not been an All-Pro going on 8 years, and we talk about him like he top 10. He has not been in the NFC Championship game, and this about to be his 8th year. You don't think that is borderline Kirk Cousins-ish?
Well,
he's had some pretty damn good weapons over there.
Let me contextualize it. I'm quite sure I can get Bad Dog on my side with this. So with all of that being said, when we start talking about the history of the Cowboys, we tried to do all of that with Jason Garrett for the first few years of Dak Prescott's career. We only had Mike McCarthy for 3 years here with Dak Prescott. And since Mike McCarthy and Dak Prescott, when he is finishing a healthy season, they finished 12-5. But previously, we had Jason Garrett. Hey, I don't think that there are people beating down the walls for Jason Garrett to be their head coach. Now,
they're beating down the wall. They want to throw Jason Garrett through the damn wall.
They want to throw him through. So for what you did last year, Bad Dog, do you think that you would have did the same thing if you had Jason Garrett for another year as an offensive coordinator?
No.
So not. What I'm trying to say here, my guy Louie Tee and Lord Brunson, it was hard for all of those years to have the expectations for Jason Garrett to do what your boy just did, Andy Reid, when he was there. So, yes, we're happy. And yes, we're going to be better than what we were last year.
Garrett was with the Giants. Who the hell do we have here?
That's what I'm saying.
Dak Prescott's had Amari Cooper, CeeDee Lamb, Zeke in his prime, great offensive line. Who the hell your damn Jason Witten was there when he started. Who the hell's the other guy? Freaking who the hell's another damn tight end you guys had? Not Dalton Schultz. Did you guys
keep going?
It wasn't Gavin Escobar. He used to kill us. I know that. He tore Landon Collins a new one. But you guys have all the talent in the world. Tony Pollard, he's good too.
Yeah.
And
I got a car in my garage that got an auto store with the seat warmers that I can press a button and it will control the temperature of the seat. Just because it got all of those bells and whistles doesn't mean that my 7-year-old daughter can drive it. So that's what happened with Jason
can't drive the offense is what you're saying. Bang.
That's basically.
That's what he said, right? That's what he said.
Is everybody fault?
You just said it.
Y'all acting like Jason Garrett was world class and people
we're not
for him to be the coach. Where is he at?
No, we're not.
If he's so great, where is he at?
We're not. Why we talking? Okay, we're not acting like that. Jason Garrett got a #1 seed for you guys. Jason Garrett had multiple playoff.
I'm right there with you, LB. That's my problem. Is you can't use that excuse. You can't go 12-4 and then rest in the playoffs and then try to use Jerry.
Wait a minute. But what I'm saying is there was levels of improvement since we had Mike McCarthy. Right or wrong, there was levels of improvement since we had Mike McCarthy. Yes or no?
Dak went backwards last year.
Well, yeah, Dak
dude broke his thumb. Name me the quarterback that broke his thumb and made it to the playoffs last year. Name me the quarterback in the NFL history that broke their thumb and made it to the playoffs.
How many games Cooper Rush? If it wasn't for Cooper Rush, you wouldn't have made the playoffs.
Right. Cooper Rush held his weight.
He did.
Cooper Rush held his weight and helped you guys.
And when Dak Prescott made it back collectively, who was the #1 offense when he made it back to the team?
It was you guys that was Cowboys. It was you guys.
So I rest my case.
The case is still wide open because where was his
12-5. That means that Mike McCarthy is a damn good coach. He's a better coach than what we previously had. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, so how come the offensive coordinator got fired then? If everything's all good, if everything's all good, why the offensive coordinator? Why is he the scapegoat for a team that won back-to-back 12 seasons?
The offensive coordinator got fired or let go because it was two different principles. It was West Coast versus Digit System. We all know that Mike McCarthy really pretty much had his back against the wall to pretty much get this dude who was with the previous regime, Kellen Moore, who was learning on the fly to get that particular spot. He had to make some type of concessions for that. So we all knew that Kellen Moore, you can't find in NFL history a guy that was the quarterback coach who got elevated to be the offensive coordinator, and before those two time frames was on this team. It's equivalent of you guys taking your backup coach, backup quarterback, and letting him be your play caller. That don't happen in NFL history, but the Cowboys do it, and that is us working against the grain because that's good old Jerry Jones thinking. I'm not saying that Kellen Moore. Hold on. I'm not saying that Kellen Moore was horrid, but I'm saying that Kellen Moore still had growing pains, equivalent to Sean McVay being over there in Washington. Oh, excuse me, Kyle Shanahan being in Washington too. Those guys had to go through growing pains before they became good coaches.
But this is the thing.
So what was
okay? I understand that. But this is the thing, though. As great as we talk about, as great as Dallas Cowboys fans feel is Dak Prescott is, they talk about the 4,900 passing yard season, 37 touchdowns. His offensive coordinator was Kellen Moore. Dak's best years, his offensive coordinator was Kellen Moore. Now, all of a sudden, when he regressed, it's Kellen Moore's fault.
According to who he regressed, he put 40 points on y'all. According to who
he led the league in picks.
He led the league in picks and missed 5 games.
He led the league in picks, but everybody claiming that Josh Allen is such a great guy. Why did he lead the league in picks too?
Josh Allen had 3 straight years of 35 touchdown passes in 3 straight years. These are two different type of quarterbacks.
He didn't have a broken thumb, and he didn't have a guy by the name of Kellen Moore calling him the plays as well. And he also went from this level to this level since Brian DeBall left, didn't he?
But Josh Allen is a gunslinger though.
Oh yeah. See what people say.
That Prescott ain't that though.
So the Cowboys can beat the Minnesota Vikings. Josh Allen can lose to the Minnesota Vikings, and we'll have this type of discourse, right? So which one is it?
Is Josh Allen on the same level
with
Dak Prescott or not?
Josh Allen finished 3rd in the MVP voting this year without.
Yeah, but he did throw a costly interception against the Vikings. He was bad in the
red zone this year. That's something he was not.
That was a costly interception, was it? Yep.
Josh Allen is not. Dak Prescott is not on the same level as
Josh Allen. Come on, man. You can't compare those guys. Come on, Law. You ain't walking out. Does that sound like you?
Hey, listen. He's starting to sound like LB over there now.
I'm just saying.
You know what, Louie? You're right. Sam Howell may not be 4th in the division. It may just be Dak, the regress guy.
Oh, okay.
I left it to chance. Y'all can tell me who it's going to be. I ain't picking.
This is what I'm saying, though. Law, he got to earn his respect. But I don't think like that.
According to who though? According to you three, right?
No, that's everybody saying that.
Cowboy fans don't like him.
27-7 versus NFC East. What else do he have to prove against you all?
But
Bro,
again,
he
is that
got
all him or is that your team?
27-7. He
But is
pretty
that
much
him?
owned the NFC East.
Is that him or is that his team?
Okay. Now do a consensus of how many quarterbacks every other team had in that time span.
It doesn't matter. 27-7.
Now do his playoff. Now do playoff.
Last year he was 2-1 against the NFC East.
That's fine.
And that's in the playoffs.
He's 2-1. Hey, the team that beat him was the 49ers.
if you okay, all right, Law. If you think the regular season numbers are justifiable for Dak Prescott to get another extension and still be here, I'm all for it. Pay Dak Prescott.
Yeah, I agree.
Pay him. Because from where I'm looking, and this is not because it's the Cowboys. From what, listen, y'all know I have no problem. If the Eagles trash, I gotta say it. From where I'm looking at a quarterback who ain't earned no extension, who ain't earned no respect. He's the longest tenured quarterback in the conference and ain't never been to an NFC championship game. Keep him. Shit, I might buy his jersey.
Go ahead.
I love him.
You might want to have to go buy it, especially at the end of this year.
I love him.
Keep in mind. Hey,
I love him.
What was your quarterback numbers last year?
When them jerseys,
hold on. How many touchdown passes your quarterback threw last year?
Your quarterback ain't never have a season.
No. Hold on.
Year.
How many touchdowns your quarterback threw last year?
I can tell you how many he had.
No. How many touchdowns did he throw last year?
22. Ran for 13 too.
I ain't talking about for running. How many yards that was?
Up, please.
How many yards he threw for?
Top 10. 3,700. That puts him at 10th.
3,000 what?
700. That puts him at 10th.
Okay. Rex Grossman threw for 22 touchdowns and 3,000 yards too, and they were 13-3.
Was Rex Grossman ever all pro?
No. They were 13-3.
Was Rex Grossman ever all pro?
They made it to the Super Bowl and lost. Same thing. Rex Grossman had the same stats. Right or wrong?
Oh my God. Hey, you're wrong. I'm gonna tell you why you're wrong.
Didn't Rex Grossman make it to the Super Bowl with 30?
I'm gonna tell you why you're wrong and why the whole argument is flawed. Because you want to leave out a big part of his game, which is 700 rushing yards and 13 rushing touchdowns. Like it don't count. It count too.
Oh, y'all wouldn't count rushing touchdowns at 16 and 17 and 18 for Dak Prescott, but that's okay.
When? What rushing touchdowns? 2, 3 a season? It's different when your quarterback can rush for over 10 rushing touchdowns.
Man, you talking about the ball at the one.
What?
How many all of those rushing touchdowns? How many was those rushing touchdowns from the inside to 15?
For Jalen Hurts?
For Jalen Hurts last season. I'm waiting.
Who cares? He had 700 rushing yards.
He was at the one.
We acting like he like Tom Brady. I just QB sneak because he's 6'5". No, Jalen Hurts had 700 rushing yards. Jalen Hurts was a threat to run the ball and move the chains.
How many rushing touchdowns did he have for 20 yards or more? Or were those rushing touchdowns?
I don't know. All I can tell you is that back-to-back years, he got 23 rushing touchdowns.
So what you want to cookie?
He was doing in Alabama. I don't want a cookie. I'm telling you that what we do work for us.
It worked for y'all, but let's see what it do for the 2023 season. Now that everybody got good old tape on good old Jalen Hurts, man. You know what I'm saying? I can't wait.
The year before.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nah, y'all snuck up on some people last year. It ain't
y'all snuck up on
them.
I agree. I agree with that. You want to know why? Because a lot of people wanted to play man. They wanted to play press because they think he can't throw. Now you can't do that. Play press, you're gonna get cooked.
I don't think that's the case, but we gonna see. I gotta see it. All right, we're gonna take a quick break. On the other side of this break, we're gonna come back and we're gonna talk about the schedule. We're not making predictions. We'll talk about the schedule and then we'll get to a few more of your super chats as well. See y'all on the other side of this break. What's going on? It's your man Louie Tee here to let you know that this video is brought to you by one of my favorite companies, the Print Champs, a print-on-demand marketplace for influencers and creators. The Print Champs are the leader in print-on-demand merchandise for content creators and influencers serious about making merch. One of the reasons they're the best is because they're more than just a print company. The Print Champs connect their creators with experienced graphic designers and retail strategists to bring your vision to life. It's free to join. Simply apply with the link in the description to get started with your own storefront. As the sponsor of this video, the Print Champs are offering all viewers of this live stream free shipping on all orders site-wide. Simply use the promo code SUPERFRIENDS to get free shipping site-wide. wide. That means if you were looking to purchase an NHO hat or looking to purchase some LTN merch, this is the perfect opportunity to take full advantage of this. Or if you're looking to create your own custom order online in their design studio, this is the opportunity you've been waiting on. Use the promo code SUPERFRIENDS and get free shipping while this deal lasts. Links to both are in the description down below. So take it from me, your man Louie Tee, that the print champs are the only name that you need to know. A print-on-demand marketplace for influencers and creators. So we're going to take a look at the schedule now for all 4 teams and just kind of get the feeling from everyone about what their schedule looks like. Again, we're not looking for wins and losses right now. We will definitely dive into that as we get closer to the start of the regular season. But tonight, I just want to get everybody's kind of initial reaction to the schedule. I remember last year when I first saw the schedules come out, and I always do this for Washington, but everybody in the division. You keep your friends close and your enemies even closer. So I always like to see what everybody's working with schedule-wise. And I remember last year saying, man, if 3 out of the 4 teams in this division, and I was counting us as one of them, and I thought the Giants were going to stink, and it ended up being nobody in the division stunk, but we missed the playoffs. But 3 out of the 4 teams in the division made the playoffs. I thought that was possible last year. I'm not sure that that's the case this year. The AFC East is much better than the AFC South. We play the NFC West this year. I don't really know what the Rams are going to be. Cardinals stink, but the Seahawks aren't going to be a pushover, and we know the 49ers are tough. So I just think off the strength of that alone, it's going to be a lot tougher for this division as a whole to play the kind of football they played last year. So I'm anxious to see how you guys feel about your schedules. I want to start with LB again. To the victors, go to spoils. What's your initial thoughts about your schedule? So you've already made it abundantly clear that you don't play anybody until week 10, as you put it.
Well, come on.
Wow.
It's
That's what he said. He said it earlier.
It's every given Sunday. I don't have the schedule in front of me.
Right.
I'm gonna throw it up there. It's every given Sunday, but you know what I mean? The schedule doesn't get difficult for the Philadelphia Eagles until after the bye. You know what I mean? Let me pull it up real quick on my phone so I can see exactly who we have. I'm not going to give any predictions.
Yeah. I'll have the schedule for everybody to see when we do our predictions. Let me see if I can pull mine up because I got a little spreadsheet. So we got all the games and all the prime timers and all of that stuff on one little.
Right. So we open against the Patriots. Mm-hmm. Then we have New England. Then we have the Vikings. Then we have Tampa. Well, they got Baker Mayfield. That's like a smooth 3-0. That's look. I ain't gonna say nothing. Then you got the Commanders. Then you got the Rams. That's 5 right there. So if your first 5 New England, come on. Then the Jets. Aaron Rodgers, week 6. They should know who they are by then. Week 7, you got Miami. Then the Commanders again. Dallas. You know what I mean? Week 9, then you go into your bye. After your bye, it starts to get spicy right here. Because then you got Kansas City, the Bills, and San Fran. And we know San Fran, though nobody want to get their hands on us more than San Fran. You know what I mean? Then you got Dallas again. Then you got the Seahawks.
Hold on, time out. Let me get 30 seconds. Let me stop you because now I'm looking at the schedule. So I'm gonna pump your brakes real quick. You know, week 1 is Tom Brady retirement day, right?
Yeah.
In New England, you do know that. Right?
I also know he ain't taking the field.
I'm just letting you know what the situation is.
Okay.
I don't care.
It's the hardest.
I don't care.
It's the hardest ticket in the league right now to get.
It is.
They come in with an agenda that day. Don't think you just gonna waltz in there and bust their ass. Now you might win that game. I'm not saying you're not.
The Eagles gonna win that game plus 10.
10 points.
Win that game by 10 points or more.
Okay.
Who's the quarterback?
Mac Jones. Like Mac Jones is not.
That's
trash.
what I'm saying.
That's
what I'm saying, though.
He's not trash.
But I like my defense more than I like Mac Jones.
Okay, that's fine.
That's what it boils down to.
I'm just telling you just glossed over it like it won't Tom Brady Day. I just need.
I did. That's exactly what I did because it ain't Tom Brady there. It's Mac Jones.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Before I was rudely interrupted by somebody who ain't gonna make the playoffs.
Okay.
The Vikings.
you see how
rudely interrupted by somebody who ain't gonna make the playoffs.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Nah, we gonna talk about this.
But then, okay. So let's just let me name the quarterbacks. Mac Jones, Kirk Cousins, Baker Mayfield, Sam Howell.
Bust their ass.
That's 4 right there. I'm just not scared when you go by a quarterback. You know what I mean? Stafford, that's a quarterback. I got it. Aaron Rodgers is Aaron Rodgers. Tua, come on.
I mean,
how again?
Wait, time.
How again?
I need a full timeout this time.
How again? I'm not scared of nobody.
Because
I'm not scared of nobody except Aaron Rodgers.
And I can't believe you co-signed this law. You in timeout right now, man.
Wait, I didn't even say anything, man.
Because you already co-signing LB foolishness, talking about the schedule like it was a cupcake first, 8-9 games.
It is,
bro. This stretch right here.
You have to. See,
hold on. Time out. Washington, Rams at the Rams, at the Jets, home for Miami. That's a Sunday night game.
Why'd you name Washington? Why you keep naming Washington?
Because it's a division game and we bust your ass in your building last year. That's why.
I'm not worried about Washington. I'm not worried about the Rams. I'm personally not worried about Sam Howell and the Rams.
Anybody else beat Jalen Hurts last year?
No Jalen Ramsey.
Anybody else beat Jalen Hurts but the Chiefs last year? Anybody?
I mean,
I'm not worried about
it. Could be possibly that you guys can split that one, right?
No, that's a sweep, bro. That's a sweep.
I'm gonna let him be delusional, but like I said,
we sweeping them, man. We sweeping Washington.
We don't know what the Rams are. We don't know what the Rams are. At the Jets, we don't know what the Jets are gonna be, but they're talented enough, right? Miami. I don't care if it's in Miami, if it's in Philadelphia, if it's on the moon. The Dolphins are talented. So you're not, and then Washington again at Washington, and then Dallas after that. You're not gonna tell me that that's not a tough stretch of football.
Listen,
you can sit here and tell me that it's not.
It's not. It's not a tough stretch for us.
Okay.
Playing Sam Howell twice, that's not scary business.
I'm going to tell you right now. I'm going to tell you right now. You're going to lose games this year that you didn't think you were going to lose because I think you're overrating how good y'all are.
It would have to be that way. It would have to be that way. It would have to be that way. Yeah, I'm not scared of no Sam Howell twice.
I'm not telling you to be. Look, I tell people this all the time. Being scared is not a prerequisite for getting your ass whooped. You ain't got to be scared to get your ass kicked. You go up there, buck, huffing and puffing, and get your ass whooped. You ain't got to be scared.
I like the Jets to be a fun matchup. Miami, it should be interesting. But you know what I mean? That's at the link, 8 o'clock. We should beat Miami too. Let me get to the Chiefs, the Bills, San Fran, and Dallas. That's a tough month of football right there. That's a tough month of football right there. And you could throw Seattle in there too. That's a tough 5 weeks of football right there. That's what you call a stretch.
You see how he disrespect you, bad dog? You the next game. He ain't want to add you in there.
Listen, I'm on my phone. I ain't scrolled down yet. I ain't scrolled down yet. But that's a tough 5 weeks.
Because you won't go add him in there either. After that, the last 3 games, you should win those games.
They can't stop us. Yeah, I mean, if you want me to be honest, am I worried about Daniel Jones and the Giants? No. So that we just embarrassed them.
Hey, add that to the screen right there, Louie. They should be able to see it. They should be able to see it. If you add that to the screen.
You got Kyler Murray.
Can y'all see that?
I can add. So what I'll do is, let me see. I'm gonna try to.
Yeah, they should be able to see that.
I got a what's it called?
My final synopsis of the schedule in one sentence. They think it's not as hard as they think it is. I'll tell you that. It's not as hard as they advertising.
So you saying W right here.
No.
I thought we weren't doing that.
We're not doing that. We're not doing that.
I thought we weren't doing that. But that would be correct. But that would be correct information. We ain't doing that though. But that looks something similar to what mine would look like.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me get that back up there right quick. Hold on.
Talk about some goddamn Mac Jones and Sam Howell.
Hey, look, I'm not talking about.
They're about to be fooled against this front. Against this front.
I think you overrating your front too. I really do.
You said that
you gave
all the praise.
I very vividly remember not having a problem with that front the second time we saw y'all. I don't remember any problems that night. I really don't.
Hey, Louie Tee, for visual evidence, man, can you just put this back up there just for right quick? This is what he got. WWW.
Pretty much. That's not pretty much. That is exactly what he had.
Is that not? Is that
W over all the first 8 days?
Is that not likely?
And then you said W gets done.
Is that not likely?
Not doing that again. It's what I'm trying to tell you. You're not gonna be what you were last year.
I understand your feelings.
No.
I understand your feelings because you've never done that. You don't know what it feels.
We've done that before.
You know what it feels to have that kind of hope.
It's been a long time. But what I'm telling you is,
you don't think
y'all look real Panthers 2015-ish to me.
No football has been played. You just hope that's the case.
No.
So do you think we're gonna sweep y'all or not? You don't think we're gonna sweep y'all?
No, I told you that you weren't gonna sleep us.
Y'all are trash. That's all I gotta say.
Last year,
nothing else more to be said.
What we'll see.
Nothing else more to be said.
Yeah. So let's go to Dallas.
You think y'all competition for us? So this is a losing argument.
You've already validated what I feel. Okay, you don't have the same smoke for Bad Dog. You already told me why. Because you don't respect Bad Dog. The reason you come at me,
I don't respect Bad Dog's team.
No. Don't try to clean it up. Okay, you don't respect Bad Dog's team.
Okay,
you respect Bad Dog. You don't respect his team. You don't respect my team because you don't think I have a quarterback. If I have a quarterback, it's already been. Hold
on. I think it's some confusion. The Giants are better than y'all.
Are they?
Yes.
We prove it year in and year out.
Hey, I think it's some confusion, huh?
On paper, they're better than us.
On the field, we're better than you.
On the field,
we're better than you.
We already had this discussion. Your coaching staff was better than us.
On paper,
playoff team.
We upgraded our.
You know what I'm saying? On paper. On paper, don't match the product you put out on the field.
Our problems with Daniel Jones, they end now that we have Sam Howell. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. He beats us because we putting out Colt McCoy and Dwayne Haskett. These are the quarterbacks that he's routinely beating up on, right? So this shit ends this year with Sam Howell, is what I'm trying to tell you. Because our roster is ready to win some games. I'm not telling you we win in a Super Bowl, none of that shit. We're ready to win games now. Don't sit here and act like my defense is a bitch because they not. And don't act like my offense ain't got some weapons because they got some dogs. But
they got Sam Howell.
And you about to find out what that means.
Right. He right now is the unknown.
What it means to be in the
Sam Howell, man.
Find out what it means.
He's the unknown right now. We don't know what he is or who he is. But I'm leaning on 46 QBR versus the Cowboys.
This is the thing that I am banking on, right? Daniel Jones has a ceiling. You ain't winning shit with Daniel Jones.
Well, he ain't hit the ceiling yet.
Daniel Jones, we know who he is. We know who Daniel Jones is. I don't think
we do. You tell me.
I've seen enough of Daniel Jones.
You tell me one good receiver that guy's had.
You gotta give him some weapons. This
year he needs to step up. He can't be where he was last year. He needs to go up. He's got weapons now. Second year under this system.
We're gonna see.
They went out there, they did a lot for Daniel Jones. And they paid him. So he needs to improve. There's no question about that.
Confident he's like a Ryan Tannehill type quarterback. You can win some football games with him.
Rich man's Alex Smith is his ceiling.
And you can get to the postseason with him, but you ain't beating no good quarterbacks with him.
Why? He doesn't need to beat the damn quarterback. He needs to beat the defense. Or defense
in the playoffs.
He don't play
your quarterback. This is the Dak Prescott discussion all over again. When you get to the playoffs, everybody's good, and your quarterback is going to have to outdo somebody's ass.
Well, he did. He outdueled Kirk Cousins in Minnesota. Lord knows Minnesota's offense is way better than ours.
And what happened the next week? He fell the hell apart.
Well, guess what?
And don't tell me, and Bad Dog, don't tell me you were down 21-0. He was a part of you being down 21-0, doing dumb shit.
Bad interception.
Yeah,
that's a fact.
Shit. Yeah, absolutely.
He threw a bad interception. We weren't matching up with Philadelphia interception or interception. They beat the hell out of us the first game. They beat the hell out of us in the playoffs. They're better than we are. We are not at that talent level. What Daniel Jones did with that squad is unbelievable.
I am not denying any of that.
Wait till this front get a hold of Sam Howell. Wait till we get a hold of Sam Howell.
Let Sam Howell put Richie James and whoever the hell are back.
I can't wait to see Sam Howell, man. I can't wait to see Sam Howell next year, man.
I can't wait neither.
Sam Howell's not going to win. Sam Howell's not going to win the divisional game.
Having the best game of his career, torn ACL.
Sam Howell's not going to win a divisional game next year.
I'm gonna tell you, I got an NHL hat for all of y'all. All right.
Yeah.
I got an NHL hat in the mail for every last one of y'all. So after he bless y'all, I need y'all to wear the hat.
Man.
So Sam Howell going to at least split with everybody up here.
I always go into every season thinking we can split until I look at
they play the Giants and
this is the thing. I always try.
At least you tied us last year. That's a start.
I always try to go into the season splitting with Dallas and Philly, and I want to sweep the Giants. That's always my.
You better worry about beating us one game.
No, I'm not worried about y'all no more. I'm not worried about y'all no more. You see that? You see that level of disrespect right there?
I hate to see you down so bad like this. Y'all should have got a quarterback this offseason.
Hey, you gonna find out, man. You know what a wise woman once told me? Those who don't hear, feel.
Yeah, he's gonna feel Kayvon Thibodeau. Okay. Tell you that right now.
Who the hell told you that? Who the hell told you that? Helen Keller?
What was that lady name?
Right, who the hell told you that? Helen Keller?
I'm gonna just tell you right now.
What was that wild lady name? You know,
watch your mouth. Don't be disrespecting my grandma, man. Watch your mouth now. All right, don't step out of line. All right. That's Graham.
You gotta say when you say my grandma.
Nah, that's a wise woman. Normally I don't have to get into specifics, but you gonna feel. Don't worry. You don't want to listen.
We're gonna see.
You gonna feel. See. A hard head make for a soft ass. It's the same thing.
Like I said,
Sam Howell's gonna
feel it. Going against that Wink Martindale defense where he's sending all kinds of guys all over the place.
Hey, don't make a mistake thinking because you got a corner in the first round, you can't get cooked. Send 7 dudes if you want to catch this slant and go on to the crib.
Put somebody else's schedule up there.
I'm already looking at Dallas' schedule.
You want me to put it up there, man? I'll just put it up there, man.
I'm looking at Dallas' schedule.
Oh my God!
I didn't want to put them on the screen.
How y'all both got edit access? How y'all both could push it up?
He gonna have to prove it. You're gonna have to prove it
to the screen. You can share down at the bottom.
Yeah, you can share.
All right.
So
that's my schedule right there, man.
So we're looking at Dallas' schedule now. And starts with a game at the Giants. I don't know why they do this shit to us. Like Dallas and the Giants are some kind of. This ain't Eli Manning Giants no more. This is not a marquee matchup. Why do we keep getting this shit week 1 on Sunday Night Football?
Because those are 2 playoff teams, and both them quarterbacks each won 1 playoff game last year.
Facts. I still don't need to see this shit because the 2 times they played y'all last year, they cooked y'all ass. I don't need to see this shit on primetime TV.
That was then, and this is now.
We'll see. I hope y'all beat them, but I don't have any confidence in y'all doing that.
They're at our stadium now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they were on Monday night last year with Cooper Rush.
Bro, that's a trap game for Dallas. That's a week
one. When you're rolling out pretty much new territory with offense, it could be a slow start, but I just look at it like this. I'm not finna give out win-losses, but I do respect New York Giants defense, the New York Jets defense. The Arizona defense could be sneaky.
Nah, y'all gonna smoke them.
Yeah, we gonna smoke them. But I ain't finna give out my predictions. But New England, I got San Fran circle big on the calendar right there, week 5. And then, of course, that should be a good game versus the Los Angeles Chargers.
Y'all the only team in the division with a early bye. I think everybody else's bye is week 10 or later, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
It actually helped us out a little bit because of the November stretch. We got not those games back to back now. They gave us 3 home games in a row. Also, when I look at the schedule, we do have 6 primetime games because the Cowboys pretty much carry the league or what have you. And then you can actually add in another primetime game if you add in the Thanksgiving Day game. So that will actually give you 7.
That's bullshit. But that's
y'all gonna need that bye week 7. After y'all lose to Kellen Moore, y'all gonna need that bye week 7.
We'll find out, man. You know, Herb is 0-2 versus the Cowboys, although they like to give Herbert praises or what have you. But we'll find out, man, what Kellen Moore and Justin Herbert gonna do. Elite Justin Herbert, since he's so elite, you know, he just can't find ways to beat the Cowboys. And he loved throwing to Trayvon Diggs, but that's a whole nother story, right? So I look at Philly week 9. That should be a real good matchup right there. I do look down the line with Washington. I can't wait to get revenge back on y'all, right? I'm not passing you up, Bad Dog, but that would still be a good game against the Giants. November the 12th.
You pass you up because they don't have giant problems. Neither one of them do. That's why they just conveniently gloss over you.
Dallas is gonna have giant problems this year.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good.
Okay,
enough.
I feel you.
We're gonna get them this year.
I feel you. You know, I can't wait to see that. But I do see a stretch: Washington, Seattle, Philly,
at Buffalo,
Bills,
at
Miami,
yep.
Dolphins. That's a stretch right there. That's a good little. Stretch.
Really, the rest of your schedule, it starts at Washington, ends at Washington, ends with Washington. But
that's tough. After Carolina,
it gets tough, bro.
It's a stretch. It's a stretch.
Yeah,
that's gonna be if you make the playoffs or not. Right
no, that's playoff ready, man. That's playoff ready, baby.
I'm with
Come
you,
on.
I co-sign that. I put my.
That's gonna be if you make the playoffs because you're not beating Aaron Rodgers. You're not beating the Chargers. You're not beating San Fran.
Keep going.
Not beating Buffalo.
Keep going.
Duh, you ain't beating Buffalo. You ain't beating Miami.
Okay, keep going.
I think you'll get Seattle.
Okay.
You ain't beating Detroit. Detroit gonna catch y'all sleeping right there. December 30th. That's when it's too close to playoffs. Yeah.
So what you got? What you got? The Cowboys. I know we ain't saying. We'll hold.
I'm just looking at the. I'm just looking at the placement. I'm just looking at the placement of some of these games.
I already told you. Everybody
W's, man, everywhere, man. W's, man. I'm looking at W's, man. You know what I'm saying? You know.
All right, so you can pull that one off and pull up the Giants. Schedule. I'm already looking at
the beginning of our schedule is brutal. It's 3 primetime games, the first 4 games.
Damn.
It is brutal. The beginning of our schedule is brutal.
It's 2. You got 2 in the first 2.
No, it's 3.
You got Dallas and you got Seattle.
Well, let me pull it up right quick.
I don't see any more in the I was pissed off about the
San Fran. We got San Fran on Thursday.
Is that
15, September 21st.
My sunglasses took the yellow off of the San Fran. My fault. So yeah, Dallas, San Fran, and Seattle.
Why y'all list so long over here? Hold on. Let me see if I get the Giant list together. Okay, here it
is. It's a brutal beginning of the year.
Yeah, it is. And
we're gonna find out how good we really are early this year.
You know what? It was the same thing last year though. Remember, your schedule was kind of tough.
There it is. It's up.
And if you could get past the first, like 5 or 6 weeks, I was like, man, the Giants got a shot. I remember saying that. I just didn't think you were going to navigate. Yeah, like nobody thought you were going to beat the Ravens before the season started. Nobody thought you were going to
Arizona just a free dub.
They are.
You know what? I was so glad. Seattle Seahawks may be a sneaky team.
Look at that. Like
for the Giants, yes.
Dallas is always tough. We haven't beat Dallas in years. Primetime game. We should beat Arizona.
Yeah.
San Francisco at San Fran, primetime tough. Versus Seattle, primetime tough. At Miami, at Buffalo, tough. Washington,
and Buffalo is prime time. That's a prime timer on the road.
This spooky.
But then it gets a little easier after that, though. We match up well with Washington. The Jets, that'll be interesting. I think we can beat Vegas. Again, I'm not doing predictions, but Dallas, that's always tough. At Washington's going to be tough. New England, I think we can beat them. I don't think Green Bay. New Orleans, what?
They got y'all on the road, 3 games in a row?
Who?
Giants.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. They got a nasty.
That's a skid mark right there.
That's what I'm telling you, man.
It's uneven because their first after their week 1 game, their next 4 out of 5 are on the road. So you would think they was gonna catch a break. Then they come with another 3 pieces.
It's rough.
Why did they do that to y'all, man?
Yeah,
I don't know, but they give us a tough. I think after a bye, I think there's some winnable games. And now we do play Philadelphia at the end of the year twice, but again, we don't know where these teams are going to be. Philadelphia may have everything wrapped up.
It ain't no way the Eagles going to be like they were last year. Ain't shit going to be wrapped up.
You just hoping.
I'm not hoping.
Bro,
you didn't even. You played your ass off last year and you ain't had shit wrapped up.
I'm just saying. They got to go. The last week of the season, you never know what that
is.
Bro,
they got to go to. They got to go to San Fran. They got to go to Miami. They got to go to Buffalo. They got to go to the Raiders. That ain't going to be an easy game.
I think we beat the Raiders. Jimmy Garoppolo, the Raiders. I think we can beat the Raiders.
Yeah, I'm not.
I don't know, Bad Dog. Y'all might.
No Judge coming back with New England.
The Giants winning 6 games. The Giants winning 6 games. The Commanders winning 5.
No, I think we're winning more than 6. But we got the beginning of that schedule.
I welcome the disrespect, man. Because I don't know what he's looking at or what he think this is, but he gonna find out. So
if the Giants can get out of those first 6 games 3-3, they got a good chance
about you last year.
Those first 6 games are rough.
Because I remember last year you had Tennessee week 1.
There's another primetime game in there. Buffalo. 4 of our first 6 are primetime games.
Yeah,
Four of the first 6 games
I
on prime
don't
time.
understand how the hell y'all got so many. I was jealous. I ain't gonna lie to you. That was all
Because,
envy.
like Law Nation says, we carry the league.
Y'all don't
Now that we're good again, now that we got some respect. New York's a big market. That's why. How many primetime games do you think the Jets have this year?
No, but that's the Aaron Rodgers effect.
I know, but I'm just saying, because the Giants, we only had 3 last year because we were terrible. But
but in a year where you're supposed to be garbage, you got 3 prime. Let that shit sink in.
That's what I'm saying. And now we're not supposed to be garbage. Now it's like, oh shit, look at what they did.
Yeah,
things are back. They were in the playoffs. Let's get New York back in prime time.
I was hot because they shitted on us because I thought we were gonna get 3. I won't ask it for much. I just wanted 3. Now, if you count,
I hate those primetime games.
They gave y'all 1.
They gave us 2, but I wanted 3. So I felt disrespected. But
we need to trade y'all ass out this division.
And again, man, depending on what that last week looks like, that could be a primetime game.
Keep that energy for Bad Dog. Don't bring that shit over here because you ain't sweep us. Keep that shit over there. All right.
We need to get them out of this division. We need to trade them for the Cardinals.
All right. So the Cardinals gonna stink this year. Why you bullshitting? Anyway,
you pull up in Washington. You want to pull up Washington?
Yeah, you can. Our schedule is same as it was last year for the most part. It's pretty balanced. There are different pockets of the schedule this year that are a little bit tougher than it was last year, but for the most part, they blessed us again. It's not a crazy schedule, and they cut us a break with some of the trips because all of us have to travel out west, so they didn't give us these crazy games where it's out west back home type shit. You don't want that. You rather them stack 2 of them on the road.
It's up there now. You can squeeze it over.
And so going through it real quick, Arizona, I literally begged for this game. The schedule maker said, hey, you got rid of Dan Snyder. We're going to throw you a bone, man. We're going to bless you. I said, I need Sam to get off to a fast start. You can't get off to a faster start than Arizona at the crib. So that's a good one to put in your back pocket. Then you go on the road at Denver.
That's sneaky.
We're going to find out how good they are with Sean Payton. I expect them to be much better this year.
You guys have one primetime game?
We have 2. So I count Thanksgiving as primetime.
What the hell? Who the hell says let's make Chicago and Washington primetime game?
I cursed them because I said, who wants to see the Giants in Seattle in week 4? We don't need that shit. Give me the Eagles on primetime week 4. You can have that Bears shit. I don't need that. Nobody needs that again. Who looked at that game on the schedule and said, yeah, we're going to run that shit back.
There's so many other games. Give you guys a divisional game in prime time.
They didn't give us one this year.
Louie Tee, man, I'm gonna keep it 1,000 with you though, man.
Time.
If you guys can come out above 500 after Philly, that will be crazy momentum for your organization. Y'all going to spring head and do some crazy stuff, man.
You talking about after the second one?
I'm talking about after the first one. I'm talking about the first 4 weeks.
Oh, yeah. Well,
if you go over there and just compete,
is to be.
I can see Washington starting. I can see you guys starting 4-2.
Is to come.
I think Buffalo and Philadelphia be losses, but Arizona, Denver, Chicago, Atlanta, you should mop the floor with those teams.
They're not going to beat Denver. I think Denver's going to be much better this year.
And they may.
They can't be worse. I still think Washington's better than Denver.
At the end of the day, there's certain games on the schedule that you look at and you say, hey, if we serious, you got to win that game.
Yeah.
And those 3 games, the Arizona,
Chicago,
the Falcons,
Atlanta,
and Chicago. Those are the 3 games. You got to beat Arizona, you got to beat Chicago, you got to beat Atlanta. If you're serious. If you're not serious, then don't worry about it. Right. So just like last year when I said if you serious about making the playoffs, you got to go 6-2, no worse than 6-2 against the AFC South and the NFC North. And what did we do? We went 5-3. You're not serious. Everybody else in the division pretty much did what they needed to do, So you got to take care of business against the teams you're supposed to be. And again, I hate being that guy. I always tell the fan base, everybody looking at us like food. You think Arizona ain't looking at us like food week 1? Oh, we finna eat. You think the Bears ain't looking at us like food in week 5 or the Falcons ain't looking at us like food? Like they circling us on their schedule.
That's what I said last year about us. I said these teams are circling the Giants. Well, that's a W.
Hey, that's a dub, right? When they count wins and losses, they count us as a win, right? So we can't go in there just like, oh, we supposed to beat them, but we need to beat them. You know what I'm saying? We got to have that mindset. So after the first 4, Arizona at home, at Denver, Buffalo at home, at Philadelphia. You get Chicago at home. That's on a Thursday night, or is that I think it's a Sunday night. No, I said it right. It's a Thursday.
Well, put that Thursday night game right in the trash.
Yeah, I don't know why they put us on with them again. Like last year was so bad.
Yeah, I was gonna say, weren't you guys with Chicago primetime last year too?
It was a Thursday night game, right. Same spot pretty much. I don't know why they decided to run that back.
Why Chicago give you guys, like I said, a divisional game?
I thought that's what they were gonna do.
Chicago should be much better this year.
They should be, but I'm not.
They took the Eagles blueprint.
I'm not worried, but we'll see. They could be a lot better. Everybody expects this quantum leap from Justin Fields. We'll see. At Atlanta, at the Giants, home for Philly, at New England, at Seattle, home for the Giants.
At Seattle.
So we're done with Philly after week 8. We're done with the Eagles. All right. Before we even see another NFC East team, we've already done our season series with the Eagles. So that's crazy. Or we see the Giants once. I shouldn't say that. We saw the Giants once.
We don't see Philadelphia till Christmas.
Right. It's crazy. We don't see Dallas until the end of the season twice.
Right. It's crazy. What game worry you the most though?
On the schedule?
On the schedule.
I mean, all of them worry me. I mean, we're not good enough to just say we're gonna beat this team, we're gonna beat that team. But I mean, I want to make sure we get the ones that we supposed to get. Because if I've learned anything about our team, is that we're capable of playing up to the level of competition, but we also are capable of playing down to our level of competition. So I'm not worried that like Buffalo at home, we can beat them at home. I told anybody before the season last year, we could beat Green Bay because Buffalo on the road, they have these stinkers like they had with Jacksonville a couple of years ago where they scored 6 points. Like you don't know what Buffalo team is going at home. Like I'm glad I don't have Buffalo in Buffalo.
Josh Allen will turn the ball over though.
That's a kamikaze mission. You ain't coming out of that shit alive. You go to Buffalo, good luck. Hey, blessings, right? We got them at home. I take my chances. Like when we play divisions, I look at the 2 teams in the division. I say, which one of these wouldn't I mind playing on the road? Buffalo ain't one of those games. Give me Buffalo at the crib and they'll give me a shot.
It sucks that the Giants play.
It's dangerous.
I might have went to that Buffalo game at Buffalo because it's way cheaper than going to the East Rutherford. It's way cheaper than going to MetLife.
Yeah,
you were gonna drive. You want to drive up there? You was gonna drive up there?
Yeah, it's like a 4.5 hour drive. I mean, it's probably an hour longer than it is for me to get to East Rutherford.
Low key, they showed you love. Wait a minute. Okay, no. So y'all got on the road here. On the road, they keep killing y'all with these 2 back-to-back road games. Though
so,
they ain't show you no love. It would have been love if it was.
Yeah. Look at how far they got to fly too. They go from New England to Seattle back to New York.
Yeah,
that's crazy run right there, man.
The only thing that I would say is we didn't have one of these stretches last year. We got a 4 out of 5 on the road right here, and it's actually if you extend it out, it's 5 out of 7 on the road. We didn't have that last year. Last year our games were broken up. Home away, home away, home away. We didn't play 2 straight road games until weeks 10 and 11 versus the Eagles on the road on Monday night and the following week against the Texans.
This could be brutal right here. This little stretch right here of games right here could be brutal for y'all.
See, it's a lot of division games right there.
That's your brutal. That's your brutal point right there.
And the game at Seattle.
So that is where the pocket of the schedule that I circled for us was week 7 through 13 to heading into that bye, right? Like I feel like the first
you go down. You could go down more to Miami.
You could if you come out of this first 6 games 3-3, 4-2. You got a chance.
No, you go down a little more, Law.
Wait, but if they can win favorable and come out 500 right here,
we don't have to
get this bye right here.
No further than that because the back end of the season is brutal. But by then you already know who you are. You know, bro, you a good team
because these 2 road games right here is terrible, man.
Team, you gonna figure it out. Oh, because we don't know what San Francisco gonna be.
Boy, them boys about to win 5 games. Y'all see the schedule? This schedule crazy, yo.
No.
Yeah, when you start looking at this, look. No, listen. Yeah, this schedule crazy. You could even go up. Look. His confidence could be broke. September 24th, October 1st. His confidence could be shattered.
Tell me when the curve is line.
Right there. No. Skip Denver. Skip Denver. Skip Denver.
Skip
Denver. Bro, look. But Louie, look at that chunk.
I'm gonna just take it off.
Wait a minute.
Y'all talking crazy now.
Hey, man,
I'm not even gonna let you.
I'm not mad at you, man.
I'm not even gonna let you disrespect us.
But it's Sam Howell. That's a bad chunk for a first year starter. It's a bad chunk, bro.
First year starter or not.
Yeah.
He is tasked with doing one thing. He gonna make mistakes. I've already I'm not expecting him to come in.
Yeah, that's inevitable.
Right. But I expect us to be able to pick him up. This is what happens when you build the roster. Like our blueprint was the Seahawks and the Bills, right? You build the infrastructure of your roster and then you drop the quarterback in. That's what the Seahawks did with Russell Wilson. They made the playoffs his rookie season in 2012, and they didn't look back, right? That's what the Bills did with Josh Allen. They built the infrastructure of that roster. They dropped Josh Allen in. They had that one season, his rookie season, and that next year they hit the ground running, and it was what you see from pretty much now until whenever that window of opportunity closes for them. So that's what we are hoping that we've established. Now, the biggest difference with those two teams is they're well coached. And
can I just say this though, Louie Tee, objectively speaking, if you guys go in there and beat Arizona, Denver, Buffalo, and if y'all go somehow beat the Philadelphia Eagles, that will create all type of momentum that you would need for the.
4-0 is crazy.
That's what you would need. That's what you would need for a young quarterback that's technically a rookie.
Right. I would tell you that the first two games are going to be huge for his confidence.
Right.
Beating Arizona, going on the road, seeing if you can beat Denver, right? If you could start 2-0 and then that week 3 game against Buffalo, that's massive.
Right.
Now you're going up against Josh Allen. Now you're going up against a team that everybody looks at as a potential Super Bowl contender. Now let's see what you got at home. You know what I'm saying? So those first 2 games, Arizona in particular, we got to send a message to them. Like I don't care how we win. It could be 17-16, but I prefer us to, step on their throats in week 1, like 34-13.
Is Kyler Murray even going to be ready?
He's not playing. Kyler Murray won't play for the first half of the season, I don't think.
He's done.
It's Colt McCoy. If you play the Arizona Cardinals within the first 6 weeks, you're probably getting Colt McCoy. More like
if y'all lose the Colt McCoy,
it's a wrap. It's a wrap.
That could
bury my head in the sand if we can't beat the Arizona Cardinals without DeAndre Hopkins now, with all the guys they lost, JJ Watt and all those guys that are gone now from that team. If we can't beat them, I'm gonna bury my head in the sand.
But beating Russell Wilson, and I know Russell Wilson had a horrible year last year, but beating Russell Wilson and Josh Allen, that will bring all type of crazy,
Either one of those things are going to happen. I'm telling you, he's going.
And then you have Jalen Hurts, so
he's going to make he's going to make mistakes.
Yeah,
it's all about, and then you talk about y'all gonna have to pick them up. When you pick a young quarterback up that makes mistakes, you got to have solid veterans who've won before on the roster to make that transition easy. Who's going to pick him up? Who's going to pick Sam Howell? Who's going to pick him up? When y'all start losing, y'all going to start pointing fingers at each other.
No, we don't.
Ain't no winning coach over there.
We that's one thing that we don't do, and we've had enough losing to know under Ron Rivera that we don't point fingers. That never seeps into the locker room, so I don't worry about.
It ain't no pointing fingers, pointing fists. Didn't 2 defensive tackles throw hands?
Yeah,
in the game
if you've ever played in sports and it gets heated and you're competitive, I've seen teammates fight all the time. That shit's not uncommon. That shit happens. You just get.
But that's the signs. But that's the signs of a fragile team as well.
It's not. Those 2 dudes are the best of friends. They're best friends on the team. Like
championship teams don't conduct themselves like that.
You're not wrong. That wasn't a championship team. That wasn't a championship team.
You guys going to play 7 quarterbacks that can scramble. Denver, Buffalo, Philly, Chicago, Atlanta. Desmond Ridder can run. And then, of course, the Giants, and then back to the Philly. So your defense is going to be
we have
to hold outside contain because interior pressure may be there, but you're going to have to hold outside contain.
We probably got the fastest defense in the division.
Well, you're going to be tested for 7 games in a row.
So we'll see. This is why you draft all these first rounders, right? This is why you draft all these athletes for games like
Chase Young a bust. Chase Young done.
He heading in that direction, bro. This is you want to talk make or break? This is make or break for him. Like this year, we didn't pick up the 5th year option, right? So
Yeah, true.
this is make or break. Either he'll be back on a franchise tag, or he'll be back on a long-term deal, or he'll be gone. Next year. I think Montez Sweat is the one that they're gonna end up paying. So we'll see. Can't pay both of them.
No doubt, man. It's a good show, man. I appreciate y'all, man.
Yeah. It's gonna be
As
really
always.
interesting. It's gonna be really interesting when we get to the schedule because I already see where LB going. You already told me you got a surprise.
I'm just saying. I'm just being logical though. I'm being logical.
You're not being logical. You're never
logical. I was told that last year.
And LB don't go in the same sentence.
I know, and then when it's like I told you so, shit just get dark. I was told I wasn't being logical last year.
You were told that. You absolutely were told you weren't being logical. Again, there are more instances of you being illogical and actually being proven to be illogical than there are you being proven logical.
It's not true.
You
know how my supporters are. One of my supporters sent me a video of just 10 minutes of me just saying shit that was deemed crazy first, but it ended up happening.
Send it over to me, man, so I can look at it, man. Send it over to me, cross-reference.
Not like me years ago saying Daniel Jones was going to be better than Dak Prescott.
Right. Everybody thought it was crazy.
Right?
That's
Kobe Dean. The Kobe Dean video better than Parsons. They send
that ain't what I said. That ain't what I said. But y'all let it twist that. That ain't what I said.
This is where we are in the Sam Howell process. We're in that mode right now. Of, oh yeah, Louie Tee's crazy. Yeah, Louie Tee puff pass. All that bullshit y'all saying. We'll be back. It's just, I've already admitted this multiple times. It's the same shit we did to Jalen Hurts. And then he proved
I'm gonna tell you why it's different.
I'm not saying it's the same situation.
No.
It's the same type of situation with how we treated you, is what I'm saying.
Facts.
I'm not talking about
Jalen Hurts. But after he stinks it up for a year, is he mentally tough enough to come back and change his game and work hard on the things he got to work? Jalen Hurts, they wanted him done. People was asking for refunds of these hats after that first rodeo.
I've said it once. I'll say it a million times.
They wanted their money back.
He was one of the only guys that I know that rode with Jalen Hurts the entire time. Because I obviously going to pick on Jalen Hurts. I'm going to pick on Eagle. And I get all these Eagle fans now. Years later, this video age for this. I'm like, you're the same assholes. Like, get him out of here. He freaking sucks. I'm like, where? Nah. Now, and LB knows this. LB knows there's Eagle fans. I'm ready to get done with. Hey, he sucks. Get him out of here.
Bro. I still go through the emails of people asking me for their refunds that they had. I'm telling you, it's about and now they sold out. It's about to get dark, Louie. You about to go through it, Lou.
This is the difference.
You about to go through it.
This is the difference between what you went through and what we don't have to go through those dark years. I've already been there, bro. You can't. It ain't nothing you could tell me. I done seen 5-6 different starters in 1 year. Ain't shit you can tell me. I've been to the bottom, bro. What I'm telling you is he don't have to go through a 4-win season because he don't get another shot. Is what I'm trying to tell you. He already know what's at stake. He don't play well. Ron gets fired. Next GM comes in here, new head coach. He ain't guaranteed shit. He know that.
That was, and you know what? That was Daniel Jones this year.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. And didn't pick up his 5th-year option, new head coach, new GM. If he played like shit, he was gone. He was gone.
When you're back against the wall, if you got any
same thing with Jalen Hurts.
If you got any game and your shit is against the wall, you know what you got to do.
Yeah, and he did.
And so we're gonna see what Sam Howell is made out of. I think I already know, but he's got to show everybody else. So that's where we at with that.
Listen, guys, I got to get out of here because
I was about to ask y'all. It's 11 o'clock now. If y'all got to get out of here, please, by all means,
tell us.
Go ahead and get
out. I love doing this. It'll be a lot more fun in like 3 months when we do it again. We're in August. Get ready for the season. Then we turn it up a little bit.
Oh, I'm just letting y'all know in advance. I am going to be on 12.
All right.
Oh yeah.
By then. Okay.
Yeah, so, that's good. But that's what we want. Like right now, it's just fun chopping. I mean, it's May. We don't know anything. We don't know who the hell's on a roster. We haven't in training camp yet. We don't know anything. But by August, we'll have a much clearer view of what our team. I mean, LB's their team is pretty much set, right? I know the Giants got a lot of stuff to work out. I know Washington's got a lot of stuff to work out. So, kind of figuring out what they're going to do, because there's a lot of moves there. I mean, the Eagles are pretty, you know what you're getting with them. They don't have to do much.
I do know this much. It's the new Howell.
You hope.
New Howell.
I do know that much.
Hey, Bad Dog, before you go, man, I just want to tell everybody the link is pinned to the top of my page. Be sure to support our frenemy, and what all that he does over there. And may your team have good luck until they play us.
I appreciate it.
I don't have that link.
If
you could send me that link so I can also disseminate that amongst the masses.
I'll throw it in the chat.
I'll throw it in the chat.
Throw it in the IG chat or text group chat.
I can throw it in the IG chat.
Do that. And that, so I have it and I can.
Well, listen, I know I saw the super chat earlier, so when you go through them, you'll see this. Whoever said that, I didn't catch who said it, but said, Bad Dog, this is like the best thing was ever created. Was this group of super friends? And I say it all the time, man. I love you fellas. I hate your teams, but damn, man, I love just talking football with you guys. It is a lot of fun, man. And I, like we talked about last year, so glad the NFC EAST is back.
Yeah,
it's so much better when we can all talk shit. Because for a couple of years, Louie Tee and I are just sitting there like,
look, y'all have it. Y'all can have that.
Yeah.
Shit.
But now at least we got something to say.
You ain't gonna make me feel bad. I ain't made the playoffs, but you ain't gonna make me feel bad about my 8-8-1.
No,
I'm telling y'all, we gotta do a show from like a fire ass resort or something. You know what I mean? We gotta take a trip and do a show for one weekend. That's gonna be dope.
It's gonna be dope, man. We working on that too. I got some guys, man, that's working on an unbelievable sponsor package for all of us. So don't think I'm not working. I just don't want to outspeak my wisdom teeth on it.
I got you.
It's working.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
But fellas, I'm gonna get out of here. Enjoy the rest of the night. Everybody in the chat, thank you for watching. Always appreciate all your support. And
as always,
like I said, man, we'll do it again soon. Guys, be good. Good wishes to your all you guys got kids and fam, so best wishes to the kids and fam.
This is your time. If you gonna spend time with them, this is the time.
That's what I'm saying. My son will be out of school here in a month, and that's what I'm saying. I'm thinking of the lake. I'm thinking of vacation. I'm thinking of hanging out with my little guys. So awesome. All right, be good, fellas. Take care. And thanks for
man, dog.
Later, guys.
All right, so we gonna and anytime that either one of y'all got to skate, by all means, please do.
I'm got an hour super chats.
Oh yeah, you know how it is.
It says 64 of them. So
I'm at 64, and the one I'm on is at 906. So that tells you how far behind we are. So I'm not leaving until they all answer, even if I can't answer them. So JD from DC, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes emotional damage. Get them, Law.
Emotional damage.
I got a button for everything over here for that one.
Hey, that got to be one of your long-time dudes right there. He got the whole soundboard memorized. Rebel 95. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up with rights. One Super Bowl since the NFL merger, and you talking like you better. What you talking about, LB? Washington and New York got more Super Bowls than the Eagles. Again, that's not the argument. We know what the argument is. The argument is relevancy. Who's been relevant of late? We could argue about the 3 Super Bowls.
They know what the argument is, though. They just act like they don't know.
I mean, come on, man. Reasonable doubt is been out many of years. People still listen to it. It's still relevant,
Yeah. No, look. We're not discounting the Super Bowl that we won.
I'm just messing with you, LB.
No. Because I'm a huge music guy. I was just listening to it in the gym today. Reasonable doubt. That's what I was reasonable doubt. I was listening to it today. Actually,
that was a classic from '96, man. That was, why Law brought it up, because that was his heyday right there.
Of course.
It was on top of the world right there.
Independence Day by Will Smith, still a good movie too.
Hey, man. Shit. Y'all killing me over here, man. Killing me, small.
Oh no. Rosario Satara Poleski, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, thanks to Bad Dog for creating the show. That's who he was talking about. It is a special show, NHO. It is, man. It is. And I can't wait until we do the next one, man. And people, this is how I know that this has impact. every time it's been like 2-3 weeks, I'm like, dude, we
Right.
just did one. Yo, when y'all doing another one?
Right.
Bro, they say we ain't doing it enough, bro.
Bro, they want
That's what they say. We ain't doing it enough.
They want one like every week. I'm like, y'all, like, I mean, these dudes have their own channels. Like
at least every quarter or something.
Yeah,
like,
that's what I tell them. That's what we did. We broke the season in the quarters last year. But they want more, bro. They wanted more. So we definitely got something we can battle up here, man, for sure.
Yeah.
Tacoma John, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes? Come on now.
That's my favorite nickname. No, read it.
Lady Brunson talking about earning respect in the Eagles.
Hit the goofy button. Hit the goofy button.
Wow.
Read the comment, Goofy.
So that's their name for you, Lady Brunson.
They call you Lady.
They say Lady Brunson, Lord Bumson. They say all They say all type of stuff, bro.
That one was funny.
They say all type of stuff. But why would I be mad, bro?
Yeah, look,
I can't be mad. I be tearing them up. Yeah. I can't be mad.
I think you get a little pleasure off of it, man. Because I said, LB, man, every morning, man, he's gonna say something about Cowboys every day. So I said, I get some of my content from LB.
And go down his timeline and find
it's not, but
Cowboys fan and say, all right.
I get it. Some people pick on you too, so he gonna respond. So it's like a give type of. It's like all day,
right? Like today, I ain't say nothing to nobody today. But I still got about 85 notifications before noon from previous things that I said.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Well, those don't expire, bro.
Right. Some girl put up a tweet, and I knew what this was going to do. She said, "How long is it to wait for a ring in the relationship?" I said, "Cowboys Nation, y'all want to take this one?" You know what I mean? It's all
I read that one. See, I be reading this because I got you tagged on one of my things on Twitter. So I'm sitting here like, man, and then when I start going back and forth,
not do that.
Yeah, they do that, man.
Louie, it's still retweeting. And that was like yesterday. That's what I'm saying. I do little stuff like that just to poke at him sometimes.
He poke at us every day, man. He poke at us every day. I'm saying, man, you can poke at the Washington, the Giants, but he love to poke at us, man. You know?
Y'all be asking for it though. But at the same time, he don't get tired of that. Look,
he don't get tired, man.
You're gonna learn about Washington fans. We know our lane. We don't swerve and we don't go in other lanes that don't concern us. If we supposed to be in the right lane, in the slow lane, we stay in the slow lane. When we can pick up a little speed, we'll switch lanes and get in the middle lane. But when y'all talking that Super Bowl playoff shit, that's that left lane. We stay out of that shit.
Yeah,
we don't really respond until you call us out. And hey, last time I checked, other than beating the Eagles, we ain't done nothing. We don't want no smoke, bro.
I ain't gonna even lie though.
Cowboys fans, you would have thought y'all won a Super Bowl 3. Y'all been to the Super Bowl 3 out of the last 4 years and won 2 of them joints.
Bro, in 2020, we couldn't hush you though. Ain't it right, little brother?
Bro, no, I already
2020 and the start of 2021 season, we couldn't even hush you, man. He was pulling out all the receipts, weapons.
LB is a good man. He's a good, wholesome, clean young man. You know why? Because if I had the season they had last year, y'all would never. I don't give a shit if we won the Super Bowl or not.
Right?
I would never hear the end of that shit. You know how long I've been.
That's what I'm saying.
Those seasons.
But see, he got some hell of troll techniques too. Louie Tee got some troll techniques, but we don't hear him because 2020 is far from now.
I'm gonna tell you what though.
But this what makes Louie rational though. Cowboys fans will not admit that they would have cut their damn left foot off to play in the Super Bowl. They would have cut their foot to play to even be a part of it. Yes, to even be a part of it, man. Even be a part. No,
I got a brother. I got a brother that's a die-hard. I'm talking about he eat, breathe 49ers, right? He got a beard just like me. When I seen him laid out on the floor like Family Guy when they lost that Super Bowl against the Ravens, I said, man. And then he did it again against the Chiefs. I said, man, I don't want that feeling. That feeling.
Listen.
How you feel though, LB? I know that feeling hurts, man.
We lost to the Patriots the first one. So I mean, we lost to the Patriots the first one.
That made you feel bad. You're sick, man.
Because you don't never know when you're getting back, especially as a team who don't got one.
Right.
We could have never been back in the Super Bowl again. So the first one affected me. The win, that's the win. You know how I feel about that. The second one with Jalen Hurts, I felt like
man. Especially
it hurt.
Y'all being up at halftime.
It hurt. It hurt for sure. But if you're gonna find out what you got in a guy that's playing the most important position, I have no problem finding out that way. I'm gonna just leave it at that. I have no problem finding out the character of my quarterback if you're gonna put up that type of performance. But losing hurts though.
I want to be in that position. I know
that's what I'm saying.
You want to feel that hurt, Louie Tee?
Bro,
you want to feel that hurt?
You know what comes before that hurt? A lot of pleasure. A lot of excitement.
A lot. First of all,
Louie Tee, can you say that quote again? What that wise lady said? Keep saying it.
Those who don't hear.
Hey. First of all, to have the whole 2 weeks be about your team and the other team is good in itself, bro. The media run, just the excitement of it. See, y'all was about 6. Y'all was about 6 and 7. Y'all don't remember. It's different now, y'all.
Bro, I don't want that pain, though. I do not want that feeling because all I know is to feel good. All I know is being great. Dog, Lord Brunson, that's like taking your sister to the prom. I don't want to take my sister to the prom. I want to, I forgot we PG-13, but you know what I'm saying? I don't want to take your sister to the prom. We ain't kissing sisters over here. This
is the thing.
Talk to me, man. Talk to me.
And
help me out.
And your grandkids' lifetime when y'all go back, because it ain't happening in your lifetime. And your grandkids' lifetime when y'all go back. They will be able to enjoy it's a vibe, it's a moment, it's a moment. And then I went there bigging up a dude who everybody told me was going to be benched by week 6. I was on cloud 9 the whole experience because for 2 weeks I was telling people I told you so, and then run me my money for 2 weeks. We ain't lose because of Jalen Hurts. We ain't lose because we don't have a quarterback.
Well,
we lost.
What did Smitty say? What did Smitty say? Can you give the quote what he said? I'm just being messy a little bit, but I want to hear what he said. Can you repeat the quote that he said?
What he said was, "We lost because the offense turned the ball over." That's what he said. We lost because the offense turned the ball over. Now let me get back up for the camera. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. What's a better statement though, Law? Should he have said we lost because the defense couldn't get off the field? Half them guys still on the roster. No, so what I'm gonna do is
he said point to where it hurts.
He didn't. He named nobody. He took accountability for his side of the ball. It's an accountability for his side of the ball. I have no problem with it, bro.
When Jalen Hurts fumbled that ball,
especially when Jalen already owned up to it.
When Jalen Hurts fumbled that ball, did anyone touch him?
No, I think it slipped out of his hand. But I'm more concerned about how he responded. How did he respond?
He did respond.
Went back down there and got 7 on the biggest stage. Went back down there and got 7.
And this is what me and Louie Tee, this is the hardest thing that me and Louie Tee have a situation with. We absolutely love Jalen Hurts. Ain't that right, Louie Tee? We like him, but we just don't like the team he play for. So we gonna forever dog him a little bit. He got some heart though.
When the Philadelphia Eagles was down 8 points, that man went and got a touchdown and a 2-point conversion. 5 minutes left, they couldn't get him the ball back. That's the most frustrating part of the game to me, bro. Is that the defense could not get anything done. Then it's trickled down to special teams
all season.
Then it trickled down to special teams. They was about to run back a punt in the Super Bowl. You know what I mean? It was that's what broke my heart. Is how unprepared the defense looked. Jalen Hurts came out there and looked like every cent that he got was earned. You know what I'm saying? He earned every bit of that.
So I got video of you saying the same thing about my guy Dak Prescott, that his first few years he was doing everything.
But this ain't his first few years though. So this ain't his first few years though. So if Jalen Hurts in year 8, you know what I'm saying, just borderline not getting it done like how Dak Prescott is right now, what just happened last year, what just happened in the Super Bowl ain't gonna matter no more.
I mean, so and I know this could be long-winded, Louie Tee. But I just love talking to my bro, man, about this. And I just have to say, we went 12-5 with a guy by the name of Noah Brown on our team. Mm-hmm. So do you ultimately believe that your team would have had the same record last year without A.J. Brown? If it was just Jalen Reagor and Smitty, would you have still had that same record?
I think it's irrelevant. I think I want to plead the fifth on this one. I'm gonna tell you why. I don't think I even want to answer this question.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
Y'all told me that it don't matter because he can't throw. So now we blaming the weapons. Y'all all told me it don't matter who back there. Jay Rice, Jesus Christ, because he can't throw. That's what y'all told me.
That's the argument that they said about my team. You know.
What was the argument?
Is that Dak Prescott can't throw?
Who said that? Who? Nobody.
There's a lot of people, man. Even Cowboy. I fight more Cowboy fans than Eagle fans, by the way. But what I'm trying to say here,
can't read.
Oh.
It's a difference.
And Hurts can. Okay.
Huh? Hurts. Listen, ain't nobody read better than Hurts last year.
Man, we're gonna be here until like 2:00. Man, go ahead and start reading them super chats. We're gonna answer all of the super chats, man.
Swaggy P, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of MOPP. Who writes, love it when the super friends get together. All the trash talking in the training camp hasn't even started. Question for everyone: which player on your team you think will have a breakout season? That's easy for me. I got two, but I'll let y'all go.
N'Kobe.
Oh, he said on the defense?
No, it doesn't matter. Just on the team. Yeah, N'Kobe Dean.
Who I want to have a breakout season would be my guy, Jalen Tolbert. On the offense, I'm gonna give a combo. Jalen Tolbert and Deuce Vaughn, the 5'5" guy. I need for those two to have a breakout season.
For me, it's easy. It's Sam Howell.
On the defensive side, it's Sam Williams. Go ahead.
Yes, it's Sam Howell and Jahan Dotson. If it ain't Sam, it's Jahan. But one of those two dudes is going to explode this year. So I feel confident about
I think if Jahan exploded, then Sam exploded.
Well,
pause.
There you go. There you go. I mean, we already know what Terry going to do. So if Jahan does what I think he's capable of, I think we're going to have that same kind of combo you have where you got 2,000-yard receivers. I think that's what we got a chance to have now.
Coming out of college, I love Jahan Dotson more than I like Terry McLaurin. Even
all
though
of us
Terry
did, because Terry was a third-round pick.
We
didn't know what we had when we drafted him.
Yeah, but I love some Jahan, man, and that's a good guy for you, man.
If he's healthy, he's a problem.
Yeah. Low key, I like, even for what the Eagles did. You know, I'm a defensive guy. I like Sidney Brown. For some strange reason, people keep knocking him.
Secondary was so good.
I like that. Like that.
We took the other safety, Quan Martin. So I mean, that secondary, and they had Devon Witherspoon as well. Like that whole secondary was crazy.
Mm-hmm. Sidney Brown was the catalyst, though. He was the commander in chief.
Well, we got a guy that was taking it away. So I'm happy with that. Enticed Ramen, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes, who was the last to repeat as division winners? We've already established that. It's only fitting that it's the Eagles that break the curse. Yeah. You would think, that's what Eagles fans say to help them sleep at night. Oh, it's going to be us. Nah, it ain't. It's going to keep going. And somebody's going to break it eventually. I just don't think it's the Eagles this year. But it could be the Eagles this year. We'll see. Right? You got to win one first in order to have that opportunity. They've done the first half of that equation, so let's see if they can do the second. Leo Vega, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, someone asked Law if he trades Dak's 27-7 division record for his 2-4 playoff record, which would you have rather had, a better playoff record or regular season?
That's $1 million question.
Right. That is a
That's not a hard
question.
It's hard for Law. It's hard. Look at it. It's hard for you, Lou.
Yeah, that's not a hard question, but Law, because he runs with that 27-7 so hard.
27-7, I go hard with that. But Jimmy Garoppolo in the last 5 years got a better playoff record than
that's right.
Than Aaron Rodgers. So do that mean that Jimmy Garoppolo is better than Aaron Rodgers? No. So it is what it is. I get it. Playoff records is where you ultimately be judged at, but it also proves that your team, your collective team, need to be better. Right. And hopefully the Cowboys this year will get it done.
Yeah. I mean, collectively,
12-4.
Everybody was ready last year to go to play the Eagles in the championship game except Dak Prescott. Collectively, the rest of that team was ready. and Dak wasn't.
Yeah,
Can we agree on that?
So let me say 4 curls. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna tell you, I hate to put the 4 curls. You know what I'm saying? Because I get with what Lord Brunson will say. He said, "Well, damn, you wasn't dogging the man in Tampa." You know what I'm saying? When Dak Prescott was just launching and killing it all over the field. But if you look at the game plan and the philosophy, right, of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and you look at what the Niners did, you know what I'm saying? Far as from against our philosophy and how they played us, 2 different teams on how we approach the game. That's all I'm saying. It's just that Kellen Moore, one day he's brilliant, the next day he just stop it. You know, he would showcase 13, 14 personnel, and then he will go away from it, you know.
On that last drive, that legacy drive, with Dak Prescott almost threw the pick 6 to Greenlaw, whoever it was, Kellen Moore called some damn good plays on that last drive. He called some damn good plays. Dak missed. Dak was just bad when it mattered the most on that legacy drive. So I don't know about the 4 curls during the course of the game, but that last drive with the ball in his hand to win it, the plays was on the money, man.
Yeah, man. Come on, man. He put what got him up out of there, man. He put Zeke at center, man. Come on.
Hey, look.
I mean, that play that was
give you. Yeah.
That was fitted. Christopher Pope, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes? What up, Lou? Long time lurker. What's going on, Chris? Says happy anniversary, man. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, man. Today is actually our anniversary. We celebrated it over the weekend.
Okay, good.
Today is our anniversary, so thank you for that. You thought it was yours. Like, wait a minute, did I wait? I appreciate that, man.
But you still gave us something for the day, though. You know, you got to still do that, and just let you know.
You know what it is.
Yeah. Okay.
JP, right. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes? Me personally, I actually think Howell can play. The others from their 22 draft, on the other hand, Willis and Ritter, those dudes are hot garbage. He'll be the best quarterback of that draft class. It won't be close, and that includes the first round pick that the Steelers took as well. He'll be the best.
Tiny hands, yeah.
What the hell is it? Yeah,
Tiny hands, yeah.
He'll be the best quarterback of that draft class when it's all said and done. But we'll see what happens. I feel confident in that. Cheese Comics, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes T. Why are you acting like you destroyed the Eagles when you won by a missed face mask? That face mask was a big play in the game, but that's not why we won the game. So it was a part of why we won the game. I mean, you turned it over 4 times that night. That was one of the turnovers that we probably shouldn't have had. Clear face mask, by the way.
Yeah, it was a face mask.
And Dallas also got hurt on that play. So it was a big play in the game.
The whole good game was fixed.
However, at the end of the day, there were 3 other turnovers. You struggled to stop the run. Terry McLaurin had another field day. There were a lot of other factors as to why you didn't win that game. So that one play didn't lose you the game. But hey, I appreciate you for trying to minimize the victory.
A win is a win, right? Right. Win is a win.
D Chef, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes, why are Lamar and Allen planning to run less? I can say this. A lot of people, when we have the conversation to quarterbacks, I think like LB is losing sight of the fact that Lamar Jackson is still in the league. Like Lamar is still better than Jalen Hurts.
I disagree, but okay.
All right. Well, he has an MVP, just so you know.
He does. He has an MVP.
And he was playing at an MVP type level before he got hurt. Now, I'd say maybe 2-3 weeks prior to that, he had cooled off a bit. But the first 5 weeks or so of the season, he was playing at an MVP type level. And there's no telling if he could have gotten back to that again. Lamar is better than him. I know you don't think so.
Jalen Hurts was playing at an MVP level the whole season.
Yeah, but what I'm establishing to you is Lamar Jackson has done this for multiple years. Your guy did it once. Right?
Lamar Jackson has done what for multiple years?
Played at a high level, a very high level, MVP caliber level. He's done that multiple times in his career and actually won it. Now, I mean, you could go to the playoff record. That's where Lamar struggles, obviously. But if we're talking about in the league, you taking a guy, I'm taking Lamar Jackson over your guy, Jalen Hurts.
I mean, I'm not mad at you for that if that's what you decide to do. But Lamar Jackson only has one 3,000 passing yard season.
Yeah, and we're gonna see because they gave him weapons this year, right? Like the offense that he was in, anybody that has played in it will tell you it's not quarterback friendly. It's tight end friendly, it's running back friendly. That's what they really like to feature in that offense under Greg Roman. So
a big and also a big part of Lamar's game is the running game as well. You know what I mean? I think Lamar is a better runner of the football than Jalen Hurts. You know what I mean? I don't think he's a better decision maker. I don't think he's a better leader. You know what I mean? And these are about small. These are about small margins, though. Like Lamar that guy. I think Jalen Hurts has the mental edge, so that's why I'm taking Jalen Hurts over Lamar.
Yeah, I mean that's your guy, so I'm not mad at you for that. I'm just telling you,
if
we're making a list, this is how your guy gets to 7, 8, somewhere in that neighborhood. Because there's guys that I think are over him, and before you get to him, but it's a debate. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's very.
Christopher McLaughlin, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MLBB. My guy Chris writes, "Hey Lou and the Super Friends, what's going on?" Chris says, "Hope everyone is well. Likewise, what is the area or intangible that you are concerned about that would prevent your team from succeeding this season and advancing in the playoffs?" So what's an area of concern for you with your team in the upcoming season? And could it, like last year, for instance, LB, it could have been your run defense, right? We talked about that. You guys beefed it up with a couple of veterans. Could have been just the defense overall. Could have been your defensive coordinator. There were chinks in the armor last year, clearly.
Yeah. Last year was definitely the defensive coordinator. This year, I'm going to say is the run defense.
Okay.
I'm not worried about the coordinators this year, even though we got a new offensive coordinator, new defensive coordinator. Right. I'm still worried about the run defense. I want to be able to stop the run at a better rate than we did last year. We lost the Super Bowl because the Ponchero ran down on us in the second half.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I want to be able to stop the run from the beginning of the season to the end of the season.
Yeah. I'd agree with that. Law.
All right, so I just made it back. So
the question pretty much is,
yeah,
what is the one intangible or area of concern with your team that you think can prevent you from winning and winning big this year?
Let's hope the continuity will be there with the offense. That the defense still should be safe and secure. The kicker we need to find, special teams are very important, so we need to still find us a kicker, believe it or not. So
I forgot all about his struggles. Oh my God, I forgot about him.
Yeah, we don't have a kicker right now. So
that's crazy. I forgot all about
offense and kicker. We will see how the offense still should be better than what it was last year, but it could be a situation and scenario that it could be a little rocky on the start. But I would prefer that versus them guys trying to mask it up and not having things on the same page throughout the whole entire year. So go ahead and get your growing pains out of the way and see how all of this will work out and everything else will work its way in.
Mine is easy. If the offensive line is good, we straight. Now, I still have my doubts about the defense and how good they're going to be, but they'll be good enough to keep us in games. They may not be dominant. A lot of people think our defense is dominant. I don't know what the hell they've been watching. Our defense is not dominant. Now, we start creating some turnovers, maybe we can have a conversation, but our defense is good enough to keep us in ball games. Our offense has always been the problem. It starts up front. If the offensive line is good, Sam Howell's going to be just fine. If the offensive line struggles, then we're going to ask him to be great. Now he's got to use his legs a lot more. Now he's got to try to make things happen. That's when mistakes happen. So offensive line for me is clearly out in front as the biggest thing that I'm concerned about going into camp. They have to solidify it, find someone at left guard, and get continuity up front with 5 guys that you trust. It can't be any worse than it was last year. So there's at least confidence in that. But we'll see what happens. Lord Nova 85, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, LB is the most delusional Eagles fan ever. Cutting the F up. Corey Ransom, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes, Hurts was carry 77. Wait, hold on. Hurts was hurried. I'm assuming that's hurried 77 sacks.
Oh my God.
What that was about, but 2 Batman wide receivers, 3 top 3 tight end, top 5 running back, 2 all-pro DBs, league leader in interceptions at safety, best offensive line, 23 passing touchdowns is average. So, okay, so what he's trying to say is he pretty much had
was carried because we had 77 sacks.
Got you. Was carried. Okay. Okay, I got
that's a lot of sacks though.
I mean, they almost set the NFL record.
Yeah.
They almost set the NFL.
I mean,
2 Batman wide receivers.
Your team, I bet you your quarterback would love to be carried as well, right?
Hey
man,
I'm never gonna complain about the rest of the team doing a good job. I leave that for other people.
You want to know, right? You want to know what had to happen? He had to make throws to the 2 Batmans. Mm-hmm. He had to do his job as well. When a bunch of people do their job, that's what you get.
I always look at the Colts game.
Yeah.
And I say, if they didn't have Jalen Hurts, they lose that game.
Yeah, it's a couple games like that.
That one in particular stuck out because y'all played
Chicago
like
game too. Yeah, Chicago
game.
Yeah.
Y'all play like garbage
in that Chicago game. Even that last Giants game that we needed to win.
I mean, y'all were gonna beat.
Man, says who? Gardner Minshew couldn't do anything right.
Look, y'all knew Gardner Minshew couldn't do it. That's why he wasn't healthy to play in that game. He had to play. They would have much.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You needed him because you couldn't chance not getting the number 1 seed and throwing Gardner Minshew out there.
No, you're right. You couldn't trust him after the Saints game. Christopher Pope, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes? If I'm going to do it, I got to do it right with the double up. I can honestly see the Giants taking a second-year slump after the new coach we did. You're not wrong because you come in, it's this honeymoon phase. You can't do anything wrong. And everybody gets excited. And then you put all these eggs in the basket in year 2. I thought we were way ahead of schedule. And I told anybody that would listen, the worst thing that happened to Rivera was winning the division at 7-9. Because what it did was it put unrealistic expectations on his plate for a team that wasn't ready to win. Like we were still, our roster was trash in 2021, right? He got here in 2020 and the roster was horrible. It was one of the worst rosters in football. 2021, we weren't that much better. You know, we didn't take this monumental step, and then they went out and got Ryan Fitzpatrick. Like, what the hell did you think that was going to do? I came up here and I told the Super Friends, I have zero confidence in Ryan Fitzpatrick's ability to do any goddamn thing, right? I had no confidence in us winning that year. And he got hurt week 1, and Heineke came in, and it changed everything, and he gave us a shot. But, you know, we saw what he was. And so the biggest difference is the Giants roster isn't as bad as Washington's was. Like, they were terrible last year offensively. They got a lot better. They, like I said, they improved the most of anybody in the division, I feel like, in the offseason. What is it going to matter, though, is Daniel Jones really that dude? I don't think he is, personally.
It's question mark. Listen, I wouldn't trust Daniel Jones. I wouldn't trust Daniel Jones. I wouldn't trust Sam Howell. Mm-hmm. And Dak Prescott get a little leeway because he's had some good seasons. If you want to be real about this, it's 2 untrustworthy quarterbacks in the division. Daniel Jones is an untrustworthy quarterback. Some would even argue that Jalen Hurts is untrustworthy because he only did it 1 time.
Yeah, you know what I mean? I wouldn't put him in that conversation though. I wouldn't put him in that either. All you're looking for from Hurts is just do it again. That's it. It's not like we can't trust you. Just do it again, right? Whereas with Howell, doubt should be there. Every bit of it should be there. And Daniel Jones, I think there should be doubt still. Even though he played well last year, do it again. Same thing we saying with Jalen Hurts. Do it again, but on a much larger scale now that you got talent. Now I won't want to hear that shit. So we'll see.
Who got to do it on a much larger scale? They ain't a scale much larger than what he got to win the Super Bowl.
No, I'm talking about Daniel Jones on a much larger.
Oh, Daniel Jones, yeah, Daniel Jones. And he got paid too. Daniel Jones got paid.
Yeah, I'm talking about Hurts. He's got to just do it again. He don't need to do shit else. Just do that again.
Do it again. Prove it.
Yeah, prove it. Now,
prove it.
Daniel Jones on a much larger scale than what he did last year. Because his numbers, if you look at his numbers, they're
15 touchdowns.
They're meager. They're very meager. And I got frustrated because the 2 games.
How many rushing yards he had?
I don't know. He ran it. He ran the ball though. Like they used his legs as a weapon, especially early in the season while they were still trying to figure some things out. But it was a lot of dink and dunk too. If you watch the Giants play, it's a lot of short passes. Like he might be 16 of 19, but he hadn't thrown the ball 20 yards down the field yet. You know what I'm saying?
Daniel Jones threw 15 touchdown passes.
That's it, man. That's it. He barely threw the ball down the field, but they didn't have anything.
But he ran for 708 yards and 7 touchdowns.
Man, come on, man.
That's crazy though. He played football. He had to do what he had to do
to win. I'm not mad at that.
Yeah.
I ain't glad at him, but I ain't mad at him. Chris Devers, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. My guy CD writes, CD cooks, and we forget about Gallup. So I don't know that dude no more. I treat Michael Gallup like I treat Michael Thomas in New Orleans. I don't know you no more. Who is that? Who the hell is Gallup?
Now here's what our argument was last year, right? And I conceded to it because of the way Gallup played. Remember, we was talking about the best trios or what have you, and I conceded. But now I want to rescind that if Gallup is healthy.
Yeah, we're gonna see.
And if you add in CD Lamb, Cooks, and a healthy Gallup, y'all better watch out.
Oh no, I concur with that statement. That would
y'all was trying to be cheap.
That would that would put y'all up right into the top of the category when we talk about trios.
Yeah,
but
trio.
I got to see it.
Yeah,
I got to see him. So I don't know that dude. I ain't seen him since what 2020, 2021.
I would never choose Michael Gallup over no damn Amari Cooper. I would have paid Amari Cooper.
Well,
hey,
they wanted to go the cheaper route. I don't. And you have to remember, Amari Cooper, he wasn't a good old boy. You know, Jerry liked them good old boys. The ones that do as they're told, right?
Yeah.
Amari Cooper won that one. So he was like,
Amari Cooper was telling everybody Dak was trash.
Face, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Face writes, question for Bad Dog. He gone, man. Sorry, you missed this one. What are the G-men doing with Saquon? Will they release him? Nah, they ain't gonna release him. But and he already answered this question. So he said he thinks that they're going to give him a contract at some point. That's the end game. But you know, will they get there? He's got to do what he did last year again, because Saquon's gonna sign that franchise tag by the time they get to camp, right? Because again, you don't have to sign it throughout the offseason. You don't want to be there for the mini camps and all of that.
Right.
You don't sign it, right? Because you're not obligated. He can't miss camp time because it's in the CBA, right?
Yep.
You get fined for that, and they can't waive the fine anymore. They made that a deal, so he'll be in camp. And the question is, they got to like July 16th or whatever to reach a long-term deal with him. I don't see them doing that with him. I think they're going to make him play again, and if he balls out again, maybe they then try to, find a way to.
I think that he's not under contract at all, right? By him not signing the
right, he's not under contract at all.
So you can't find him for not being, So for example, you can't find him because he's not signed on a team. So yeah.
So technically, if he doesn't want to participate in training camp, then you don't sign the franchise tag.
Right.
Now the Giants have, like what the Panthers did with Josh Norman, they can rescind the franchise tag, and essentially that releases him to the rest of the league. They're not going to do that though.
Right.
He's not going to miss a year of football, and they know that. So he wants to be paid. They want him to play. He may be upset because he wants a long-term deal, but he's going to play under that franchise tag.
It's hard because you're asking him to do it again with a team that don't have no weapons that can take the attention away from him.
Well, that was last year, and he was the focal point, and he killed it. So they feel like they added a receiver via the draft. They added a receiver via free agency. They're getting a receiver back that they drafted in Rondale Robinson from injury. They traded for Darren Waller. Like they feel like they added weapons. They're like, no, we got weapons now. The field should open up for you. You should have rush lanes now. So we'll see what he does, with all of that stuff.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'm about to drop off, fellas. Take my dog out.
Yeah, man.
I'm gonna get with y'all, man.
Yeah.
No, I appreciate you guys, man. You already know, man.
No doubt, man. Like I said to my guy, Bad Dog, man. Good luck to your team until they play us, man.
I mean, he gonna see you again before then. You ain't even got to wish him that. Like you ain't gonna see him until week 6 or 7. He gonna see you again.
Yeah.
Hey, take it easy on the Cowboy fans, man.
I'm gonna leave him alone. If any super chats directed to me, negative or positive, Louie gonna read them.
I am. All right, be easy.
No doubt.
Chris Wilson writes, Cooper Rush is better than Dak. we did this last year. We're not gonna do this again. We're not gonna do this again. I even felt like it was disrespectful. I think I addressed this with you last year. I thought it was disrespectful for Jerry to even entertain that. You know, because he could have put that out, right? He could have put that fire out, and instead he kind of just let that gain a little bit more, traction, and it started to, spread like wildfire a little bit before Jerry finally said, all right, let's extinguish this.
Because you got to ask yourself on an open market, right? Cooper Rush was open and available with no contract for 32 teams, and all 32 teams passed up on him just this offseason, right? Yeah. So I just look at it like this: on an open market, if Dak Prescott was on an open market, right, and all 32 teams had the ability to pick him up or put him even as a backup, would have happened?
Of course. I remember when he was now obviously coming off of the season he just came off of, it might skew it a little bit, but 2 years ago when he was on that franchise tag, I know a lot of Washington fans that was like, hey, if they don't want him, we'll take him. Right. Yeah. So it's everybody is always looking at your stuff. Right. Because it's always somebody out there whose situation is way worse than yours. And while you complain, like same thing with Kirk Cousins, right? We over here bitching and complaining about Kirk. Look how fast the Vikings was like, we'll take him. You don't want him.
We'll take him.
We'll take him. The 49ers said, we'll give you a first-round pick for him, and we was too stupid to do it, right? Like, you think, oh, he sucks, this, that, and the third. Somebody else will take him off your hands. You don't want him. Yeah, that was funny. Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. My guy, Metaphor, writes, Dark Cloud is in England, LB. One chip already. The rest is just bonus. Why must I be like that? Why must I chase the stack? Nothing but the hog in me. I see what you did there. It took me a while, but I saw what you did there, man. I see what you did there. I like it. Yeah, nothing but the hog in me. Red Wings 0-1. He would. I'm gonna just let you know he wouldn't have got that either. That's before his time. He would not have gotten that.
Yeah, he wouldn't have got it.
Red Wings 0-1. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, hey, I didn't know James Harden was a Boys fan. I know you get that all the time. You even though you've done this stream multiple times, you still get it from people in the comments.
Right. And I'm 11 years older than James Harden. Shout out to him. I heard that he's trying to come back to Texas, so we'll see what he's gonna do, man. But shout out to the
you 11 years older and look 15 years younger than he do. So
shout out to him.
Shout out to you again for that.
Appreciate you, man. Shout out to Harden.
Makes sense though. Both hype themselves up in the regular season just to shit themselves in the playoffs. Ooh, he had it. He propped you up, and then he had to try to come after you.
Yeah, he came in, man. But appreciate him though, man.
Yeah, no doubt. That's my guy. Red Wings 0-1. That's my guy. Eric D. Thank you for the super chat or super sticker. Thank you so much for the super sticker. Greatly appreciate you, Eric D. Chris Devers, my guy, CD. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, Yo, Law, who was the last two QB to sweep the East? And can the Super Friends travel channels? And BD, I voted. I'll be real, Law. A little worried about running back. So, last quarterback to sweep the East. I'm assuming it was Dak.
Quarterback, yeah.
I'm assuming that's why he asked. Because I think we did this. I did this on my show.
Right.
I don't think Washington has ever swept the entire division. Ever. I only think that you and the Eagles have done it. I think, if I'm not mistaken. And I don't think the Giants and Washington have ever done it.
I think it's Dak and Dak. I think he sweep him multiple times.
I wouldn't doubt that with him being 27-7, he'd have to have some sweeps in there in order for that to happen, for sure. And he says he's a little worried about running back. How significant is the ankle injury that Tony Pollard sustained in that 49ers game last year.
I mean, bones when it's broken, they heal stronger. So he's already out there and cap, moving around. My only reservations on Tony Pollard will be mental. Like, is he's willing still to run through the A gap, right? Mm-hmm. Lower the shoulder, run between the splits, and then spring it and bounce to the outside, and contract year. So, but I truly believe Tony, man, he's a country boy, man, from Memphis. He's going to get out there and he's going to work hard and he's going to try to play for that contract. Now, the Cowboys, they love to hold feet to the fire when it's time to pay up. So that could be a situation where this is a one-off, right? And with the franchise tag, this is why I don't like it, because the expectations, they want you to do what you did the previous year or better. Right. If it's slightly less, right, then expect for them not to pay.
Yeah. And
Mm-hmm.
that's why players don't like the franchise tag.
Right. They don't like it.
They want their money. And even though franchise tag is paying you more money than you've probably seen in your career in 1 year, it's no guarantee past that 1 year.
Right. And I think that the running back by committee is a great situation, for the Dallas Cowboys heading into that new philosophy.
That's right. Mickey, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, Rice. Hey, LB, just win the Super Bowl. How about that? I think that's what we all said on the last stream. Remember, he showed up late and we were killing him before he got here. And then once he showed up, we gave him the business about losing the Super Bowl. You know what his retort was, well, at least we made it. None of y'all were there, all of that stuff. So we had to take that. But, it hurt. Like Law said, it hurts. The pain of losing a Super Bowl. I can't even imagine what that feels like. I wouldn't mind feeling it, because that would mean that we went through the euphoria of winning multiple playoff games, winning the championship game, and getting to the Super Bowl. Again, that's something that as a fan, I haven't experienced as a teenager, as a full-blown adult. I was a kid when we did that. I remember it very vividly, like it was yesterday, but it doesn't change the fact that, to LB's point, which is why I don't argue with him when it comes to this, because he's like, I was outside when we won the Super Bowl. I was able to go to the parade and drink. Could you do that? No, it's facts. All of that's facts. I don't argue with him about that, because he's not wrong. So I wouldn't mind, getting to the Super Bowl. But winning it is what it's all about.
Yeah.
Nobody remembers second place.
Right. So, I mean, losing the Super Bowl is devastating, right? And I don't know that feeling. So his feeling is his feeling on winning in 2017 as a grown man. But as a grown man, I don't know the feeling of losing it. But I can tell you that I've heard like players say, losing the Super Bowl, now you start over analyzing everything, right? And you start combing through, and you will sit there and say, there's doubt now. There's doubt in leadership. There's doubt in thought processes. There are also expectations. The weight of that will be heavy on the shoulders. Now, like we said, and we all agree, Jalen Hurts, he is a really good dude. He's a solid guy. And we like the kid mindset, but he just played for the wrong team. And it's hard for us to root for that. Mm-hmm. So hopefully, man, they can still show some promises, but not against our team.
That's right. That's right. I'm with it 110%. Yeah. Independent outsider. Thank you for super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, what game is the win going to blow Forbes off the field? Hey, look, man, you get a strong enough. This is why I'm glad we're not going to Buffalo. We don't have to worry about those kind of wins that may be able to take him off the field. But all seriousness, all jokes aside, I don't think his weight's going to be a problem. A lot of people want to make it out to be a big deal. We're going to find out. The NFL is a very physically demanding sport. And so I've seen, skinny dudes find a way to thrive.
Merton Hanks type of vibes. Remember him?
That long neck, bobbling like this.
Yeah. He will pop you. And Forbes, he plays big. I think he's a group of family of like 11 or something. Big family, man. When I did a piece on him, his family reached out, man, and they was like, "Shoot, we hope that their brother in the son goes to the actual Cowboys, you know, because I did that piece on him.
Yeah.
But I can tell you, man, this dude is a ball hawk. If the ball is in the air, he's going to go grab it. He's going to get it, and he's going to take it. He's going to try to take it to the house. He is not a slew-footed guy. So, and he surprisingly, this is one thing that I'm going to tell people. He going to put his nose down in there to tackle. He's not a guy. He's not going to avoid the tackle. People fail to realize that. He may be frail, but he going to fight.
Yeah, that's what I was telling Washington fans. Like, I watched enough tape to feel comfortable with his physicality. You know, the debate in our community was him or Christian Gonzalez because they were both available. And we didn't think Gonzalez would be available. Right. All right. They had already made up their mind. They already knew they were taking, Emmanuel Forbes. But a lot of us wanted Gonzalez because he's the more,
prototype,
smooth athlete. You know, he everything about him oozes big time NFL corner. But the biggest knock on Gonzalez and the reason he didn't go, if Gonzalez was physical,
physicality,
he would have went in the top 10. He'd have went probably top 5. Where Witherspoon was taken, that's Gonzalez going first. You know why Witherspoon went? Because he was out here hitting folks.
Man,
people
don't nobody
that physicality.
Don't nobody want a pretty boy DB, man.
Nobody.
And I'm gonna tell y'all, I know, but people say, what about Trayvon Diggs? See, Trayvon Diggs was different. You know, he wide receiver converted over to defensive back that had a lot of raw stuff. So if you look at Trayvon Diggs, he still tackles, dare I say, like a wide receiver. You know how when you see an interception and a wide receiver trying to make a tackle, that's who Trayvon Diggs looked like. But Gonzalez, he's not even willing to do none of that. And I'm not saying that what team drafted him?
The Patriots.
Oh, he's going to get coached up pretty well.
He is.
He's going to be all right. He's going to be all right.
He's going to be fine.
He's going to be fine.
Belichick already knows his weaknesses.
Right.
But Belichick's already looking at the things he can do well.
Yeah.
He's going to put him in positions to do that. But again, to your point, don't nobody want a corner that don't want to smoke. Like, if I got a guy outside, I need to make sure that if he's my last line of defense, or he's got a washer play back inside, he's gonna do his job. You know what I mean? And you couldn't say that about Christian Gonzalez. Forbes, you can't say that he's not gonna stick his helmet in there.
Right.
You know, there were often times when you watch Christian Gonzalez and he see a teammate struggling, and he's like, "Hey, you got it. You don't need me."
Right.
You know, it's other teammates coming. Nah, you got Emmanuel Forbes jumping in there, putting his shoulder in there, like, nah, this it ends now. This is
them bones and all. He coming in with them sharp elbows and everything.
You get all of that. That whole elbow. All of that. You get all of that. The show. So yeah, I think he's gonna be fine. Christopher McLaughlin, my guy Chris, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up, Chris, who writes, "Hey, Lou and Super Friends, what is the one game outside of the division that each of you are looking forward to playing, and one that you are concerned about this season, and why?" I'll give you a chance to think, unless you already know your answer.
I already got 3 games, like the Seattle Seahawks. They could be a sneaky game. A team that can play good defense and can run the ball can always be sneaky. And I'll throw in, I can't stand outside of our division. We still got to talk about the Niners. That's a team that I know for sure they knocked us out of the doggone playoff 2 times in a row. So if any of those guys got any will or any heart to say they're looking for revenge, it should be that game. Not saying that we worried about them. It's not like they blew us out in both of those games. They're very, very close games. But those are games that you need to set the table and say, hey, these are the guys that left us with the bloody nose and the missing teeth. We're going to have to make sure that they're going to be ready to fight that week, regardless of the situation. And if down the line, if I look at Miami, I do like the run capabilities of them, and especially those 2 speedy wide receivers. That's going to be, and think about this, they went and got A-Chain. People got to realize that's a fast team. A-Chain, Hill, Waddle, that's Florida Relays over there.
Yes,
and you can throw in the field. I go on and on about teams where you can feel that. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, I I couldn't agree with you more, man. I've already told you that this schedule this year is going to be a lot tougher than last year's. So there's a lot of games on the schedule where I look at it and I say, man. So as far as like teams that I'm not afraid of any team on the schedule. If we were going to Buffalo, that would have been the one where I go, shit. All right. I don't know how we're going to get this done, but here's a shot, right? We play them at home. So I'm not really concerned with any particular team in terms of fearing them. Now, with that said, is that still going to be a tough game? Absolutely. It's still Buffalo, right?
Right.
But I look at the games that I think we have a chance to win, and those are the ones that scare me the most because in order to have a chance, you have to win the games that are there to be won. So at Denver in week 2 is a big one. At Atlanta in like week 6 is huge. You got to find a way to win those games, right? Those are on the road though. Tough,
Bijan Robinson,
right?
Kyle Pitts, they can play off of each other. Desmond Ritter, we don't know. You know what I'm saying? They could start Tyler Haneke. You know what I'm saying?
And so Drake London could start eating too. Like they got some stuff, and like you said with this run game now, because they already had an elite run game last year.
True,
out an elite back. You add an elite back.
Say that loud enough because that team beat the Niners.
Look, man, they beat them up good too.
Good,
not like it was a fluke. They beat the brakes off of them. They dominated them early in the season. So that Falcons game is scary. At the Seattle Seahawks is gonna be tough. These are games where you look. You said they could go either way. You got to find a way to go out on the road and win some tough games. And then we got plenty of them at home, as I already mentioned. So the whole schedule is tough, but we got to find ways to get it done. So
speaking of that, fam, there's no way that the Celtics were looking at the Heat like, oh man, they're just gonna blow through those boys, right? But all of the Celtics fans probably had a feeling, man, they only got Jimmy. You know what I'm saying? Right. And they was a loaded team, but guess what happened?
Yep. And you're not wrong about that. I don't think any Celtics fan. I know I was guilty. I'm not a Celtics fan, but I was guilty of saying the Eastern Conference Finals was the Eagles or the 76ers and the Celtics. Whoever won that series was going to the finals in the East with no Milwaukee, right? So I clearly overlooked the Miami Heat. I thought they would make it a series. I never thought they would win. I never thought they'd be up 3-0. Are you right? Yeah, right. So yeah, facts, big facts.
3% chance.
Tomo, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes, who has the better division, AFC North or NFC East division? Refuse to lose sports. Hashtag refuse to lose sports.
Name those AFC North teams again.
So you got Baltimore, Pittsburgh, Cleveland, Cincinnati.
Clearly, we had the better team.
I feel the same way.
Division.
So I gotta. So the Steelers are, they're
tiny hand picket, man. Come on.
They right where we are, right in that 8-8 in one type of range. I think that's what did they finish that with their record last year? I think they tied. Did they tie with Detroit last year, or was that the year before? I can't remember.
I don't even know.
So they're kind of similar with us. Cleveland sucked last year. You would expect them to be better with Watson having a full offseason, everything kind of settling in for them this year. And then there's Baltimore and Cincinnati. They're really good, right? They're the cream of the crop. They would be the equivalent of you in Philadelphia in this division. Cincinnati would be Philadelphia. You would be Baltimore. And the Giants would probably be, I guess, the Steelers right now. We would be the Browns in that division. We're better than I'd like to say we're better than the Browns, but they beat us last year. You know what I mean? Yeah. They came in our house when we needed to win. Now we started Carson Wentz. That was a mistake, but I think our division is better. But I'm biased, so that's right. I'm biased, but I also believe our division, top to bottom, is better than their division.
But you've seen how gritty the Baltimore Ravens was. They backup quarterback nearly almost beat Joe Burrow. You saw what it took for the Cincinnati to win.
If they don't fumble, the quarterback sneak, right?
Right.
And they run it back, they're gonna beat Cincinnati in Cincinnati.
And don't nobody bring that up, But he's elite, Joe Burrow. I'm not taking away anything from him. He's elite.
Yeah, they definitely win that game. So that's a tough division.
Right.
But
they play each other hard.
I think the better comp is the AFC East, like the division we play with Buffalo, Dolphins, the Jets, and the Patriots. Like nobody in that division is trash.
Right.
And that's how I view our division. Like there, at least we don't know if Cleveland's gonna be any good. They sucked last year. They could suck again this year. I don't think the Patriots are gonna be bad. I think they're gonna be better on offense. We know the Jets are gonna be, if Aaron Rodgers is anywhere near what we think Aaron Rodgers is supposed to still be, they got a loaded roster. The Bills are the Bills. We know what Josh Allen is capable of. And the Dolphins proved last year, even with a third string quarterback, they were this close from going to Buffalo and winning in wild card weekend with a third string quarterback. So that division is really good. I think the AFC East is right there with the NFC East in terms of the best divisions in football, but we'll see.
No doubt.
Eric MD Ape, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, Dallas sucks. Law is delusional. Sorry, bro. Show us wins. Ha ha. I mean, they win regular season games.
12-5, 12-5. You know
right.
what I'm
saying? I don't argue with Dallas and regular season success. They've had it. It usually isn't back-to-back like this, though. This is the first time y'all have done that since when?
All right, so first time with double-digit wins since in 30 years.
30 years.
So, so that contextualized the fact that it goes all the way back, and I know this sounds like bevies of excuses, but the last real coach that we had over here was Bill Parcells, and now we're entering in the fact that, we can start saying that even Mike McCarthy will be that guy that can be a real coach. Coaching matters. And when I say this right here, yes, we had some doom and gloom years, 5-11, 5-11, 5-11, 3 times in a row with Dave Campo. And then we went with Wade Phillips, and then from Wade Phillips, Jason Garrett. So what people do in Cowboys world and the pundits and the critics, they hold all of that as, hey, this is who the Cowboys really are, when that's not really fair to say. But I get it. If they want to say the Cowboys suck, granted, we can look back and say, point at the fact that, you had Dave Campo for that stretch, and then you had a good stretch with Bill Parcells. You got rid of him after he'd been here for only 3.5 years, and then you had that long run of the Jason Garrett era for 13 years.
I didn't even realize
that's a long time, man. 13 years is a long time.
I didn't realize it was that long.
Yeah,
I always tell Cowboys fans, because I used to have this conversation with them with Tony Romo, because they treated Tony Romo like how we treated Kirk Cousins. He can't win the big game. He chokes this, that, and the third. And so I was like, this is all you got to tell yourself if you're a Cowboys fan is, do you remember what it was like before Tony? Because I don't think a lot of Cowboys fans, they got selective memory.
There you go.
When it comes to what life was like. Because I go through the quarterbacks. It was Quincy Carter. It was Vinny Testaverde. It was Chad Hutchinson. It was Drew Henson.
Yeah. Ooh, man, you know him too. I know your dad was kind of
a Cowboys fan.
Tony Banks, Cunningham. We even tried to go get Cunningham.
It was bad. Okay. Yeah. Before Tony came and saved y'all, right? So I always remind, even when you're having a Dak Prescott conversation, I'm like, bro, it could get worse.
Yeah.
You don't want that kind of smoke, know?
Yeah.
So I always, try to help people understand, like,
it's rough, man. It's my Cowboys history. You can't run from it. All you can do is learn from it. But when you have guys with big egos, that's edging God out, people that think that they know more than God, and that's Jerry Jones. He really thought that, hey, he saw himself lifting up a Lombardi trophy with Jason Garrett. Here's my 1,000 truth with this. What year that the Cowboys were not taught or brought up of not winning the Super Bowl? Even with those years of 5-11, 5-11, 5-11 with Dave Campo, 3 years in a row, the Cowboys were still favored in the offseason to win the Super Bowl. Even with Jason Garrett in that stretch, was still favored to win the Super Bowl. But when the reality meets the expectations, you have the results of what we've seen in these last 27 years. And rightfully so, the last 3 seasons were promising because now we at least have a coach with a real identity that can at least move some things. And we still were shaking off a philosophy with Kellen Moore because he's from the Jason Garrett system. I can't make this stuff up, man.
and that's why nobody will ever feel bad for the Cowboys. Everything that y'all do is self-inflicted, right? Because of Jerry Jones, right? Y'all have made yourself into this larger than life entity in the NFL. Like, it's Dallas and then it's the rest of the league, right? So nobody will ever feel bad for y'all when y'all suffer, when y'all struggle. Everybody want to see y'all. Y'all are the Patriots took that crown from you for a little while of the villain of the league. Like, but every league needs a villain, and y'all are really damn good at being the villain.
But here's the thing: we are the nice villain, though, because normally the villain will, the player or somebody will be the antagonist. The player will be somebody. It's him.
It's the owner, so it's still good. It doesn't have to be a player when it's the guy at the very top.
It's the guy at the very top.
Yeah,
okay. I get you now. I get
Jerry
you now.
Jones. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, who else has a radio show as an owner? Who talks after every game as an owner? Who holds a press conference after every game, win or loss? Nobody else is doing that shit. Just Jerry Jones.
Ain't nobody. And then it's multiplied by 2 because not just he do it, Stevie Jones. That's 4 interviews a week, man.
Right.
You know, that's a lot of information. Yeah, that's insane. Yeah, 4 interviews, man, for the owner and his son.
Y'all don't never long for content, boy. Damn.
We got content every day, man.
Talk about, boy.
Yeah.
I thought we was bad. We got y'all beat. Joe Rockhead. Oh, y'all got us beat. Excuse me. Joe Rockhead. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, Joe Rockhead writes, here's the BS. If the Eagles had won any Super Bowls back in the 60s, it's to the 80s, even though he didn't see it, LB would be bragging about those rings too. So stop. That's a great point. And we'll bring that up to him the next time.
I think that they're like 1-3 or 1-4 in Super Bowls.
Yeah, he would be claiming those as well. Of course he would.
Yeah.
I know what his retort is going to be to that, though. I know what his comeback is going to be. Is I ain't worried about those. We ain't win those Super Bowls. I'm talking about now. Like, that's going to be his mindset. But he's going to say, of course I would count those. Of course I would be stupid not to. I already know what he's going to say. But he's going to circle back around. He's going to do that full lap, and he's going to come right back to, but at the end of the day, we relevant and y'all not.
They say selective history.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like selective memory.
Yeah.
It works the same exact way. And he's going to make sure you know that at the end of the day, I ain't talking about the 60s, 70s, or 80s. I'm talking about now, and y'all ain't been relevant in 30-something years. That's what he's going to pretty much go back to. But your point is well taken. Swaggy P, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, at least we know we are the best division with the most Super Bowls and the only division with every team with a Super Bowl win. It's funny that you say that because I didn't want the Eagles to get shit. Now, I do wear that as a badge of honor when we have those discussions. When somebody else from the outside want to come in and try to test us, that's when you start elevating other teams in the division. But as a fan of one of the teams in the division, I didn't want Philly to get shit.
No doubt.
Nothing. I wanted to be able to, the same thing Bad Dog was saying, which is, hey, you ain't got no Super Bowl. I used to love telling Eagles fans, hey, we having a Super Bowl party and only teams with Super Bowl rings is invited. I'm sorry, you can't come in, and slam the door in their face.
At the time, it was good because when the Eagles won that Super Bowl, it negated the Patriots for winning their 5th Super Bowl ring, or was it? Fifth. Oh, yeah, 5th Super Bowl.
It might have been 5 at the time. Yeah, they ended up winning 2 more after that.
They ended up winning. They ended up winning 1 more after that, right? They got 6 rings in the history.
2 more because they beat the Rams. I want to say the next year they beat the Rams, and then no, you're right. That was
they got 6 rings. Yeah. So I was quasi happy for, like I didn't want Tom Brady to get all of the rings, and then he ended up getting it the following year anyhow.
Yeah,
so
he
I was
beat
like,
the
damn.
Rams next year.
Yeah. So it kind of mute that whole thought process, but damn, I wouldn't if I can put it back in it. Yeah.
Nah, I never. It was like choosing the lesser of two evils because I didn't want to see the Patriots win another damn ring.
Right.
But at this point, if Brady is my only hope for stopping the Eagles from getting one, and it's Nick Foles at that, there ain't no way Nick Foles about to outduel Tom Brady. You got to be outside your damn mind. And to watch him actually do it, I was like, this is not happening. And my dad is one of those fans that he has NFC East pride over everything. Yeah. So once Dallas is no longer able to win, he's rooting for whatever team in the division can win it. Like
can win it. Yeah.
He wants to see the division prosper. Dallas first, but then if they can't do it, if somebody else in the division can, that's what he's rolling with.
He rolling with no doubt.
And so he wanted the Eagles to win that Super Bowl. I was rooting against him so damn hard, and unfortunately, they got that shit done.
But you know what? In that year, guess who was the breakout wide receiver for the Patriots
in 2017?
Yeah.
I don't know.
He got a star on the side of his helmet now.
Oh, Brandon Cooks.
Yeah, he was knocked out of that game with a concussion.
That's right.
If he didn't get knocked out of that game, it could have probably turned into the favors of Patriots, Yeah. But he was knocked out of that.
That's one of his bugaboos. If he can stay healthy, we already know what he's about. But concussions have been a problem for him in his career.
I'm gonna be yelling, "Go down, little man, go down!" He slide, jump out of bounds.
He's so tough, though, man.
Yeah, he's a tough
game one way. So if he can stay healthy, it's gonna change a lot for what y'all can do, because he's a real weapon on the outside. Real weapon. Will Cleveland, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, y'all sound like lawyers with a witness on the stand. LOL. All hail Sam Howell. I be over here trying to protect my man Sam, man. I be over here trying to fend him off because they be coming for his jugular, man. All the time they be coming for my guy Sam. But I'm gonna hold him down.
Yo.
Big Simple 422. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Big Simple writes, what up, T, Law, LB, Bad Dog? Respect to all of you. My guy says, but I'm not thinking about the Eagles or Cowboys. We beat them, the damn Giants. We lit. The Giants, I think a lot of Washington fans are in the same frame of mind that they were last year when it comes to to the Eagles. They look at the Giants in the same way this year. Like, we want them bad. I don't have that same lust for the Giants because I feel like we can beat them, Right. Whereas with Dallas and Philadelphia, they have been more of the thorn in our sides where we just can't find a way to beat them consistently. I can't tell you the last time we've swept the Cowboys. I would assume it would be 2020 when they were awful. I can't imagine us having done it any other time after that. No Dak in that season, and I think that's how we got it done. But before that, I can't tell you the last time we swept the Cowboys, right? Because we just don't do it. You probably got to go all the way back to 2015. Maybe. And I'm not, because that was the year before y'all. Matter of fact, we didn't sweep you in 2015. I remember that.
Because the fumble from
Deshaun Jackson on Monday Night Football. Yep, exactly. Y'all got us with Matt Cassell at quarterback. God damn.
Yeah. Matt Castle. Yeah. Matt Castle. Yeah.
I call him Matt Cassell. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. The only guy to ever throw an interception, and they call it intentional grounding because it was just that bad.
He is terrible. Yeah. Y'all beat us with him and Darren McFadden at running back. It was,
but you know what people were saying? You put Matt Castle on this team, he could be better than Tony Romo. I remember that because so many people, it's the same argument. Whatever the backup quarterback is, they love him in Dallas until they lose. You know what I'm saying? Then they be like, hey, They say the same thing with the dude from Cleveland.
Yeah,
Brandon Whedon, you know what I'm saying? He throw the best deep ball.
Always like that because
in Dallas,
it's not just Dallas because it's the same way with Kirk Cousins, right?
Oh wow,
they wanted every other dude but Kirk Cousins. He stinks. He can't win big games, yada, yada, yada. And I'm like, y'all not understanding. It can get worse than this. And what have we had at quarterback since he left? Nothing, right? No prolific offense, terrible, one of the worst offenses in football. I get it. There's a ceiling to what you can do with Kirk Cousins, but also the floor isn't, underneath, 6 feet under the ground, which is what we've been, right?
Yeah.
And so you got to kind of figure out what you want to be. Are you striving for a Super Bowl? Sure. You could have been doing that all the while winning with him and still looking for a replacement down the road. But to go about it the way we went, and obviously they didn't expect Alex Smith to shatter his leg in 15 different places. And,
crazy, man.
Have all that happen to him when they traded for him. But it was not a great situation. And that's how fans always think, because this guy isn't good enough. He's not winning big games. This next dude going to be better than him. Okay, well, you'll find out. And they found out with Whedon.
I'll be right back.
Castle, and all of those dudes. And so that's what I always caution fans against, is understand what you're saying and what that player is providing for you, because you think you can do better until you can't, and then it's too late. All right. Got a super chat here from One for Each Finger. It's got to be a Cowboys fan. A fix for that 6th. I like the name. Eagles have no history. 1 Super Bowl, nothing else ever. Cowboys are known. He said, got a video to prove it. I have a ring for each finger on my hand. Hashtag 1 for each finger. So you had a Cowboys fan here pretty much talking about he's got a ring for each finger. And he's affixed for that 6th.
Oh, yeah. That's my guy. He's from Philly, man.
Yeah.
Shout out to him. Got a ring, 1 for each finger, man. Appreciate you, dog.
Yeah, that's a good. I like that name. I like that name a lot. He said the Eagles have no Super Bowl history. Just 1 Super Bowl, nothing else ever. I mean, and again, if LB were here, his comeback to that would be, when was that Super Bowl? When was that last one? Right? That's what he's going to go back to. That's why I said it's a losing fight. You're going to argue, and he's just going to go, you're talking in circles, because he's going to go right back to, you were X amount of years old when this happened, gas was 93 cents, and this, that, the thing.
Bill Clinton was still in office,
right.
Getting some,
in office and shit like that.
I heard it all, man.
Yeah. VHS, you were watching VHS tape.
Man, no, it's on YouTube now. I started to update. It's on YouTube now in HD.
So that's what you're gonna have to deal with, man. Big Reg, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, KM has held Dak back, not to mention, so Kellen Moore is who he's talking about for those of you.
That's my guy, man.
Not to mention the offense from reaching their full potential. Believe it or not, LB, no cap, bruh. So his stance is pretty much what Law has been saying, which is Kellen Moore has held this offense back. Dak has had some productive years under him, but he's also, it's been a gift and a curse essentially. So now you're going to see Dak. I feel like Dak's going to be unchained this season. Is that a fair assessment?
I mean, it's a fair assessment, but I don't want people to think that just because your team start off slow or anything that they won't be able to go on the run. Keep in mind, I hate to use this. I seen my brother in the chat. The Niners, they started off slow last season. Last year, believe it or not, even the Chiefs start off slow. So sometimes you may have slow starts, but it's all about making sure that your guys are getting on the same page. And it's all about that final stretch. So without Kellen Moore, we should see more principles and philosophy with the offense to take away, make teams play left-handed. That's right. So that's just how I look at it, So I'm recharged now, man. I fool around and got this harmless harvest, man. It's over with for y'all now. You know, oh my God, it's like getting vampire blood over here, man. Yeah, oh, boy, shoot. I was about to be, I was tapped out for a second. Yeah,
I'm back.
Now.
He said, I'm
back,
vampire blood.
Oh, vampire. Ooh, coconut water, man. I'm telling y'all.
Stupid, man. I can't. We're gonna see. I'm want to see what kind of an impact removing Kellen Moore does for the Cowboys offense. We've heard so much about Kellen Moore and what he has or hasn't done. Now we're gonna see what he does in the chart with the Chargers and Justin Herbert. Let's see if Herbert takes a step back or if he, progresses under Kellen Moore. And we want to see what Dallas does and what Dak does. So it's gonna be interesting to kind of see what both of those situations look like.
I mean, he's still going to generate 5,000 yards, man. Herb going to still throw for 4,000 to 5,000 yards. The offense still going to move the chain or what have you. It just, will they come up with any concepts? That's the thing. So, and the Chargers, I believe, last year were 30th in rushing.
So their offensive coordinator, Joe Lombardi, was allergic to running the ball.
Right.
And they put pretty much the onus of the offense on the shoulders of Justin Herbert. Like he had to go out and win them every single game. We didn't get to take a game off because they had 230 rush yards that week. They didn't run the ball. So it was always on him. So and they felt like that offense, Joe Lombardi's offense, was really Sean Payton's offense. And they designed that offense for Drew Brees. So it was a lot of shorter passes. You got this dude with this big rifle arm, and everything is short and underneath, nickel and diamond dinking and dunking. So they want to be able to push the ball vertically down the field now.
Well, we'll see.
We'll see if Kellen Moore helped them do that or not.
That's exactly what they're going to light that thing up.
We're going to see. Nikki, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, Allen had more turnovers than Dak. So, WYM. I'm assuming that's what do you mean?
Yeah, what you mean, and shout out to Mickey. He probably had more fumbles, and of course, we looking at the INTs, which was tied. My thing is with Josh Allen, people think when we start talking about Josh Allen that there's a knock on him. No, I only bring up Josh Allen so that I can correspond to those who are out there speaking ill will of Dak Prescott. It's not an easy game. From last I checked, Josh Allen didn't have a broken thumb. You know what I'm saying? And he pretty much had his weapons around him. He didn't have Stephon Diggs hurt for the season or in and out of games and these sorts of things. So shout out to Josh Allen. I think he's a phenomenal quarterback. But we'll find out, man, of his legacy, man, what he could do beyond, down the line. But it is what it is. I get it. I get what y'all saying.
Yeah, that's another one of those. You ain't gonna win that battle.
You ain't gonna win it because it's like me arguing that the Cincinnati Bengals won the playoff game last year, but how did they win it? You know what I'm saying? Sam Herbert, picking up a fumble, running it all the way back for a touchdown. Yeah. And the season before that, when they went to the Super Bowl, don't nobody bring up the fact that their defense literally caught 4 INTs to beat Tennessee. Right. But nobody bring that up, you know what I'm saying? Because it's the Mandela effect. They would think that, hey, it was only Joe Burrows, right? But that's a whole argument that I wish my Cowboys would have had 4 INTs against the Niners, right? But it's a whole nother conversation, though. We'll be here all night, man, all morning.
But that was my point. They didn't have the turnovers, but they played well enough for you to win that game, and you know that too.
Yeah, before girls. Yeah. Let's say, man, log out every excuse in the book, man. You know what I'm saying?
That 4 curls about to be a whole different movement, man. That 4 curls right there. You need to put that on the soundboard, man.
Hey, second and empty, man. Let's go 4 curls, man. Second and empty inside your own 20, man. Come on, man.
We used to call that Miami back in the day, man. We're in Miami. 4 curls.
4 curls, man. Yes, indeed, man.
Eric MD8. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes? Law. How many playoff wins for Dak? I'll wait.
He 2-4. He 2-4. Hey, Michael Jordan, the greatest of all time. He was 1-9 before he got Pippen on his team.
Hey, look, man.
1-9 in the playoffs. Who want to fight? He was 1-9 before he got his coach. You know what I'm saying?
This is going to be the age-old debate with guys like Dak Prescott and Lamar Jackson until they have more success in the postseason. We know what regular season quarterbacks they are. We know what they're capable of in months September through December. It's when we get into January, what are these guys going to do? Because both of them have struggled in the playoffs. No problems getting there,
right?
But have struggled when they've gotten there. So that's going to be the narrative until he changes that. He's Steve Young. Remember, Steve Young was running around, get the monkey off my back.
Yeah,
that's going to be the thing.
We can look at quarterbacks and judge them off of what they played in different systems. Steve Young at Tampa Bay didn't look like Steve Young, right? And then, of course, Brett Favre with the Atlanta Falcons didn't look like Brett Favre. So it takes time for you to go to the right system and scheme and team so that you can, excel your situations there. Like I said, if you picked up Dak Prescott and put him on your team, right, and you had 27-7, it would be a whole different conversation right now.
Oh yeah, last year is a great example. All we wanted was 27-7. That's what Wentz did the year prior with Indianapolis, right? That's all we were looking for. We weren't looking for 2016 or 2017 Carson Wentz or 2019 Wentz. We were looking for the Carson Wentz that just threw 27 touchdowns, 7 interceptions in Indy the year before.
True. Right?
That's all we wanted. If we said we get that, we making the playoffs. Clearly, that's not what we got. But that's all we were looking for. You're just looking for somebody to stabilize the position at this point.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That boy Q55. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes? Hey, Law. The Eagles have had 2 QBs in MVP discussion since Dak has been on the Cowboys. So he's saying we had 2. Has Dak ever been in that conversation at all?
And have any of those quarterbacks won a Super Bowl? So what do you want a cookie for that? Like people want to give you accolades for being in the conversation. Like those 2 boys won the MVP. I mean, he paid money for that. Come on, man. Come on, man.
That's how it be, man. Like, what you want? Like,
hey, man, hey, I got a chance to take my sister to the prom. Yeah, but, come on, man. What you want for that? You know what I'm saying? What you going to do after the prom? What you going to do with it? You're taking your sister to the prom, Come on, man.
That's funny. Independent outsider. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Right. This is the Giants' iron sharpens iron schedule. We'll see. I mean, I think and we talked about this earlier, the first 6 games, if the Giants can navigate that, they got a shot. Just like I felt like last year. It was like the first 6 games. I said, if they can find a way, and I remember it was at Tennessee, it was Green Bay over in London, it was the Ravens at home. I'm like, if they find a way to win these games, some of these games, and I think it was also Seattle on the road, and they ended up losing that game. But I was like, man, if they can find a way to come through that first 5, 6 games, 7 games of the schedule, and they're not dead, they're not 1-6, they're not 2-5, they got a shot. And they came out of that thing like 5-2. And we saw what ended up happening to that season. So we'll see.
Right.
Rebra Mill. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, Bad Dogs just sitting there knowing the Giants will be good. When we get into these back and forths, that's what Bad Dog just do. He just sit
he sit there and collect the information.
Yeah,
and then he yell out every 5.
Right.
Every 30 minutes or such, Tiki Barber
was better than Emmett Smith. Yeah, I was just about to say, it's almost like he got Tourette syndrome. He just be sitting there and he'll say nothing. And then Tiki Barber's better than Emmett Smith.
Tiki Barber. Yes, it did. Y'all support Bad Dog, man. The link is at the top of my page.
Absolutely, man. I'm gonna get that link and I'm gonna make sure I disseminate that thing as well. Big Simple 422. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes Super Bowl hangover Eagles? I really think that I don't think they're going to have like a massive step back where they're like a 7-8 win team. Like we've seen some teams that have lost the Super Bowl do, but I do think this is a step back season for them. Like I wouldn't be shocked if they won 9 or 10 games, which I mean, that's probably still gonna be good enough to get them in the playoffs, more likely than not. But will they be this dominant, 13-4? What were they? 14-3, I think they were last year.
Right.
Nah, I don't see that happening this year. So I do think they're going to take a step back, but how significant of a step back are they going to take? Because here's what LB's doing. He's taking what they did last year. He's not taking into account the schedule. He's not taking into account that people are going to give their best shot to the Eagles. They're circling the Eagles on their calendar. Every week you're getting the other team's best shot now because you're no longer the hunter, you're the hunted. And now that is a different level of focus that it takes on a week in, week out basis. They can't have some of the games they had last year and get away with it and still win. Like that Indy game, you're not playing the Colts next year. You're not playing the Texans. They didn't play well against the Texans on a Thursday night last year.
Right. And of course, here's the thing, though. They played only, what we say, one playoff team. If you really think about it, and that was in the first end of the schedule. It was the Minnesota Vikings.
Yeah.
That was it. Oh, okay, they did play the Jacksonville, and they won against Jacksonville.
Yeah,
and it took fumbles and everything.
Yeah.
My Cowboys lost to the Jacksonville. Those were the only 2 playoff teams that they played outside of the division games, right? So granted, last season, good hell of a run for them. And, we will see what the Eagles going to do for the 2023 season. I really think that they drafted really well with Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith. One of those are 2 of my guys. And, and of course, I said before, I like Sidney Brown. So we'll find out, man. But those who draft the most needed the most. So we'll see if those guys can start. And if they do start, that will be kind of like, hey, rookie errors. We only have one possible starter, basically, and that's Mozzie. Everybody else will be ancillary for our team.
Yeah. One of the things LB has said in the past about the Eagles that he doesn't like is that they don't play their young guys. If there's not a clear spot available for them, they don't platoon those dudes. They don't get them a lot. Like, we didn't see Jordan Davis a lot last year, especially after the injury, right? We didn't see Nakobe Dean at all last year, right? He didn't play at all. So they got dudes on ice, and I think that Nolan Smith is going to play. They didn't draft him in the first round to not play him, but how much will he play? Because they got 2 dudes. Josh Sweat played ball last year. I think last year was his best year of his career, and we know what Hassan Reddick is. So how many snaps is he going to get? I don't know. We'll see, but it'll be interesting to see what the Eagles do this year. I do think that they're going to take a step back. I don't think it's going to be as significant as some of y'all would like it to be, but I do think they're going to take a step back.
Where's the popcorn?
Where's the popcorn? Rebra, double up. Where's the popcorn? This had to be when Law and LB were going back and forth. That was popcorn worthy. I was just sitting there, just watching it like I was watching a tennis match. Just watching the volley go back and forth. Like, yeah, that was good.
Y'all put in the chat who won, But shout out to LB, man. He was standing his ground with his point.
He ain't gonna back down.
Yeah.
D Shift, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, Hurts had 11 rush touchdowns inside the 10, 9 inside the 5. I mean, that's kind of what Law was speaking to. Like,
right.
His touchdowns aren't long runs. But, at the end of the day,
it's
touchdowns are touchdowns. Exactly. It don't matter how you get them, how they come, how far out they are. That element of his legs is a huge part of what made them successful. Hard to stop, specifically in the red zone. And, that was something that Dak early in his career used to utilize, and they would take advantage of that. And they stopped, as he became more of a pocket passer. And then after the ankle injury, he definitely wasn't really a threat to run it. So I'm hoping we could tap into that now with Sam Howell. He's a rush threat in the red zone. I think the teams, I've always said this, the best red zone teams are the ones that can run the football into the end zone, right?
Yeah.
And whether it's your running back or your quarterback, it doesn't really matter. The ability to run the ball in the red zone is what separates the elite offenses to me. And a lot of times the quarterback is a part of that. So
yeah, and I'm not taking away from that from Jalen Hurts. And y'all can obviously see that I'm always speaking life into him, but I just want to be able to let people know that just as much as you praising said Jalen Hurts could be very much so thing that you can take away. Because what I said with Rex Grossman, same amount of yards, same amount of touchdowns, right? So then they want to throw in the rushing touchdowns. But keep in mind, you hit the one. That could have been to your running back. So let's not overinflate the numbers there. Now, granted, he did improve in a lot of ways. But that is the A.J. Brown situation. You got two good wide receivers, A.J. Brown and Slim Reaper. Both of those guys, and y'all know, Roll Tide. You know, Slim Reaper brought a lot to the table from elevating his game by being comfortable by having A.J. Brown on the opposite side. And I'm not taking away from the Eagles from that, you know. So shout out to them. But it's going to be harder for everybody to do that again in Eagles land.
That's right. And that's why I think it's going to be a step back. I don't think it's going to be massive, but I think LB think they just going to pick up where they left off last year.
Yeah, it's going to be the same.
And it's going to be the same thing. We just running teams. We're going to be up big in the first half, run the ball. And like, it ain't going to be that type of party. You know, Bill Belichick ain't going for that shit. You know what I mean? Like in week 1, he gonna be ready for Jalen Hurts' ass. He gonna take something away. Now they may adjust and still win the game, but he think they just gonna waltz into New England on Brady Day and smoke them. And I don't really think he understand that they gonna put something on his ass defensively. Bill Belichick gonna he got 3 weeks to prepare for Jalen Hurts' ass in week 1. He gonna have some shit ready for him. And
originally, you know, this is gonna be a great game to go watch week 1. What's that owner name? His name Jeff Lurie. I want Eagles to do a little homework. He originally wanted to buy the Patriots, by the way. You see what I'm saying? So when you guys started to look into all of that, it's a lot of emotions. It's a lot of, hey, I want to be in Boston type of thing as the owner. It's going to be a lot of things that they throw in preparation. This Bill Belichick, he got tapes, man. He probably going to be recording all of this stuff. And it's going to be one of those hard fought games because Bill Belichick is thinking, you know how to stop the Eagles.
It's definitely going to be a lot
political game too, you know, politically speaking.
He's underestimating a lot of teams on the schedule, but he'll find out. I ain't gonna keep telling him the same thing over and over again. D Betts, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, I can see Washington winning 4 games, tanking the draft Caleb Williams with a top 3 draft pick. Arizona, Washington, and LA Rams, worst team in the NFL. You heard it here first. Fly, Eagles, fly. That ain't you heard it here first, because that's what a lot of people are saying. That's what a lot of people, they're predicting Washington's going to suck this year. And I love it. We do our best work. And I want us to get out of this frame of mind, but we do our best work when we're under the radar and nobody's giving us a chance. This is when we play our best football. This is when we leap up and we bite people because they expect us to stink. Just like the Giants last year. Nobody expected the Giants to do what they did. And they jumped up and they bit some people because you just were overlooking the Giants. And then here come the Giants out here scratching and clawing. And then the next thing you know, you look up with 3 minutes left in the fourth quarter and you in a damn dogfight and you down by 6. And you're like, how the hell are we losing to the damn Giants? I think we're going to sneak up on some teams this year and have an opportunity to win some games. Will we pull them out? We'll see. Man, but ain't no take. This is the thing that people
hold on before you go into that. I know you're high on Sam.
Oh, yeah.
But that damn Caleb Williams
and
that offensive coordinator that you got over there.
I did not want to like him. I did not want to like Caleb Williams. I tried my hardest to be like, man,
me too.
He ain't all that, man.
Me too.
What the hell y'all talking about? I went and watched him. I said, God damn, he good.
That boy good. That boy good.
That boy good. That boy good. That boy good. I said the same thing about May. Drake May,
Yeah.
Carolina quarterback. I was like,
ain't all that, man. They hyping that kid up.
They go turn it on. I said, oh shit, he good. He
That
good too, man.
Them boys good.
Good, man.
The man got his own money, man.
Yeah,
The man got his own money.
He got his own money.
But he rich. He make that Sam Howell that girl.
So a lot of people are saying that we gonna take for Caleb Williams, but it ain't that simple. First of all, ain't no such thing as tanking in the NFL.
Man, it's hard, man.
Because you got to get 46 dudes on the same page, and these dudes are fighting for a contract next year. You know, this ain't the NBA where it's 15 dudes, and you could bench 2 or 3 dudes that starters that's putting up 20 points a game and sit them down for the rest of the season and play all your dudes that got no business. In the NFL, a guy gets an opportunity and he out there playing as hard as he can possibly play because he may not be on this team next year. He auditioning for the other 31 teams. Ain't no way you're gonna tell him, hey, we need to lose this game, so you need to play bad.
Yeah, and Dayron Payne just got the Brinks truck pulled up into his backyard, and he said, hey man, can you take some plays off, you know? And then your boys they didn't renew the 5th-year option for him, right?
Right. So they hungry.
So he got something to play for. If not, he'll have a silver and blue on.
Yeah, no, it ain't happening, bro. It just ain't happening. So 4 wins, it ain't in the cards for us. But you go ahead, keep thinking that, keep drinking that LB juice you sipping on over there, man. Have fun with that. Joe Rockhead, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up with rights. They putting it on Howell and forgot about Eric Bieniemy. They not gonna really give the Eric Bieniemy hire the type of energy that we're giving it because they haven't lived through Scott Turner. It's the same energy that Law has for Kellen Moore and had for Jason Garrett.
Right.
And if you're not a Cowboys fan, you're not truly gonna understand how. And I think it's a lot harder for people to wrap their brains around the struggles of Dak Prescott or the Cowboys when you see the numbers Dak was putting up. You like, I ain't trying to hear that, man. Dak was threw for 37 touchdowns here. He threw for over 40, 500 yards here. Like, I ain't trying to hear what you talking about. I look at Washington and I'm like, bro, we not even averaging 20 points a game over here. Like, we struggling to piece together 18 points a game.
Yeah.
So when you take that into consideration and you say, hey, if Eric Bieniemy can bring half of what he had in Kansas City over here, just half of it. We just need a sliver. Give me a little slice of what they was doing in Kansas City. Man, do you know what kind of improvements that's going to bring to our offense?
Yeah.
So I think a lot of people aren't really taking into consideration the impact that Eric Bieniemy is going to have, but they'll find out.
I mean, I'm not going to sleep on EB. I would tell people all the time, man, was it 3 out of the last 5 Super Bowls or 4 out of the last 5 Super Bowls? He was either in there or think about it. They went to overtime with Cincinnati. They could have been there that year. And I do look at it like the plays that he was grown up to do to actually coach up. You could have been running one of those plays and caught a touchdown pass. You know what I'm saying? I could have ran out there and said, man, that dude with the beard, with the helmet coming out of the beard coming from out of the helmet. Shoot, that dude walked right on in there for a touchdown. I mean, untouched. I'm talking about crafting up beautiful plays. And people discount that.
Yep.
The 2 Super Bowls that Pat Mahomes won, it wasn't because of his arm. It was because of the legs of the running backs, right? And this past Super Bowl, Pat Mahomes didn't have to throw for 300 yards. They ran the ball. You see? So if anybody is capable of elevating a team, will be EB. But I don't want that to happen for you guys, by the way. I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying? I don't want that to happen. You
shouldn't. But I'm going to just leave you with this. If Eric Bieniemy is what we think he can be for Washington, with what we have, it's going to be scary because there's so much, as a wise man once says, a lot of meat left on the bone in Washington on offense. And I don't think people are really taking that into consideration when they talk about what Washington is going to be this year. Even you said it yourself very eloquently. coaching matters.
It does. Yeah.
And we saw it last year with the Giants. And I think you're gonna see it with Washington this year. I truly believe that. Demon Corey Harris. Okay. Demon Corey Harris. Thank you for the super chat. Right. Daniel Jones is better than Dak. Dak ain't that good. I can't.
Daniel Jones 1-6 versus Dak Prescott, but that's maybe if one is in a certain universe, because I've been watching these DC movies and Marvel movies. Maybe one is better than 6 in certain universes. You know, maybe it is.
Maybe in an alternate universe.
Universe, one is greater. You know,
maybe he might be onto something there. Devonta Jones. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes Louie copping and wearing those sunglasses because him and his sorry team were unable to when D-Law, LB, and Dog did it at the end of last season. Now, there's a little bit of that. I'm you're not wrong. I was definitely – I felt left out last year when they had the shades on, but tonight was more about me, and I'm going to have them on the next time too because, like I said, it's target practice now. You know, I got on the target. When you see people at the gun range, that's the kind of shades they usually have on right here.
Okay. You know yeah, I see that.
Yeah. So it's target practice. I'm picking y'all up because I know it's a lot of Sam Howell hate. There's a lot of LB. Y'all gonna win 5 games, and Sam Howell gonna be in the XFL in 2 years. And so yeah, I got my glasses on because I'm ready to start firing off these shots. So it's a little bit of that. I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, I was definitely in my feelings, but what can I do? My team didn't hold up their end of the bargain. So June Sinatra, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, do y'all non-Eagles fans think Nolan Smith gonna ball out? And it's pronounced June Sinatra. I said June.
Yeah, Frank, man. He's gonna be Frank, man. You know. Yeah. I love his lovelier. Thank you.
I did it my way.
Right.
I don't think he's gonna ball out, but we'll see. Because he's another one of these athletically gifted edge rushers with absolutely zero rush plan. He has no idea what he's doing as a pass rusher. He's just using pure athleticism to get to the quarterback. Well, the offensive linemen at the NFL level are athletes as well. And if you don't have a plan, that running fast shit, they can run. They can open up their hips. They can turn.
Right.
They can shoot right around the damn pocket. If you're not turning the corner at 7.5, 8 yards, that 10-yard shit you was doing at Georgia and then looping around, that shit ain't happening in the NFL.
It definitely ain't happening,
So,
man.
He's going to have to develop a rush plan, which he does not have. Most dudes, though, come into the league without a rush plan. That's what made like the Bosas and guys like that so dynamic is because they already had handwork, like top flight handwork, like black belt hand usage, and they had a plethora of moves in their Rolodex that they could go to get to the quarterback. A lot of these dudes ain't coming in with that kind of schooling and tutelage. So we'll see, what Nolan Smith. I don't expect fireworks from him in his rookie season, but give him 2-3 years. We'll see what he's got. He might.
Man, this is my thoughts with the Eagles. Who's the defensive coordinator? I mean, it would have been a different story if Dan Quinn was over there, right? Yeah. I'm not really worried about how they're going to set up. They are good on paper for right now, and they are unknown and they are unproven as far as their DC. So I'm going to just sit back and enjoy this offseason and regular season with what the Eagles supposed to do on defense. That's all I'm going to say with that.
It's going to be interesting. LB has diminished the losses of the coordinators. I don't think anybody is going to miss their defensive coordinator, Jonathan Gannon, right?
True.
But the offensive coordinator, I thought Steichen did a really good job last year.
He did.
And they try to, kind of diminish his role. Yeah. Okay, we're going to find out. We're going to see what it's all about.
The Colts going to try to replicate that, though.
But they are. That's why they went out and got Anthony Richardson. And I told anybody that would listen, Richardson is the guy that they're targeting all along, and they got their guy, and they're definitely going to try to recreate what they did in Philadelphia with Jalen Hurts.
Right.
Big facts. June Sinatra, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. All right, let your Zoe Haitian get a Hurts season hat. Hey, man, it ain't no charity over here, man. You're going to have to fork over that whatever for the Hurts season hat. He said they sold out right now. So
that's good.
You gotta holler at him. Maybe you can talk him into giving you one. He got a whole bunch of them sitting around the crib. He might be able to throw you one. Who knows? DC for life, Texas. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, we're listening to nothing but the best with 100K subs. DC for life. Let's freaking go.
Let's go. Yeah.
6 is on the way. All right. We're going to see if 6 is on
on the way.
And
6
again,
is on
congratulations the way. And salute to my guy Law for bringing it up to 6 digits on the sub count, man. Congratulations once again.
Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it.
Dono Lucci 650. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, what's your record you going to be versus the NFC West, Louie? I think the Eagles sweep the NFC West. It's going to be interesting. I think the magic number is no less than 2-2, but you really want to go no worse than 3-1. If I'm being honest, again, the Rams are the wild card because we don't know if they're going to go back to being the good Rams or if they're going to be mediocre again to bad like they were last year. And so the question is, by the time you get to the Rams, is Matthew Stafford still healthy? Because he doesn't seem to be able to stay upright these days. And how good is the roster around him? Because I feel like they're losing a lot of guys. Jalen, Ramsey's no longer there. They don't really have any receivers outside of Cooper Kupp. So, no more Odell Beckham Jr. Obviously, they missed him last year. They got rid of Robert Woods. They never really truly replaced him. They thought that Allen Robinson was going to do something. He's no longer there. So the question then becomes, who are the Rams?
Right.
It should be Arizona, and Seattle is interesting. And then the Rams, who are they? And then San Francisco is the one where you go, okay, if we're going to lose one, it's to them. But again, they got their own issues at quarterback, right? And we don't know what they're going to be. We don't get them to the end of the season, so we'll know who they are by the time we get them. We don't get them to like week 16 or 17, so we'll know who they are by that time. So 2-2, 3-1 is what you're aiming for.
No doubt.
Landlord from Wakanda. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, I'm a big Eagles fan, except I never eat shit like most Eagles fans or do NFL Man of the Year. Minshew was better against Dallas than Hurts. Minshew was our number one. Minshew didn't get it done late in the season, though. That was the problem, is when they needed him to step up against New Orleans, he wet the bed. They lost the game, and that scared them shitless because he should have beat Dallas. They put up, 37 points or whatever it was, and then the defense gave up 40, whatever they gave up. So it should have been enough. He played well enough, coupled with the Dak turnover. I think Dak threw a pick 6 in that game and all of that stuff. It should have been enough, but it wasn't. You gave up a 3rd and 30. So, but the next week was the one that did it.
Right.
He didn't play well against New Orleans. And that's when they said, all right, we got to bring Jalen Hurts back, even though he's not healthy, where we would like him to be. So, now Minshew's in Indy, and we'll see if he gets any run there. But Minshew didn't get it done when they needed him to last year.
The sample size is always the flavor, and when you go to Sam Club and you picking out the samples of Costco's, they all taste good. Yeah, and right. It's just a sample size, and you end up having a Mark Bolger, right? Or you end up having what the kid that won the Super Bowl actually for the Eagles. I forgot his name.
Nick
Foles. So you end up having those things, man, when it's only a sample size. So shout out to Gardner Minshew for all what he did for the Eagles last year, but it was just a sample size.
And that is the difference between good quarterbacks and backups in the NFL. Is good quarterbacks can do it week after week after week.
Yeah.
Backup quarterbacks, they can give you a week or two. Right. They can give you a little stretch.
Right.
They can't do it for 17 weeks though, consistently. Yeah. So that's the difference. Red Wing 01. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes? For real though, all love, Law. Hate your team, but the best of luck. So that's in response to him, giving you some James Harden grief earlier. That's his response.
Just write this down, man. Luck is when preparation meets opportunity. So as long as we guys are prepared over here, then we will have all of the luck.
Sounds like a winner to me. Pale Moon. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes? 4-hour stream like it's the playoffs. I see you, Law. Us on the late night grind appreciate both of y'all. And this is what I do. And I know Law is just as much of a midnight marauder as myself. So this is what I do. This is what Law does. And we appreciate you for hanging tough with us late, man. Because even though it's late, it's still great, man.
Yes, indeed. Once I got this blood in me, man, you know what I'm saying? Shoot, I'm good. I'm good to go. But I look, I know I get it. Some people look at this and say, "Hey, man, how dare y'all be on this thing for like 10 hours, man?" But it's just we in the vibe right now.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right. Y'all know what it is.
Yep.
Got another one from Pale Moon. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes? Law Nation follower. Thank you for the grind and content, bro. We all thank you,
bro. That's my guy right there, man. That's my dog.
Appreciate you. Jamal Hamlin, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Jamal writes, "What up, Lou? What's going on, Jamal?" Says, "What up, Law?" Says, "Lou, you already know this, but this year anybody can get it. Man, woman, child, giant, or midget. It's all legal, bro. All of it. I don't care who it is. I'm looking for all the smoke this year. I'm collecting it. We running up chimneys, as Ja used to say. We running up chimneys. We looking for all the smoke because I feel like the thing that has been holding us back this entire time. Now, granted, the roster has not been good, so I feel like it's the perfect storm brewing. You get rid of the owner, which was we were never going to win anything of substance with him owning his team. He's gone. Like I know LB and Law and Bad Dog probably not taking that stuff into consideration. That shit matters. Like those players feel the weight of the world off their shoulders, not having to answer Daniel Snyder questions and having to worry about having the worst owner in sports as your owner. Now I know a lot of those guys will tell you, I'm not focused on that. I don't. That's above my pay grade. I just play football, and they shield themselves from a lot, but still, a lot of that shit finds its way to their doorstep.
Yeah,
somehow, some way. So. That's big. Eric Bieniemy being here is big, and Sam Howell being here is big. And I think the roster is now in a position where they're ready to compete. And I'm ready to give out some ass whoopings. We've been holding on to some of these for a while. Now it's time to start dishing some of these out. And as a Washington fan, I can't. I don't think you can relate to this, even though y'all playing some tough, some close games. Y'all hand out y'all fair share of ass whoopings every year. You get to the fourth quarter and you doing all kinds of other shit. You in the kitchen fixing a sandwich because the game already over. The Indy game when you scored 80 points in the fourth quarter. The Vikings game was over by the halftime. Like, man, you got games where y'all just coasting, right? We don't do that in Washington. Every win is a nail biter. I gotta go get the defibrillator and bring some of the fans back because they died on the operating table 3 times. Their heart stopped because we over here doing crazy stuff. I think there's a chance we could have some ass whoopings and not even be, tripping in the fourth quarter. I think that is actually on the table for the first time in a long time. Again, we'll see. Eric Bieniemy got to be what as advertised. Offensive line got to be what we think they can be. And Sam Howell's got to step up, but I think we got a shot.
Man, but let me say this though. You know, the expectation is always crazy, Louie Tee. Because what if I told you that the Cowboys didn't have a back-to-back loss last season, but it felt like it?
I wouldn't be surprised by that. I mean, you won 12 games, you only lost 5.
Right.
But to your point, you know, when you lose a game, it feels like a lot more when you're Dallas.
Right.
It's different because win, lose, or draw, they talking about y'all for the first hour on
right.
ESPN, First Take, whatever the show is. They talking about y'all for the first hour.
Yep.
No matter, you can turn it to the other one on FS1 with Shannon, Skip and Shannon. They talking about y'all for the first hour too. Right?
First hour every
it
time.
Don't matter.
Yep.
And it's not just the first hour.
Yeah, it's sprinkled all through.
It's the whole week.
Yeah.
Every day they're gonna come up with a Cowboys topic to talk about. And so it feels like more than one loss when y'all lose a game. Oh, the sky's falling, Dallas lost a game, right? But you know, that's the world that y'all live in as fans.
Right. In 2 of the games that we lost, like we were pretty much heading into blowout territory. We were way up on Green Bay. We were way up on Jacksonville. You know. But you see how it goes in Cowboys land. Yeah. You know, and those are the things that I got to be the voice for the voiceless. I got to correct. That's why we get so much content, because I got to correct when Lachey or Shady McCoy says that Dak is ass. I got to go back and say, okay, I got to defend. You know what I'm saying? Or when Shannon Sharp or any of those boys say negative things, I got to defend, because those guys got millions of views, right? There's only one little low law, you know what I mean? You know, but I got to
sell yourself short. Don't do that. Don't do that. We over 100K over here, man. Don't do that over here, man. Little old me, you let me claim that. I'm the little fish over here in the pond, man.
Well, okay, there's big law over here.
Yeah, that's
you
right.
know what I'm saying?
That's right.
The strong arm of the law got to represent. So that's what I do over here, man. So that's why we kill these people, man, with content and correcting them, you know. But go ahead.
I totally get that, you know. And you know, if you want to play devil's advocate, you can also play the other side of things. You say you barely beat the Texans, right?
True.
Barely beat the Eagles the second time with Gardner Minshew, right?
Yep.
Like you play the game either way if you want, but at the end of the day, you were 12-5. You know,
12-5.
And I didn't realize you didn't lose 2 games in a row. That's crazy. I mean, you saying that, I didn't even realize that was the case last year.
Big facts.
Will Nico, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes, good night. Hey,
yeah,
deuces, man. Appreciate you for stopping by, holding us down, man. Hopefully we'll see you next time, Will. Stanley Federic, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Stanley writes, Law Nation and Louie Tee, my Giants are gonna run the NFC East because Jalen Hurts can't win championships and Dak Prescott chokes in the playoffs, and Washington got a rookie quarterback. Not quite a rookie, but I get your point.
Yeah.
His first year as a starter, so it's going to be like a rookie season for him. We'll see what happens with Jalen Hurts. We'll see what happens with that. I tend to feel like those 2 teams are going to be really solid. Well, this has always been my take on Dak. If he's healthy, Dallas is won. If you look at his career, has he ever had a losing season where he started all of the games? Has he ever had one of those?
No, he never had that. And here's the thing: it took a penalty for us to lose the first time against the Washington team, right?
Oh yeah, with the field goal, absolutely.
Yeah, LP Lattisaw thing, you know. And then last year, y'all straight up beat us, you know, hands down. Shout out to you guys for having worse draft picks, right? But I'm just messing with you.
Yeah, we were willing to take that L.
Y'all willing to take that L. It's a feel good vibe, man, because you have something you can build off this offseason. Yeah. And if it was one of those other games where we put 50 points on y'all, then it would have been like, hey, would the Cowboys rather put up 50 points and win against the Washington to lose against Tampa Bay? Right. Give me the opposite. I'd rather lose.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Absolutely. So granted, man, I absolutely like what the Giants did in the draft or what have you, but let's be real, man. Y'all still the Giants, man. Y'all got a higher hill to climb than us.
Right. I agree with you 110%. Like, as much as the Giants improved, is because they had to come from so far.
Yeah.
Right. That's why I feel like they've improved the most, but they still have a lot of ground to make up because of how far they were coming from.
Yeah.
And because their roster was not good last year. It just wasn't. From
Big
the
fact.
offensive line to the receivers, you know, the secondary wasn't all that great. You know, they had holes and they filled as many of them as they could. I always say you can't build an entire team and fix all of your deficiencies in one offseason. They tried to fix as many of them as they could, but we'll see. You know, ultimately, they still got offensive line questions, right?
Yeah.
Got to fix that first.
And Thomas, Neil, Thomas, all of those boys are really good guys, you know, if they can live up to their potentials.
That's
and
right.
on top of that, to be fair to them, it was a giant play for them to win the Super Bowl for Kansas City Chiefs. Kadarius Toney. If it wasn't for him, we can literally go back and say, you know what, that game could have changed differently.
Absolutely.
You know, so it took a giant play for them to win. And so when we talk about weapons and what they had, Richie James, he showed up last year for them.
Yeah,
you know, So we will see now that they got, you know, one of the better tight ends in the game. But it goes back to even what I said with my guy Lord Brunson.
Yeah,
if he can stay healthy,
same
with Swift, same with Penny. If those guys can stay healthy, if Darren Waller can stay healthy, but we'll find out.
That's big. You know, my dad always say, if my head was turned backwards and I could see forward. So we gonna see if these dudes can stay healthy or not. So if it's a big word, he always also said if it's the biggest 2-letter word in the dictionary. So
shoot, if you ain't lying, if it was a fifth, we would all be drunk too.
Yeah, that's drunk, right?
Cheers, you know.
Stanley Federic, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes? Who got this NBA Finals between Miami and Denver? I think it's Denver. What says you?
Oh man, since Denver took out my Lakers, man, I'm mad at them.
They made quick work of your boys too.
It was easy work, wasn't it? Damn.
They've been sitting at home for over a week now, chilling, waiting for this end of this series.
I'm gonna let Parsons decide. Whatever jersey Parsons put on.
We know he's not gonna put on any damn jersey.
Hey, when Parsons said we, when he said the Lakers, he said we. I said, oh Lord, that's why the niggas
lost. Because his ass around here getting all kinds of shit. Surprised we see him down getting a jersey.
Oh my gosh, man!
You know,
Parsons crazy.
He making his rounds, boy.
Man, let Jimmy Butler, man, get it off in the heat, because now it will prove that coach is really good over there.
I think he's the best coach in the NBA. I really believe that, because I don't think you can give any other coach in the league what the Heat have. And don't forget, they lost Tyler Hero in the playoffs.
True.
They lost Victor Oladipo in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And they still made it all the way to the finals.
Yeah.
You're talking about two of their top scorers, out of top 6 scorers on the roster. And Hero is one of the best, bench dudes in the league. And he's probably a second leading scorer, if not second, third leading scorer on their team. How many teams could survive that in the playoffs and still win? And again, how many people are taking Vincent as their starting point guard?
Not many, man.
I don't know of any that want him to be their starting point guard. And I could go through the roster. Caleb Martin. I can go through their entire roster and say, hey, how many of these dudes you picking off their roster for your team? It's only Jimmy Butler and probably Bam Adebayo and maybe Tyler Hero. That's it. Don't nobody want Max Strus. Don't nobody want Gabe Vincent. Don't nobody want Duncan Robinson.
Right.
Don't nobody want Kevin Love, old ass. Don't nobody want Kyle Lowry, old ass. They don't have nothing. And look at where they at.
And then the storyline. You see how J. Cole recruited was Caleb Martin? Yeah,
because he J. Cole is a Hornets fan. He lives in Charlotte, and Caleb Martin used to play for the Hornets.
Right.
And so he was like, yo, this dude can ball.
Right.
And he told the Heat GM that.
Right.
And they gave him a workout, and they signed him to a 10-day. That 10-day turned into a 3-year contract, and the rest is history. And
man, look
what
at
he
that
did in Game
storyline,
7, man.
You know,
it's crazy.
Yeah. So I love the underdog storyline. I love that how all of that can piece together. Now, granted, the Denver, we got to stay who they got too. You know what I'm saying? It just seems as if though that team is such a physical team, man. So it could be that the Miami could be gassed, and Denver could roll right on in and do what they did to the Lakers.
Them boys on a mission, man.
Them boys,
they are on a mission because they've been overlooked.
Yeah,
like they're the best team in the West pretty much half of the year.
True.
And they ran away with the West, and it's not like the West was cupcake. They ran away with the West and hid, and they've been one of the best teams in basketball all year. Nobody gave them the credit that they deserve. And the funny thing is, this team, they added some pieces, but the nucleus of this team has been together for a minute.
Yep.
Joker and what's my man that got hurt and missed 2 years? Why am I forgetting his name? The dude the guard, man, the guy that killed y'all in the fourth quarter.
Murray.
Yes, Jamal Murray.
Yeah,
I don't know why I was blanking on his name.
Yeah.
They got him, and I didn't realize they've been together for
a minute,
7 or 8 years.
Yeah,
on the team. I didn't realize that. Then you add in
Gordon. Gordon is such a physical guy, though, man. He the defense level.
They think about him as a high flyer. He can dunk. He was in the slam dunk contest. But he get rebounds. He plays defense. He can shoot a little bit. He does a lot.
Agitator. That's what he is. Just a pure agitator. And Nicola is that. That mitochondrial cell to give all type of power to everyone else.
Bro, he is so good. He makes everybody else's job so much easier. You just got to cut to the basket. You just got to make the right basketball play, and he will find you. He's like LeBron, right? He makes others around him better.
Yeah,
but it's just amazing how he does it in his frame.
It unorthodox.
It's very. I mean, there was a 3 he hit against the Lakers. This was crazy. End of the shot clock.
Yeah,
he's fading away. He takes a 1-foot Dirk Nowitzki fadeaway 3 on a step back behind his head. He shoots it like this.
Yeah,
swishes that joint from about 25 feet away. And you're like, are you kidding me? Did he just make that shot? And I mean, I remember watching the dudes in the front row because that was in LA. I want to say it was game 4. And I'm watching the dudes in the front row and they can't believe it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like they thought they had a great defensive possession, and this man cocks it behind his head, like all the way down to his shoulder and buries it, with AD putting a hand in his face. It's crazy, man. I think the Nuggets are on a mission.
I mean, it's going to be Jimmy Butler going to have to play crazy, in order to.
And he can't be by himself.
He can't be by himself. It's going to be a good matchup, man. And I know some of the people going to be happy to go back to Miami, but they're going to be kind of miserable when they go to Colorado. You know how that goes.
And they got that. That whole playing, above sea level thing going on out there. That shit matters. That shit's real.
Shoot, it is, man.
That's not a game.
Yeah. You talking about taking an edible and being up. if you up there and get one of them, you ain't never coming down, dog. You gonna be so high. You be up there with the moon and the stars and everything else, man.
You know what's crazy? You say that. My wife is from Colorado.
Oh wow.
So she got a little bit of that in her anyway.
Yeah, I already know.
She already knows. But that was the last super chat. And so that brings us to the end of the stream. We thank everybody out there for joining us. I still got over 300 people on my end. So it's still a lot of people out there
Man, they ran off over my end, man.
Yeah, it's still 800. I'm looking at 850.
Wow.
People still on, and it's 1 a.m. on the East Coast. So
man,
shout out to all of y'all for hanging in there and continuing to support. And I can't thank you enough, Law, for always sticking it out with me, hanging in there and going through these super chats. And I know they enjoy when we do that as well. They tell me that all the time, like, you and Law should have a show together. So I appreciate you hanging in there and helping me get through these super chats. It makes it a lot more enjoyable when I got somebody else to bounce that off of. So as always, I appreciate you coming through. Look forward to the next one, and we'll have one, I will say, sometime in late July, early August, somewhere around that Hall of Fame game. And I think that'll be when we come back and start to predict wins and losses and set the table for the season. So should be a lot of fun. Bart Scott. Wait.
Let's go, man!
That's right.
Let's go!
Let's go.
That joke make me want to put on the helmet behind me and everything.
Hey, with the visor and the shield on.
Yeah, the shield and everything. Made me want to get you ready to play some football, man.
Yeah. We've seen that from you before.
Yeah.
We know what you're about over there. Anyway, that's going to do it for me and Law and the rest of the Super Friends. We thank you guys yet again for your participation. Look forward to chopping it up with you guys in the near future. But until then, y'all take care. God bless and good night.
Night.
Louie Tee Network.